What is going on, guys? Thank you so very much for joining us right here on Tuesday night. It is Tuesday Night Titans, episode 133 for your Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. I'm your host, JD from New York, as always, joined by the one and only, the man who probably would have lasted longer than Braun Breaker in the Royal Rumble, the Solid Monster. What's going on, brother?
Oh, I definitely would have lasted longer. You know, my strategy, I've always said my strategy for the Royal Rumble, I think Road Dogg did this one year. Just cling to the bottom rope and don't let go.
Yes.
That's it.
I don't know why more people don't do that.
I don't know either. That's what I would do. So I would undoubtedly, I'm not saying I would have won, but I would have lasted longer than he did.
You know, that was Bob Backlund's strategy in the 93 Royal Rumble. He lasted over an hour there, and they got eliminated by Yokozuna.
He did. That's right. Do you remember how Yokozuna won that Royal Rumble?
I do. It was one of the worst endings of all time. I don't know who produced that segment or that ending, but
I don't know how Savage allowed that. I don't know how did he not push back on that horrendous finish?
Oh my God!
Can you imagine Hogan allowing that to happen to himself?
No, absolutely not. But it is all Royal Rumble tonight, chat. We are going to be talking about the Royal Rumble, and if you guys enjoyed what we did individually with our Royal Rumble post shows, you're going to enjoy what we have to say today, because we're not going to hold any punches. We usually never do. But I have been very vocal about the things I liked and didn't like at the Royal Rumble. And Jason was as well. So we will definitely get into all that. We got some WrestleMania news. And before I even go on, because he is who he is, and he just comes in here and wants to drop 100 on top of the bar. This guy, Sidro, you know, he won money at the casino last night. So he's a big spender of a $100 super chat from Sidro. Thank you, brother. Have you heard about the blacksmith who smashed 5 nickels together? He's a quarter pounder.
Man, we're getting started early with this, really. Is this what we're doing at the beginning?
And what do you get when you drop a piano down a mine shaft? A flat minor. What do you get when you drop a piano on an army base? A flat major. P.S. Casino or Goodfellas, movie-wise? I'm going Casino.
I'm going Goodfellas.
All right.
I enjoyed them both, but I got to go Goodfellas.
Sidro, thank you, brother, for coming in here early with the $100 bomb. Always appreciate the support here on Tuesday night. Let's keep that energy going. I'm anticipating a big show, so thank you guys very much for being here. Like I said, Royal Rumble news. We got Oba Femi, Brock Lesnar news. We got the announcement that CM Punk will be wrestling Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. Not really surprising at all. We will definitely talk about how the WrestleMania card could potentially look now coming out of Monday Night Raw. Liv Morgan won her Royal Rumble for the ladies, and by all accounts, teased last night who she's going after, Stephanie Vaquer. So we will definitely get into all that. Tommaso Ciampa is the new TNT champion. What happened?
You missed the biggest news of all.
What was that?
The groundhog saw his shadow, which means 6 more weeks of this.
Yeah, fuck the groundhog, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't need any more weeks of winter. This ice is ridiculous. I still barely can get in and out of the driveway, and the Mustang car battery died over the weekend because of the cold weather.
Did it really?
Yes, it did.
Not surprised. It's funny, driving around here, there are cars that, clearly they're not going to be able to go anywhere for I don't know how many weeks. As the plows have come by, they have been basically just barricaded into their spot in the street where you can barely even see the windows.
That's
like
crazy.
There's nothing you could do at that point. And here's what I wonder also, all that weight on top of the car for so many weeks, because it's like heavy ice. What kind of damage is that going to do to the car?
Their batteries might be dead too by the time they get to their vehicle.
I'd be worried about more than just the battery if you have that much ice on top of the car. Some of them are just completely engulfed. And it's not going anywhere because it's single digits in the morning when you wake up.
Yeah, if you are living in the city and traveling in the city, I don't know why anybody owns a vehicle, honestly. Manhattan anyway? I don't know. I couldn't do it. I'd have a stroke every fucking time I look out my window. Anyway, we will definitely get into that. Stranger Things note, man. I'm enjoying season 4 is fucking great so far.
Yes, season 4 was very enjoyable. It was more, I think that was really where they were leaning into the horror aspect. We're starting to.
Yes,
anyway.
I'm very intrigued by Vecna.
Well,
The way he mutilates his victims, man. I was actually quite surprised that the deaths were as gruesome as they were for this series, because you didn't really see anything before that like this.
no, and they can get very gruesome. So if you're into that, then you'll enjoy it.
All right. I'm interested to see where this guy came from and why he's well, I know why he's choosing his victims, but I don't know like what summoned him. Am I going to get the answer to that? Well, like what summoned him to the real world?
You'll get the backstory.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very interesting stuff there. So that's the update on Stranger Things. I'm mowing through these seasons, so hopefully I'll be done with season 4 by the end of the week. So that's exciting stuff. If you guys want to go follow Jason, go follow him on social media, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Everything you need is linked down below in the description. You guys know where to find me. Thank you for a great weekend. We both had tremendous weekends with our Royal Rumble stuff. So thank you to all the new listeners who found us. You guys are in for a treat. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up. I would love to see 1,000 likes on tonight's video. That is the goal tonight, so please make that happen. And Super Chats are open, and we already got the party started with Sidro dropping a big bomb, as do we have others already getting their Super Chats in. So thank you guys very much for that. We'll go over them at the end of the show. All right, brother, was it a Royal Rumble or a Royal Fumble this weekend? What do you want to talk about?
Why don't we talk about Tommaso Ciampa? Why don't we start there before we even dive into the Royal Rumble?
My guy Ciampa is a champion.
He is. Didn't take very long either, did it?
No, it did not. And he defeated Mark Briscoe on AEW Collision this past Saturday for the TNT Championship. I know a lot of people were wondering where he was going to land. I know we had some discussions here on the show about where we think he would fit best. I think the general consensus is, he would make a killing on the indies, and I think a big fish in a small pond landing in TNA would have been the right move for him. But, he came out and basically said that he looked at the landscape of pro wrestling and he's wanted to be with AEW. And this is a good test for himself. And I think that's the answer for a lot of people who are looking at AEW as a potential home. And it is a good answer. It's a promotion and a company that houses some of the best wrestlers in the world. And if you're someone like Tommaso Ciampa, who's at the tail end of his career, it's a great test to see how far you can push your limits. And we all know how good he is. And I think he's going to do tremendous over there in AEW. The thing, Jason, is winning the TNT Championship on his first night. What'd you think of that? Because I was actually quite surprised they even put him in that position, number one. And then Mark Briscoe didn't even really get going with that championship. Are you surprised they took the belt off him so soon?
I mean, a little bit, but I don't mind it. I think that it's a way to establish him in a meaningful way right out of the gate. I mean, you got to remember, there are so many people on that roster. When you are new, unless you're like a super, super top guy, big name, it's hard to stand out, right? There's very little you can do to really make somebody like that truly stand out. One thing you could do, because they have so many championships, is you could do what they did, and you can take one of them and put them on him. First night in, first match, right? First time in the ring, and he wins the TNT title of someone that he had some history with going back to their days in Ring of Honor. So yeah, Briscoe got a little short change there on his reign, but you couldn't well put Ciampa in there and have him lose. I mean, that would have been very dumb. So when they made the match, I said, if it were me, I would put the belt on him. I'm certainly not going to send him in there to lose, because where do you go from there? So I like it. Now, of course, as with everything, the key is in the follow-up. Yeah, it's great that he's the TNT champion, but who do they have him working with next, right? That's always the question. What's next? So we have to take a wait-and-see approach on that. Obviously, it's too premature to say whether or not this whole thing is a success or not. But what I will say is, listening to him do some interviews this week, he was saying, if he were around in the days of the original ECW, that's where he would have gone. Like, if he was coming into wrestling and he was going to end up in one of these organizations back then, it would have been ECW. And then in the 2000s, it would have been Ring of Honor. And he did actually do some stuff in Ring of Honor. And he goes, likewise, here now, the place that really makes the most sense for him and will allow him to, I guess, be the kind of wrestler he wants to be is AEW. And to the point of like, why the jump now? I don't know if you saw, him talk about the real reason why. This is what I took away from one of the interviews he gave, as far as like, why did he feel the need to not renew with WWE and leave and go somewhere else? Now, I know you're a big fan of Black and Gold. I think we both are. And Ciampa was really like that persona, everything about it, the character, everything was at its best in black and gold. He was the face of that brand. That, ironically, is the number one thing that ultimately led to him leaving WWE, because he would get comments like that all the time from people saying, man, 2018 Ciampa is prime Ciampa. And he said it made him sick to his stomach, because he knew, like in his mind, him right now, he's 10 times better than that Ciampa from 2018. We just don't have a chance to see it when he's on SmackDown being called a jackass by Fraxium. And he's not really doing a whole hell of a lot. And it drove him nuts, because he said in the ring, in terms of telling stories, in terms of just everything, every kind of attribute that you can think of, I'm better now than I was back then. And no one's going to have a chance to see it. And like if he would have renewed, what was Triple H going to do with him?
Nothing.
The exact
It
same
would have been
thing.
it would have been a trophy piece for him to say, you know what, you're here and you're not over there. That's all he cared about.
The exact same thing. And he knew that. So that, what I gleaned from listening to him in these interviews is that was probably the chief reason, or the tipping point that led to him making the decision. I can't stay here, because if I stay here, it's going to make me miserable. Listening to these people online, he said it was mostly people online, not like, coworkers or anything, making these comments all the time. Man, I miss this Ciampa. I miss black and gold Ciampa. That was peak Tommaso Ciampa. He's like, you ain't seen nothing yet. He goes, I'm going to show you. Like, I'm 100 times better than that guy was back then, which is scary to think about, because he was great back then. But now he's going to have the chance to go out and prove it. And that's really why he left and felt like, man, I have to take this chance on myself, that I can go out and prove that guy that you saw on TV the last few years, he's not washed. Like, I'm at my peak right now, and good for him. And you saw the match with Briscoe. It's a very good match. So I'm happy for him. I thought, again, TNA would have probably, in my mind, it would have made a great landing spot for him, because I think he would have ended up in the main event scene.
Probably.
I would have seen him wrestling Mike Santana. He would have had the chance to be a world champion like he was in NXT. But he made the decision that AEW was the place where he wanted to be. And he's going to have a lot of great opponents to work with, but that's on Tony to, give him the chance to go out there and work with all these different people.
Well, that's hopefully what's going to happen. I feel, with what you told me there, I didn't really dive too much into the interview, so I didn't really know that was the reason. I'm actually more behind him leaving now than I was last week, so I actually quite like that. Now, as far as I wouldn't be me if I didn't dig this up, because I remember Will Ospreay said something last year going into All In, and he mentioned something about the bar being too high for ex-WWE guys that want to jump and walk into AEW. So he says this. One of the guys who just came in is Speedball Mike Bailey, who was like the king of the indies at one point. He was going everywhere and putting on some of the greatest matches ever. I think that's what we're looking at now more, instead of guys that just got let go from WWE. My heart goes out to all of them, but we're looking for guys that are appreciative of this position, who are improving the markets elsewhere, instead of they just got let go from WWE and instantly assume they can come in here. Now, go out and prove to other people you're wanted and desired. My heart goes out to all of them. It should never be assumed that, oh, I got let go here, I can just walk into AEW. Nah, bruv. The bar is too high now. So we've seen Bobby Lashley come in. We've seen Shelton Benjamin come in, MVP come in. So I asked you, Jason, because I had a conversation with one of my good friends about this, and he actually brought this to my attention, and I didn't really think about it when Ciampa debuted with AEW. Do you think there's some resentment that he walks on in on day one, gets the TNT Championship, and is pushed as a big deal, when there are more than likely other guys there that are kind of foaming at the mouth for a position like that, or a spot for that championship, or just a spot on TV in general? How do you think the feeling is that he comes on in with the resume that he has, and a great one, and is already a TNT champion?
I mean, I'm sure there's some resentment. How could there not be some resentment? You got so many people on that roster who are, dying for an opportunity to be in even just in a position like that. It's only natural, that there's going to be resentment. My sense is that there were also a lot of people who were very happy for him. And he has a lot of friends who work in that company. And so I'm sure it's a little bit of both. But, look, I mean, it just drives you to it motivates you and it drives you, I think, to be that much more competitive, which is not a bad thing. But at the same time, you kind of have to understand that if you're going to sign with AEW, there's going to be a lot more competition for roster space, right? And television time, because there's just so many people on that roster that you're going to have to fight and scratch and claw for, or politic, whatever it may be, to get opportunities, because it's very easy to be left behind there. Now, here comes a WWE guy who's never set foot in AEW a day in his life, and all of a sudden he's the TNT champion. I probably would resent him for it if I worked there. If I worked there and I was in the middle of the card somewhere and I was barely able to get on Dynamite, and then Ciampa comes in and just beats Mark Briscoe, who has a win, by the way, over MJF.
Yes.
Beats Mark Briscoe, wins the TNT title. I mean, I may be happy for the guy. I'm sure he's a nice guy and all, but how do you not feel like, man, that sucks, right? But to me, that's only natural.
Yeah, I think, we all know that Tony's got a winner there. Hopefully the creative backs him up. Supposedly the next plan from what we saw is Kyle Fletcher still wants a shot at the TNT Championship or a shot to get it back. So we may be looking at a Ciampa-Fletcher feud in the coming months. That's a take my money match right there. That's both guys are fantastic, and I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah,
so,
but the thing with Fletcher, I just can't shake the feeling it's just a step down.
Yes.
Because been there, done that, held the TNT title, was wrestling Hangman for the World Championship. He didn't win, and now it's like, okay, right back to the TNT title. And I get it, because there's a lot of competition right now at the top of the card, where MJF has at least half a dozen different guys, who are gunning for his title. But it does feel like a step down for him. But, for Ciampa, again, he's going to have the chance to go out there and work with a lot of really talented guys. And so he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. He clearly is, someone who is out to prove something. And he's going to have the chance to work with a lot of different people that he's never worked with before. So I think he's going to get out of this what he wants to get out of it. And as far as everybody else, if they resent him for it, or they feel like, hey, that should have been my opportunity, look, take a number. I'm sure there's a lot of people there who feel the same way. Look at all the people he's hired just in the last month.
He's not even done yet. Apparently, today something came out from Wrestle Purists saying that David Finlay is possibly going to be offered a dual contract with New Japan and AEW. And Clark Connors just landed over there, supposedly. So he's not even done yet.
Well, I think Clark Connors just wrestled. I think he wrestled Darby Allin, I think, the other night.
Yeah, it's on Collision.
And I want to say, is he not together with Tekla? I believe so. So there was some speculation that he would end up there anyway. That wouldn't shock me, if he ended up going there. That was kind of what I figured. But that WWE would also have an interest in David Finlay. So if Tony Khan is offering him a dual contract, it's possible he's not yet ready to kind of give up fully on New Japan. And it's smart of Tony, if that was the case, to be like, well, look, we'll do the dual contract deal, so that way you can split your time between both of us. That makes it more appealing for him. Because Finlay, in the last few years, he's really upped his game. I wasn't really sold on him a few years ago, but he's really come around. He's a great talent, and so look, it feels like a mass exodus almost out of New Japan. We're getting reports every week. It feels like Evil, they announced he's gone. Hiromu Takahashi, they just announced he's leaving. We'll see where he ends up.
They said WWE for him. Do you see him in WWE? I can't even envision that.
That's a rumor. Evil, I believe. Evil, I could see ending up in WWE. Hiromu, that's a weird one. Like him in WWE.
He's going to be he's going to be banished to NXT on Tuesday nights. Watch.
But then again, look, we have Mr. Iguana going around with an iguana puppet on his shoulder. Hiromu has Daryl the cat. Is it really that big of a leap if he was to jump to WWE? Knowing them, they probably throw him in AAA.
I could see that. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he'll end up as a freelancer, kind of like what Naito's doing. We'll see. But, look, this is why I always say people talk about, well, WWE is so far ahead of them. How, you can't call them competition. They're all competing from the same pool of talent. They're all going after the same people. That will never change. If nothing else, there will always be competition between them as far as the talent is concerned. And Tony's been signing them so much lately that it makes me wonder if there is something going on relative to Ring of Honor. And maybe it hasn't been announced yet, but he's announced so many different signings, and you just ask the question, like, you're signing people, but we're not hearing about a lot of people who are departing, outside of Hobbs. You may get an announcement every now and then, but it's not like, okay, we're going to bring in 5 new people and let, 3 go. There aren't a lot of people who seem to be leaving, but they're bringing in a lot of new people.
No, one will leave, and then he brings in another 4, and then another one will leave. He'll bring in another 3. It's like...
So I mean, to your point about people being maybe upset about Ciampa coming in and winning the TNT title, I think the bigger issue is like, okay, if you're someone who feels like you're not able to kind of break through and get enough television time to try to get yourself over and then work on Collision or Dynamite, the more people he signs and brings in, I'd be more concerned about that, than anything else.
Well, keep an eye on that, man. The free agency is going to heat up, and the chat is heating up as well, because we got another bomb in here, and I got to shout him out before we continue on with the show. And this is coming from my guy Angel Alaga with a $150 super chat. Hey guys, I figure I top Sidro and drop this bomb to the best duo in the business. Oh, my goodness.
Talking about us? Is he talking about us?
I think he's talking about us. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Wow. How about that? So maybe he hit the casino too. Maybe he won more money than Sidro did the other night.
Is that true, Sidro, that Angel win more money than you at the casino? Did you guys go together?
Yeah. Maybe it was at the same casino. Maybe he, I don't know. Maybe he played the slot machines.
I don't know. But guys, thank you so very much, man. Loving the energy here tonight on this episode 133. You guys are killing it. So thank you very much.
Yeah. And one more thing about, since, before we wrap up the Ciampa topic, and I think we probably would agree on this. The presentation was A+.
Yes, the presentation was awesome.
On Wednesday night, the music, and we talk about the importance of music, and I mean we saw that last night with Stephanie coming out to whatever the fuck that was, but my God, but the beating heart should have been the giveaway. It took me a little while to realize, wait, what's going on here? And then and before they put Psycho Killer on the screens, I kind of figured it out. But that music is great. The music is what you noticed first in the presentation with Ciampa on Wednesday night. And it was actually the voice that you hear in that song. That voice is the same voice you hear at the beginning of Paul White's theme.
Well,
yes. Joe Altieri, or Altieri, I believe his name is. And so he was the voice both at the beginning of his WWE music and Big Show's AEW music. So he's the voice you heard on Ciampa's song, and then him coming out, and he got a great reception. So in terms of first night presentation, I don't think it could have gone, any better than it did. And then they followed that up with the title win. So that's just week 1, right? There's a lot more to come. We'll see how that goes. But in week 1, I think they hit a home run with them.
I agree. And Tony's got a winner there, so hopefully they treat him and book him as a winner. So I'm excited to see what they do with him there, because he is quite the talent. Now, as far as Dynamite, Jason, we had a couple of happenings on Wednesday. We got this little mini tournament here. Not really officially a tournament, but it's like a competitive series of matches to see who gets the #1 contendership against MJF at Revolution. So we had Kenny Omega beating Rocky Romero. I don't know what Rocky Romero has to do with the AEW Championship and why he needs a win over Rocky Romero. Someone, I said on Wednesday, I think someone a little bit more competitive should have been in that spot. Don't know why he was chosen, but he's a part of the Don Callis family. Kenny's still feuding with them. And then we have Andrade and Swerve, with Andrade getting the victory. Were you surprised that Andrade actually got the victory over Swerve, or were you not surprised at all?
I was pleasantly surprised. I was leaning towards a win for him, just because I didn't think they would want to give away Omega Swerve on TV next week. And it just made more sense to do Omega and Andrade, because at least it's a loose end they could tie up. Because they still have not acknowledged what happened back in October when he first debuted and he attacked Omega, and then, of course, he had to go away. And then he came back, and again, it's not even been brought up. No. Kenny hasn't brought it up. No one's brought it up.
Well, the reason why they're doing this match, I said, is because of that, and they're just going to put them in the ring together.
But that's fine, and it's going to be a great match, and it's a heel versus face, which makes more sense. I just couldn't see them doing Omega and Swerve next week. So I was leaning towards Andrade. I thought that main event was excellent. And actually, Tony made a comment. I don't know where he made the comment, but he made a comment in interview in the last couple of days that what we're seeing right now out of Andrade, like this is the best version of him yet. I don't disagree with him on that.
Well, he said that on ESPN, and I agree with him as well. Yes.
Yeah, I don't disagree with him on that, and I think there's a certain spark with him that we've seen since he's come back. He's doing the thing now. He'll rip, like the Angel Garza thing, where he'll rip the pants off.
Well, you know, it's that mystery woman that's giving him the spark, bro. I gotta admit.
Yeah, well, yes, the independent wrestler at ringside.
That's the mystery lady.
But it's a great gimmick, and physically, like he's in the best shape I've seen him in, and he's going out there and having killer match. I mean, he just wrestled the Amazing Red at the House of Glory show the other night, so he's killing it right now. And so I'm excited to see that match. I think him and Omega's been saying he's physically, he hasn't felt this good in years. So I like that as a match. Now, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that you had an issue with them, and we'll talk about the rest of this little mini tournament here, but them doing an eliminator match tomorrow between MJF and Brody King. I actually don't have an issue with it.
Well, the only reason why I had an issue with it is because MJF a week prior told Brody King that he wanted Brody to go out there and beat elite competition. And then all of a sudden this week he went to Tony Khan, and Tony Khan granted him an eliminator match. But at the same time, he's having these other guys battle for the right to get wins over each other to wrestle MJF at the pay-per-view. It's like, you can't do one and then do the other thing. It doesn't even make sense.
The story is that MJF shot himself in the foot, though, because by saying that, as I think Brody said in his promo, it was like, well, I got together with Tony Khan and we debated what you had to say and we agreed. And who's more elite than the AEW World Champion? Hence why the match was made. But here's the reason why I didn't have an issue with it, because I'm with you as far as the eliminator matches. I'm not a big fan of them. You got to beat the champion twice to win the title. But in this case, the reason I don't mind it is because there's actually a story to it. And normally when we get these eliminator matches, they pull them out of their ass. You know what I mean? Like the day of, we'll find out that Jon Moxley is in an eliminator match with Ace Austin, who's never been on Dynamite a day in his life, or against this guy.
That was legitimately his first Dynamite appearance since he got signed. Yes.
I believe he did wrestle, I think, in that Dynamite Diamond Battle Royal. But yeah, that's the first time he's ever had a singles match on Dynamite. It's just totally random. In this case, it's actually a story they've been building for several weeks now, right? Since the Bandito stuff. So that's why I don't mind it in this case. Normally it would bother me. In this case, I think it's fine. And I would assume that he would pick up a win so they could run this back for the title on Valentine's Day, I guess, is when they're doing their Grand Slam show. But that's two big matches in advance that they already announced for the show tomorrow, so which I think is a good thing. But as far as this little mini tournament you were talking about, the winner of the Omega Andrade match tomorrow will wrestle Hangman on the 14th in Australia.
Okay, see, I have a problem with that too. Why does Hangman how come he doesn't have to wrestle? Well, how come he gets a bye?
Because Samoa Joe got hurt.
Did they explain that? Because I know for a fact they didn't explain that.
No, they said that. Well, Excalibur said that he suffered a non-contact injury during training.
Yes, I heard that, but they didn't mention that they were supposed to wrestle and Hangman's going on to the final.
No, they didn't mention that. But I think it's sort of implied that they were probably going to run back Hangman and Samoa Joe, and because Joe got hurt, it's like, okay, well, we'll just have the winner of Omega and Andrade face Hangman, and
that makes a little bit more sense, man. I was fucking confused on Wednesday. Like, who's wrestling who at Grand Slam? Yeah. Is it Hangman, and why is it Hangman? I didn't know.
And Don Callis did make a comment, I think, later in the show, actually in the opening segment, when Omega, Swerve, and Hangman were all
You mean when his teeth fell out?
Yeah, you know what, dude? Like, I said this the other day on the Sound Off. I said, I'm watching the beginning of the show, and I thought his gum was like falling out of his mouth, and he like caught it. And then somebody uploaded a clip, and they're like, his dentures fell out. And I'm like, what? And I watched the clip, and dude, it's like, either that's the biggest piece of gum I've ever seen in my entire life, or his dentures fell out. So like, that's why he held the mic up. He was trying to like block his mouth and everything. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, of all the times for that to happen, I didn't even realize it was that bad. But in that promo, he did look at Hangman, and I think he said, like, I got someone for you. I didn't get the sense that meant he had to wrestle the Callis family and then beat that guy to get to Australia. I think he's basically got a bye. But that's I assume that's the reason why. It's because they wanted to do him and Joe. They can't. And hopefully Joe's not hurt in a serious way, but Joe's not available. What are we going to do? We'll send him to Australia. That's all. He'll meet the winner of this match, and we don't have to overcomplicate it. Because who else do you put him in the ring with then, if not Joe?
Nobody. There's nobody else feuding for the championship. So it doesn't make any sense to throw anybody randomly that doesn't belong in this mix of guys.
Right.
So I was just very confused. It makes a little bit more sense now. I didn't even think of that. I thought Hangman had to wrestle somebody, or I initially heard that the winner of this match next week would get MJF for the pay-per-view. So I'm like, okay, I didn't know what was going on. So.
No, because I mean, it had to be a case where he was going to wrestle Joe. I mean, they had Joe on TV the week before beating Speedball.
Yeah,
he was in that mix of guys who wanted to get a crack at the belt again. So that only makes sense.
Now I'm not a fan. I've never been a fan. I hate it. I think we both hate these eliminator matches or championship contender matches that Vince used to do. I am not a fan of MJF losing to Brody King. If that's what you think is going to happen tomorrow, I'm not a fan of Brody beating MJF, only to get a championship match against MJF the following, or at Grand Slam, or whenever it happens. I'm not a fan of that. You see that happening tomorrow?
I could see MJF
cheating,
getting himself disqualified.
Okay.
Like he feels like what he's doing is not working. He knows he's about to lose, and he hits him in the head with the ring or the belt, or he does something to get himself DQ'd so he doesn't have to be pinned. I would not be pinning MJF.
No.
But I do think there are ways around it where he could still lose without being beaten decisively.
Now, as far as who's getting MJF for the pay-per-view, I think we talked about this either last week or the week before. I know you mentioned Kenny Omega, and I know Andrade's been going back and forth with MJF on Twitter. I'm more intrigued with that match than I am the Kenny Omega match. I'd actually save the Omega match because I think it's the biggest match, one of the biggest matches they could probably do in his title reign. I don't know why they would give it away so early. Do you see Omega giving Andrade his first loss to Andrade back in AEW and getting the match of the pay-per-view? Or do you think they go the other way?
I don't see Omega losing that match tomorrow. Okay. I think he's beating Andrade. I think they already gave Andrade the big win. He beat Swerve.
Yeah.
I think he loses to Kenny tomorrow, and then we get Kenny and Hangman in Australia. And we're probably going to get Kenny and MJF at Revolution. I think that's the big match they're probably going to want to, promote as the main event on that show. They're out in LA. I think they're selling pretty well ticket-wise, even without anything announced.
They're almost sold out.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not as if we need a big match to sell tickets. I mean, they're doing pretty well for that show as it is, and I agree. If it were me, I would hold off on that Omega match as long as I keep coming back to Double or Nothing, even Dynasty.
Honestly, I feel Revolution has kind of overtaken Double or Nothing as their bigger show. That's just me anyway. I don't know how you feel.
I'm not saying Double or Nothing is the bigger show. I'm just saying I would hold off on it. Probably do it at Double or Nothing.
Yeah.
Just because it gives you an extra couple of months to have Kenny run through a couple of other people. MJF can beat a couple of other people, and then you do the big match with him and Omega. But if they do it at Revolution, I mean, look, that's a huge match to do. It makes it a lot less likely that Omega would win. I thought if they waited a little while, there was actually a chance Kenny might beat him for the belt. But if that's going to be the Revolution match, I don't see that happening there.
Well, they announced that match, or if they make it official for Revolution, whatever tickets are still available will be gone for sure, because that'll be the second time they're wrestling. The first time they wrestled was a couple of years ago, and it was fantastic. And that was when Omega was not really, I think Omega was kind of on his way out. He was hurt. So if he's now back to closer to 100%, we got MJF operating the way he is. I mean, it's going to be even better than the first time. So
yeah, I mean, the match they had on Collision a couple of years ago, I want to say that was maybe a month or two before he went down with the injury.
Yeah.
With the diverticulitis. I mean, it's that, and also you would have to think that they're saving a proper match between Takeshita and Okada for Revolution.
Yeah, they actually picked that back up on Dynamite as well, because Okada came to Fletcher and apologized for taking the screwdriver at World's End, and he explained why he did it, because he wanted to meet Fletcher in the finals, and he wanted to keep the titles in the Don Callis family. At least they gave us an explanation as to why he did it.
Yeah.
So Fletcher accepted his apology, shook his hand, and by the end of the show, Takeshita found out that Fletcher accepted Okada's apology and asked Fletcher, You accepted his apology and shook his hand and then walked away kind of in disgust. So at least they gave you some progression, because the last couple of weeks they didn't really even touch upon it. So I'm glad that they did on Wednesday.
Yeah, they hadn't really done anything since World's End.
No.
Even the screwdriver stuff, they addressed it, and I'm like, all right, it's a good thing they addressed it. It's been a month. You would think that's the sort of thing that would have been addressed the Wednesday after the pay-per-view, but of course they went to Japan, they had Wrestle Kingdom, so it's like, okay, they're not around. So then maybe do it the next week. And it's like a month later, they're finally getting around to like, I apologize for what happened at the pay-per-view, 4 weeks ago. Like, okay, I'm glad they finally did it, but probably should have happened a little bit sooner. But better late than never. That was the one thing about Dynamite on Wednesday. Like the week before, there was nothing in terms of story progression. It was just matches. And so this week, at least, you had those segments, mixed in, so they at least progressed some stuff. So that's why that was my biggest issue with the show the week before. It was like when it was over, yeah, we got some good matches, but there wasn't a whole lot else to speak of.
Well, they got Grand Slam to get ready for. I'm not sure how well that's selling down there. I had a couple of Australian listeners here on the show, and it's not doing well. They said they don't even see advertisements down there for Brisbane and Sydney.
I don't even know if it's on TV anymore down there.
It's not. It's not. People tell me it's not.
Yeah, I think they lost their TV deal. I don't know how long ago, and I don't even think AEW has television down there. No. So, yeah, that's not good.
I don't know what the infatuation with running there is. I know they want to seem like they are more international than just the United Kingdom and Cardiff, wherever they went this past year. But they certainly are setting up for that show. So we have a couple of matches potentially in the can after tomorrow. Jon Moxley and Takeshita seems to be the direction for the Continental Championship, as Takeshita came out after Moxley dispatched of Ace Austin pretty easily. What do you think of these Continental Eliminator matches, Jason? Do you feel like they really need to happen every week? What's the point of doing them? Because like we talked about, Moxley is still operating on his own time as a babyface, while the rest of the Death Riders is operating as a heel faction.
No, we don't need to be getting them every single week. I mean, they're still building this feud between the Callis family and the Death Riders. So we know we're going to get a match soon between Moxley and, I guess, Takeshita, right? Takeshita's the one who came out to confront him. So they're building to that. I guess it's just a matter of, hey, Moxley's a fighting champion, and he's not ducking any, not really a challenger, but I think that's really all it is. They want to get him on TV. He's the fighting champion. Everyone's going into these matches and losing, so they're not even getting an actual title match. Even Shelton Benjamin. I figured Shelton Benjamin would at least end up getting a title match and then get beaten. He lost.
Speaking of someone that should be featured on television in the absence of Bobby Lashley, we should not keep them off TV because Bobby Lashley's hurt. That's ridiculous.
No, Shelton Benjamin is fantastic, so I wish they were doing more with him, but no, they don't need to be doing them every week, but I think that's sort of the idea behind it. Is they just want to show that Moxley, look, he doesn't stand down from any challenge, and maybe he just wants to work on the show every week. He's still one of the bigger names they have on that roster.
Mark Briscoe defended the TNT title against El Clon. This was when he was still champion before he lost it to Ciampa. A clone? What is it? Clone?
El Clone.
That's El Clon. I thought it was El Clon. I don't know.
Did you enjoy him no-selling the Jay Driller?
I did not. That looked ridiculous.
That was bad.
Again, this is why AEW gets some of the criticism that it gets. Briscoe retained over El Clone. We don't know when the regular hologram's coming back. We got our own El Grande Americano situation here in AEW, so we'll touch upon that in a little bit with those two guys. We went over the MJF Brody King thing. Statlander defended against Tekla successfully. I'm still very high on Tekla myself, so hopefully there's some solid plans for her going on into this year. FTR defended the tag team titles against Jake Doyle and Mark Davis. Jake Doyle tore his bicep, or what was it, pec? What was the injury?
No, it was the bicep. It sucks because, again, he just debuted, and he's a great talent, and really it's TNA's loss because they had him for years, and the fact that he only got to a certain level and they couldn't find more to do with him, I think is more of an indictment on them than anything else. So he comes in and they put him with Mark Davis, and it's like, all right. But they were gelling already as a team.
They looked good as a tag team. They're two big bruisers.
They look good as a team. And Mark Davis, he lost his tag team partner. Kyle Fletcher's doing bigger things now. So for him, it's like, okay, great. I finally have like an equal with me now. And did you see it when it happened? Because I knew it as soon as it happened.
No, I had to go back and watch the replay.
Yeah.
I did not know. I actually did not know until me and Jesse were live on Wednesday when someone in the chat said that he's hurt and he tore his bicep. I'm like, what?
Well, because he takes this DDT on the apron from Wheeler, but he kept his right arm holding onto the top rope. So when he got jerked down for the DDT, he knew it right away.
Yeah.
And he grabbed his arm and he looks up at Wheeler. He goes, I just tore my bicep. So he knew before it was even diagnosed. And then he disappeared. You didn't see him again for the rest of the match. So it's just like, and then the report comes out that he did tear it. And I don't know how long he'll be out for. I guess it depends on whether he has surgery for it. If he has surgery, that's at least 6 months right there.
Yeah.
And even if he doesn't have surgery, it's going to be months before we see him back. So it sucks for Mark Davis because now it's like, fuck me. You know, like what are they going to do with him now? I guess they could put Lance Archer with him. They could be a team.
Well, they're a family for a reason. So plug someone in there.
It's the one benefit about having 27 members of the Don Callis family. You just plug somebody else in there. And then as far as Doyle, I mean, he's going to go away for a while, and you just hope that he can kind of claw back, I guess, some of that momentum when he comes back. I feel bad for the guy. It's just one of those freak injuries where, it's not anybody's fault, but like if he wasn't holding onto the rope, then I guess it wouldn't have put all that stress on the arm.
Squancy88 in the chat. Why are we talking about AEW during a Royal Rumble weekend? Because Tommaso Ciampa, an ex-WWE champion, NXT champion, just came over and debuted on AEW television and won the TNT title.
Well, I have an even better answer. Because we can talk about whatever the fuck we want.
Yes, that as well. That's the number one answer. But you know how many times I get in the comments section, they didn't even talk about AEW this week. They must hate AEW. So when we actually do talk about AEW, then we're getting complaints that we're talking about AEW.
We get shit out for talking wrestling on a wrestling show. Yes. How dare you? How dare you?
I didn't know this was a WWE only podcast, man. I don't know.
We're going to be spending the majority of our time talking about the Royal Rumble and Raw. So we're talking about this first.
In fact, within the next 90 seconds, Dynamite tomorrow, MJF versus Brody King eliminator match, Omega versus Andrade, Ricochet versus Jack Perry for the national championship, and the Young Bucks apparently are going back to old form. I said to Jesse, get ready for FTR Young Bucks round 6 in AEW for the tag team titles eventually. Not exciting. Where's my guy Cope and Christian?
He's probably still filming something, isn't he? He's always filming something.
Not like it would make any sense if they come back and go after FTR. It's been like 6 months now, so
people will have forgotten what even happened. How many people are even going to remember that Beth Phoenix ate was it a pile driver or was it?
It was a spike pile. It was a spike pile driver.
It was a spike pile driver, and they're going to have to remind people because I don't know how many people are going to remember that even happened.
The sickos will remember.
That's true.
They don't forget. Those sickos don't forget.
No, they do not.
Anyway, that's AEW. Sorry for the burden of AEW discussion. Now we'll move on to bigger and better things here with the WWE. It was Royal Rumble weekend. We won't talk about SmackDown because SmackDown was largely a huge pile of shit. And this guy was laughing at me because he watched it like the cool kids on his VPN. Meanwhile, you know what? I said, it's in Saudi Arabia. I'll just wait till 8 o'clock. And man, oh man, that show felt like fucking 8 hours long. I don't know what the fuck they did.
I told you, man. I said Solomonster was out at the club that night. My job was done. My review was over. Yes. I popped the collar.
I looked into the sub boxes and I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't think you were going to go live. I thought you were going to go live with the rest of us. And I'm like, he just got done an hour ago. What the fuck was he doing?
I was like, because, dude, it's a 3-hour SmackDown. The go home to the Royal Rumble, okay? Nothing of any great value is going to happen on that show. And the last thing I intend on doing is first going live at 11:20 at night to talk about a 3-hour SmackDown that I know nothing is going to happen.
From Riyadh.
So if I have the chance to go live earlier, I'm going to. And I'll tell you, I wasn't expecting that there to be that many people. And we had a decent number of people, and it worked out great. So I was like, "Wow, this worked out really, really well."
There you go. It's great when it works out the way you need it to, because those early shows are very hit and miss. Man, Royal Rumble. Coming into this, there wasn't really a lot of excitement. I feel like the build was very thrown together. I don't know what their mentality was, what their reason was, but regardless of the build and how they approach things, it's the Royal Rumble. It's everybody's favorite show of the year. Everybody looks forward to it. It's the official start to the road to WrestleMania. So I will let you start off here. Was it a royal fumble? Or did Triple H give us at least some excitement going into WrestleMania more so than he did last year?
It was a royal stumble is what it was.
It wasn't a complete fumble.
Not a complete fumble.
Okay.
But yeah, if you call it a fumble, I wouldn't argue with you. But it was very much a mixed bag. So on the positive side, we had what I thought was a pretty exciting conclusion to the Women's Royal Rumble. And the Women's Royal Rumble, by the way, cleared the Men's Royal Rumble this year.
Looking back at it, I would agree, especially the last 10 to 15 minutes or so, yes.
Yeah, I didn't have to look back. I knew that night. Yeah. I knew as soon as the show was over, I knew that the Women's Royal Rumble had cleared the men's. And that's not to say it was the best Women's Royal Rumble. It was not.
Well, what soured you on the Men's Rumble, man? I mean, take your pick over there.
I mean, we'll be here for a while. But so there was that. And I don't mind Liv Morgan winning. I'm just more kind of sad that Bianca is still nowhere to be found. So unless they're saving her as a surprise for Friday, or going to have her at the Chamber or something. I mean, I said, like, how fucked is her hand that she's been gone this entire time, and then you say, well, maybe they're going to hold her for the Royal Rumble, and then she doesn't even show up. Like that, how screwed up is that hand? Is what
I don't know. I mean, didn't she initially say she broke fingers? Because I thought I heard fingers. If not, I mean, it's got to be the whole fucking hand at this point.
Well, no. I mean, I think initially the report was that she broke some fingers, but the issue is with the knuckle. She broke the joint. And so that's what's really created all of these issues. And I don't know. I don't know if she had surgery at some point, it didn't work, or if she was holding off on having surgery, if she still needs surgery. I don't know. I mean, there's been no real updates for the last few months other than her explaining. She did an interview talking about the knuckle was really the issue. And obviously with the injury that she had, if it's not fully healed, it's going to make her more susceptible to re-breaking, and you can't have that. Like, you can't wrestle if you're going to have a finger that's or knuckle or whatever that's constantly breaking. Plus you're picking people up, right? You have to be able to lift them. So you would think like, oh, this is an injury, she'll be back in a few months. And I don't think anybody expected her to be out, including her, for almost a year, which is kind of crazy. So that was disappointing not having her there. But if she wasn't going to be in the Rumble, then Liv Morgan is the name that made the most sense. I think I said that last week.
Yeah.
The AJ Styles and Gunther match was excellent. So that to me was the high point of the show, even though the ending, I know a lot of people are very upset and very sad at the ending. But that was a great match that they had, better than their first one. And that was the match that the John Cena match should have been on Saturday night's main event. So to me, that was the high point. And then really after that, that's where the great praise ends, because you had a WWE Championship match that was very lackluster and very heatless, which was kind of surprising because of, Sami being in there going for the belt. I also think the placement of that match did them no favors, but somebody was going to have to go in that spot after the AJ match, and that did not help. And then you have the Men's Rumble, and,
I mean, they could have opened the show with that match. It wouldn't have harmed it in any way.
The WWE Championship match?
Sure, yeah.
They could have. But I think they want to put some real distance between the two Rumbles. So in their mind, it's like, we have these 2-hour-long matches. We'll open with one and we'll close with one. So I kind of get that, and that's usually what they do. But in the Men's Royal Rumble, the thing that really hit me was, like, one of my big takeaways from it, they don't have anybody behind the scenes like a Pat Patterson who knows how to book the Royal Rumble.
No, man, these Rumbles have been largely the same the last few years, man. There's just this sameness to them. Like, I don't know if you noticed it, but the one thing that bothers me about these Rumbles is, like, they'll choose a guy that goes 40 or 50 minutes, whatever it may be, but there's just so many rapid eliminations. Like, there's nobody in the ring that really has a substantial amount of time. It's one guy, and then everybody else has got to go out in like 2-3 minutes. Some guys didn't even make it until the next buzzer went off.
But it's not even that. That's part of it. But I'm talking about some of the individual eliminations they do. You sit there and go, that's it? Or there's no real creativity behind it. It's just, I don't know, when it's over, I'm left with this feeling of like, man, there were so many missed opportunities for what they could have done here, or, in this part of the match, or with this guy, or the way that guy got eliminated, it was without any fanfare whatsoever. And it's like, I don't know if it's a matter of where they have a lot of different people, and I know they have multiple producers, I'm sure, who were assisting with this match, but I don't think they have that one person or that one voice who really has a mind for it, like a mind for this kind of match, the way that Patterson did. And he was the one who always got credit for the idea and it was an idea that he picked up from, one of the territories many years ago. But he's credited with coming up with the Royal Rumble concept. And whatever you think about Pat Patterson, he obviously had a mind for it. He was also known for, being someone who was very creative when it came to match finishes and stuff. And they clearly don't have anybody like that when it comes to the Royal Rumble. And it's not just isolated to 2026. I mean, this has happened in other Rumbles in recent years too, where they miss the mark a lot of times when it comes to what should be some really fun or like big memorable moments in this match. And it really hit me watching this one. There were multiple moments that just frustrated the shit out of me watching that match. And then when it was over, I was more frustrated than anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the one thing that bothers me is the fact that there's no struggle with any of the competitors in there. Like, we talk about Bob Backlund. I don't want to outdate myself here with fucking Bob Backlund in 1993, but it happened with Ric Flair in 92, which is largely the greatest Royal Rumble of all time, and it will never be topped. There was a certain struggle with the guys in there that were in there the longest. Like, I remember when Flair was in there, I mean, everybody went after him. I mean, they were gunning for him. Like, he was the odds-on favorite to win it. And he's in there for like 30, 40, 50 minutes. And everybody that came out, they went after him. There was a certain struggle to see him hang on by a thread and not get eliminated. The Undertaker was going after him. And then fucking Piper was going after him. Savage was going after him. Yeah. There wasn't that one moment where it's like, I didn't see anybody struggle in the match to like hang on for dear life to fucking win the entire thing.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing about that, like that was just great storytelling. Just using the Flair one as an example, because he had only come into the company a few months before that, and he was already making enemies out of Hogan, Savage, Piper. So of course, like Piper comes in, he goes right for Flair. Like right when like the ring is empty and he's trying to get a breather, like the countdown hits and here comes Piper. Like it was just the way it was structured and formatted, the story they told. That's one of the things that people don't understand. Like when I always mention that Rumble, they're like, "Oh, it wasn't that great." You had like some of these like jobbers in there and it wasn't that great. No, it was great because they threaded this story throughout. Yeah. And then, of course, the commentary. I mean, Bobby Heenan knew his job that night, and he did it very well. So, like, there's a reason why that one is held in such high regard. You don't even have to go back to 1992. Just go back 5 or 6 years. When they had Brock Lesnar as the champion, he entered himself into the Royal Rumble. And I know some people didn't like the fact that he was just, somebody would come in, he would throw them out. Somebody would come in, and they did that for like the first, 12 or 13 guys.
That was fucking great. But I don't know why.
But there was a story. There was a story there where he said, I'm gonna just enter the Rumble myself and win, and I won't have to defend my title against anybody at WrestleMania. And certain guys would come in like Shelton Benjamin. They have history together, going back to the University of Minnesota. Yeah. Right. So it's like, oh, this is gonna be interesting. And then Keith Lee came out from NXT. Oh, this is going to be, big boy. Remember that? Like, and so you had moments like that. That Rumble was great. That was a great Rumble. And that was only a few years ago. We didn't have anything like that in the Rumble this year. There was no like main story threaded throughout the Rumble. It could have been with Braun Breaker and they dumped him out. He was the first guy out of the Rumble.
They were on their way to doing something similar to that with Oba Femi, and then they fucked it all up. I don't know why they just didn't allow that to continue for another couple of guys. And then Lesnar comes out and interrupts his momentum.
Yeah,
I guess they're afraid. I don't know why they didn't do something like that.
I don't know. Afraid, or again, they're just they don't know what they're doing sometimes, or they don't know what they have, or like you said, maybe they're just too afraid to try something different. But that to me is what really pissed me off about this Rumble. Like they had the potential to do some stuff like that in there, and they just dropped the ball and they didn't do it. And it was largely, I think, for a good stretch there, it was kind of dull and boring, and there were other things that happened in that match that also pissed me off. And then you come down also to the Final Four. And one of the things I liked about the 2025 Rumble was that it came down to those last few. You had some names in there that could have plausibly won that Rumble. Yeah. It was like, okay, you know what? I don't know who's going to win. This is good. It's not predictable. Once they came down to the Final Four, I had a pretty good sense of who was winning the Royal Rumble.
Sure.
And then once Randy Orton was gone, then it was patently obvious who was winning the Royal Rumble. There was no drama to it.
I hated the fact that they sent Gunther out there at number 30. I don't know why they chose him of all people to go at number 30. I don't know if you had a problem with it the same way that I did, but I didn't like it.
I think that if he wasn't going to win, I wouldn't have had him in there.
Well, he just beat AJ Styles and retired AJ Styles, and he's getting thrown out like a fucking geek by Roman Reigns after 9 minutes.
Yeah, you just retired AJ Styles earlier in the night, and you know he's going to come out on Monday and he's going to gloat about it. I wouldn't have even had him in the Rumble. I would have just kept him out.
The one thing that I know everybody was upset about, as far as we'll get into like some of these things. I got notes here. The one thing that everybody was pinpointing was the LED lights. Now there is an update on that, and it really like WWE may be the dumbest company like in the world. Like they did this now twice. They did this during the Raw Netflix premiere at the Intuit Dome in Los Angeles with the LED strips up and down the aisleway. Then they did the same thing at Money in the Bank because it was in the same venue. But now they did it here, and they think they're going like ultra tech and ultra fancy. Bro, it looked like there was like fucking nobody sitting in those seats. But then you saw clips on social media, and fans were there taking film of what was going on. The whole fucking place was packed. But on TV, it's like, is there a human being sitting in those seats?
I'm not so sure it was during the Women's Rumble.
No,
I actually think
it was.
It was still pretty empty during the Women's Rumble. Was it SmackDown where Michael Cole made the comment about a late arriving crowd?
Yes.
Yeah. So I actually think they were half empty, probably, or close to it during the Women's Rumble, but then it filled in more as the night went on. And look, they killed the lights. I think maybe halfway through the Women's Rumble. At least they had the sense to do that, because again, I'm looking and I'm like, what? Like, you know that they went through meticulous testing right before the event even started. They were testing the Trons. They were testing everything. Like, did they not know how it was going to make the building look? Like, it was going to make it look like there was nobody sitting in those seats? Did they not realize until the people themselves were actually in the stands how awful that was going to look?
No, I don't think they tested at all.
Because I'm watching this and I thought, of course, you go on social media and I know I'm not crazy because everybody was saying the same thing. They're like, LOL, like a half empty Rumble. I hope it was worth it. And I'm like, yeah, like, again, the Women's Rumble, maybe it was, but like as it went on, there were people there. And even after they killed the lights, it's still, I don't know what it was. It still kind of looked empty, but you could hear the people. I mean, clearly they were there. So just, it didn't work. Whatever they were going for, whatever kind of effect they were going for, it didn't work. It actually had the opposite effect, where I think it really killed the vibe of the show for a lot of people. But it just, dude, like when the show started, I'm like, this is awful. Like,
It looked terrible.
It was terrible. Like, it's just, and didn't they have something similar? I don't remember it being this bad, but for the first Raw on Netflix, they had those little dots. It almost looked like dots in the crowd.
I mentioned that 3 minutes ago. It was the same thing. It wasn't as bad as this, but it was the same thing.
You mentioned something about the aisle. You said it was lined like the aisleway. I'm talking about in the actual crowd. They had something that looked kind of similar, but it wasn't as bad as this. I mean, this was much worse.
No, this was terrible. Well, according to PW Insider, they did move 25,000 tickets and do not expect the LED lights for future events in Saudi Arabia. Hopefully, it extends past Saudi Arabia because we don't want to see them, period. One person noted that they did not expect WWE to use the LED lights again when the company returns there. And the company noted that the lighting did not come across as well on the broadcast as it did in the arena. So that was that. The other thing I personally had, yeah, Jason, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, it's pretty crazy now. And it's kind of scary, actually, to see how far things have advanced in just the last 5 or 6 years. I don't doubt that, let's say the COVID stuff happened now, and you couldn't have fans in the arenas. I don't even think they would need the Thunderdome. I think they probably have the technology now to have AI fans like in the stands.
Probably. I don't want to get there, but yeah, sure.
I don't want to get there either. I'm just saying, like, I'm remembering what we had, 5 or 6 years ago, and the Thunderdome and everything else. But like everything now online, I don't believe most of what I even see in these videos on like social media now.
No.
Like, I'll see a funny clip on like Instagram, and I have to look at it now and wonder, like, every comment underneath, like, oh, funny, but AI. And it's like, I'm seeing this more and more. And I was thinking about that. And I'm like, man, if COVID happened today and they couldn't have fans in the stands, would they do the Thunderdome, or would they just basically have AI fans in the stands with like an audio track and just pretend like these are real people?
Give it another 10 years. We may be there. Honestly,
I don't even think it'll be that long.
Well, whatever was the first half of that women's Royal Rumble, the Thunderdome was louder than the people in Riyadh for the first half of that women's Royal Rumble. I thought I was legitimately back in the Thunderdome. So the LED lights are no more. The temporary stadium was constructed in 4 weeks. I don't know. A miracle happened there. I don't know, 4 weeks, and they built that construction. It was a WrestleMania-like production. They had the big skyline-like stage. The skyline of Riyadh was behind. It was outdoors. And it was built in 4 weeks. So the usual venue that WWE uses was taken up by football, soccer. So that was the reason why they built the stadium. Now, one thing that I did not like, Jason, I'm curious to see what you feel about this. I feel like with the Rumbles, especially now that it's 90-second intervals, sometimes it felt like 60 seconds. I felt like people were coming out rapid fire, and then some people were like longer than 60 seconds. It was more traditional 90.
It's whatever they want it to be.
Yeah, it felt very on and off. The Long Aisle ways. If you do 90 seconds, the Long Aisle, people got to legitimately fucking run down the aisle to get to the ring so that they're not taking too much time so that the buzzer doesn't go off and the next person's coming out. I'm not a big fan of the Long Aisle ways for the Royal Rumble. For some reason, I know we've been doing that for a little bit now, but for Saturday show, it just was a little bit more noticeable to me. Everybody's running down and the buzzer goes off. The next one's coming out. I'm like, can I get something to just be allowed to breathe here? I don't know how you feel about it, but I didn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing that for a while because they've been running the baseball stadiums now for probably about 5 years. Oh, when Edge came back in 2020, that was, were they in Houston? I think they were in Houston for that one. So, yeah, I mean, it's better with the shorter aisles. Can you imagine The Undertaker like back in the day when he used to take his time coming down to the ring?
No.
If he came out in a Rumble now, like the next person would come out and they would probably just blow right past him as he was still walking down the aisle. It takes a while. Yeah, you got to run. That's what John Cena did. John Cena had his final Rumble last year. I remember the cameraman, poor Stu, like he had a run right behind Cena, and they were at Lucas Oil Stadium, I think. So the way the aisle was, like Cena starts running, and then he has to curve to the left, and he's like sprinting down to the ring. So I guess I'm kind of used to it by now. But yeah, I'm not really a big fan of it. By the time they get to the ring, the countdown clock is already on.
Yeah. So the Women's Rumble, Charlotte and Alexa started off number 1 and 2. Usually I look forward to the number 1 and 2 because it's like something cool, something funny, something kind of like this tension between them. Here they thought they were being funny where they had 2 tag team partners go out there and kind of not want to wrestle each other. And they were joking around, and then, out comes number 3. We got Kiana James, who I thought had a semi-decent Royal Rumble here for the lack of reaction that she got in Saudi Arabia. I thought she did very well for herself. And I actually am a fan of Kiana. I think she works a lot harder than some of the women that some of the IWC is more high up on. I think Kiana gets kind of shortchanged there. Nia came out at number 4. Lola was in there. Ivy Nia was in there, number 5. Candice was number. I'm sorry, again.
I did like how they all looked like they were ready to go skydiving.
Yes,
that was. They tried to differentiate with the different costumes and everything, which
was
good. They tried because again, I was wondering about that. Like, are we going to be able to tell some of these women apart if they're all coming out there in like tight black, latex, neck to toe outfits here? But they tried to differentiate them. I know Jordan Grace on SmackDown on Friday. I said she looked like Silver Surfer, and then she
was very sparkly. Yes,
she came out on Saturday, had like a totally different one. It was like gold and like different colors. So at least they were able to differentiate. And then I saw there was a story that people were getting very upset about how the women were responsible for paying for their own gear that they had made for the Rumble. And apparently with some people, this was a big controversial thing, and they were very upset about this. I mean, I know this is like not breaking news here, but wrestlers do spend money on their own gear.
Oh, wow. Just use it as a tax write-off. Give me a fucking break.
I don't know why this was such a controversial thing, but apparently this became a story this week.
Well, yeah, I saw that. I didn't make a big deal about that personally. It's like the WWE's got more money than fucking God himself. So, I mean, could they spend and not feel a fucking hurt at all on the attire situation? Sure, but they're not going to do that.
But do you want them doing that and just having one freaking outfit for them to wear? I mean, that's what they would probably do. Like, here you go.
They'd go out and come out in red and blue fucking shirts, signifying what brand they're on.
It would be like a stock outfit. Like, here you go. You know, we put your initials on the back.
No,
I don't want them making my shit. I'll make my own shit.
Fucking sport jerseys with their last name on it, Grace and Morgan. It's like nobody wants to see that. Come on, give me a break.
God.
So Lola was number 6.
It would get very confusing then with Bella.
Yeah, I know. Candice number 7. And then we had Jordynne Grace number 8. This is when the first series of eliminations happened in the Women's Rumble. She eliminated Lola, who, I mean, this is what I don't get about this Rumble. Lola came in at number 6, and she was gone by number 8. Okay. So, yep. I mean, thanks for coming all the way over to Saudi Arabia for that. And she eliminated Ivy Nile. Alexa Bliss and Nia Jax were going at it. Out comes Becky at number 9. So she and Charlotte Flair went at it. Sol Ruka came out at number 10. And at this point, you know, I'm wondering, Jordynne Grace is in there. She had a nice Royal Rumble a couple years ago as the TNA Women's Champion. And she's in there, Jason. And apparently, you know, she was in for maybe 10 minutes. And that was the first major elimination of this match besides Becky Lynch. But the thing that I made a comment on my review is, you have Jordynne Grace out here on Friday night kind of confronting the women's champion in Jade Cargill, and she's standing up to her, and she's calling her a bitch back because Jade's that bitch and all this other nonsense. And she's claiming she's going to come after Jade and win the Royal Rumble and win the women's championship. And you were eliminated in 10 minutes. Like, did they not take that into consideration to make her look strong instead of making her look like a fucking pushover and a geek? Did you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I wish that she would have been in there for a little bit longer. I also want to use this as an opportunity just to remind you and the viewing audience that Jade Cargill won the WWE Women's Championship at the beginning of November. And we are now in February, and she has had 0 defenses.
Oh, my God.
Just thought you would like to know that.
Her next defense won't be until WrestleMania. I'm assuming.
Probably not.
That's fantastic. So one of the eliminations that I did like what happened early on here with Bliss and Nia. Charlotte accidentally was going for Nia, but she held on to Alexa on the apron, and when Flair tried to eliminate Nia, she ended up eliminating Bliss at the same time. So are they teasing a split here, or is Alexa on Friday going to realize that it was nothing more than a mere mistake here?
I don't think that she'll be so forgiving. Oh, it was just a mistake. I mean, they kind of blew it off that way with Raquel and Liv last night. So I don't think it'll be quite that clean with them. I'm sure that's going to play into a story. I do wonder, you know, for WrestleMania if they're going to do a match between them.
I could see it, but I mean, I'm going to keep my options open here, because you did say last week that if Bianca's not coming back, I could absolutely see them doing what you suggested and go with Flair and Jade at WrestleMania.
Yes. I mean, if they're not going to do Bianca and Jade, I think that would be the match to do.
Yeah,
because they probably will do her and Jordan, maybe Elimination Chamber.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we were joking. She probably won't defend it until Mania, but I don't see them holding off until Mania to do her and Jordan. So I think that happens first. And there really is no other match for them to do. If Bianca's not back, Charlotte and Jade is something they've teased. But then what do you do with Alexa? She's kind of left out. You know, she's kind of left in a lurch then in that scenario.
Could always make it a triple threat match. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. It should be interesting. That was one of the eliminations I did like. There were a couple of other ones. One I did not like was Becky Lynch. She was eliminated. Natty came out at number 13. Becky came out at number 9. And Natty eliminated Becky Lynch. Now, we both thought that we'd see AJ Lee back. Now, something didn't happen. Maybe she didn't want to make the trip over there. AJ was not a part of the Royal Rumble. And we all thought that AJ would eliminate Becky to start setting up their WrestleMania program. Instead, they went with Natty, and she eliminated Becky. So it looks like Natty's going after Becky in the Intercontinental Championship. Natty's got new music. I mentioned that she was coming out to Rage Against the Machine on the Indies and Def Rebel, which we'll talk about them a little bit later. They actually constructed a song that sounds like Rage Against the Machine, but is definitely not Rage Against the Machine. So when you hear Natty's new music, you'll hear the similarities. But what'd you think of Natty eliminated Becky, Jason? Did you like that elimination? I felt like it was very anticlimactic and very rushed.
Yes, it was very anticlimactic. It came out of nowhere. I was actually shocked when it happened. Now, they did have a segment on Raw that kind of set up the possibility that she would be defending her title soon against Natty. So it wasn't like it was, any sort of issue between them just completely came out of left field. But yeah, I was not expecting Becky Lynch to be eliminated by Natty, of all people. So that came out of nowhere. And I also was very surprised not to see AJ out there. I don't know if it had anything to do with where the show was being held, but she signed a contract with them. We know that. And she wrestled the one match at WrestlePalooza, and then she came back and she was part of War Games. So you would only assume that she would be in the Royal Rumble match, and then maybe we wouldn't see her again until WrestleMania. I still have every expectation that's going to be the match of Mania.
Yep.
That they're going to do Becky and AJ. But yeah, that was one of the big surprises actually of the match, was the fact that she wasn't there. Because I fully expected that they would have her in there, and she would probably end up eliminating Becky, not Natty.
Yeah, that was quite surprising. I was actually very disappointed by that. Becky's been doing great work. Sol Ruca came out at number 10. She had a great Rumble. She was there at the end. Maxine came out at number 12. Roxanne was in there at number 11. Maxine got no pop from the crowd. They did get a nice reaction for Sol Ruca, though. After Becky's elimination, Liv Morgan came out at 14. We had Lash Legend come out at number 15, and she went at it with Jordynne Grace, and she eliminated Jordynne Grace. So Grace came in earlier in the match. She was number 8, and she was out by the time Lash Legend got out there at number 15. So she didn't last long on her. Zelina Vega came out, and she might as well not have come out. Rodriguez, she was in, how long was she in there? 60 seconds?
Well, I mean, not even that. Just, again, that as soon as that music hits.
It's a fucking crowd killer.
It's just, I mean, you could hear somebody pass gas in the back rows. I mean, it's just awful.
I don't know, man. Raquel Rodriguez was 17. Chelsea was number 18. She was out there with Alba Fire, who tried to get in. She wasn't even in the match. So Julia came out at number 19. And then things really started picking up when Julia and then Io came out. Io came out at number 20. And that's when things just really picked up here. The crowd finally started to feel alive. Up until this point, I mean, like Jason said, I don't even think some of the audience, especially on the hard cam side, were even there. And there was just literally no reaction for anything that was going on here, which is quite sad, but to be expected. So Io's out there, number 20. She goes at it with Julia. Asuka is number 21. And then Rhea Ripley comes out at number 22. So they definitely saved a lot of the big guns for the second half of the Royal Rumble, which brings me to my next question, Jason, because I did bring this up on my end. Do you feel like they backloaded this Royal Rumble a little bit too much instead of spreading everybody out across all 30 spots because of the reaction that they got? I just feel like it was just very one-sided.
No, I don't know about backload. I mean, they had Charlotte and Alexa open the Rumble. So, I mean, it's not like, and then Jordan, I think that they tried to spread them out. It was definitely heavier on the star power, on the back end. But that didn't really bother me too much. I mean, they do that sometimes with the Rumble matches. It's just that you always have this cluster, usually, I would say, like, leading up to, like, the midway point, like, around there, where it's this cluster of just names that are, middle of the card or lower on the card, and they come out and they get no reaction. And I think they might do that on purpose just to sort of, like, dull the reaction, and then they hit you with, like, a big name. You hear, like, Rhea's music, and then they just explode. So I think they do that on purpose, but it was really the last 10 or 15 minutes of this match that sold this as the better of the two Rumbles.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't want to make it sound like because I said the women's Rumble cleared the men's, it was like this great Royal Rumble match. If you take out the first, or not the first, but if you take out the last, I don't know, quarter of the match, the rest of it, I mean, there was nothing doing. I mean, it was boring. Yeah. It was boring. It was uneventful. It was uninspired. It was quiet. But the last 10 or 15 minutes is what really sold it. And I actually was a big fan of the finish, what they did there with the final 3. So, yeah, things really picked up around here. When I saw Julia, I said, look, I just want her to be in there long enough to share the ring with Io and or Asuka. And I think they all came out back to back to back or something like that. So all of a sudden they did like this 3-way spot with the 3 of them. And it was very brief. But I'm like, all right, at least we had some interaction with them. So I was glad we at least got that.
Yeah, they did. They came out 19, 20, and 21. And Julia and Kiana are getting Io and Rhea for the tag team titles next. I don't know when that's happening, but that is up next for the tag team championships. Rhea came out number 22nd. She got fireworks. So everybody gave her a big reaction. She was the only one that got fireworks.
Like Edge in 2020. You could tell who the big stars are if you get pyro during your Royal Rumble entrance.
Yes. So Julia eliminated Zelina Vega. Goodbye. Ripley tossed out Chelsea Green. Ripley then eliminated Roxanne Perez by giving her a razor's edge over the ropes onto everybody else that was already eliminated. Bayley came out at 23. She went right after Sol Ruka. And if you guys remember, she did wrestle Sol Ruka on December 13th, Saturday night's main event, where John Cena retired. So that was a little play based off that. JC Jane came at number 24. She's the NXT Women's Champion. She got no reaction at all. Natty went after Morgan. Rodriguez tried to make the save. So the Judgment Day ladies were working together. Nikki Bella came out at number 25. And she was in there with Rodriguez. And we'll talk about Nikki Bella in a little bit here because she did have a role on Monday Night Raw as well. Morgan gave her a code breaker to save Rodriguez. Lyra came out at number 26, and she got no reaction. Julia and Bayley were going at it until Kalani Jordan came at number 27. Again, no reaction for Kalani Jordan. Great talent. Nobody gave a shit. She immediately came in, hit JC with a Phoenix Splash before hitting Rodriguez and Morgan with a double DDT. Kyrie came out at number 28, and she was trying to help Asuka win this thing, which, you know, was another of the eliminations, Jason, here that I really did like because I don't know what they're doing with the Kabuki Warriors. But Rhea Ripley and the Kabuki Warriors, along with Io, have had a feud on Monday night. Zayn almost eliminated Asuka here by accident, but stopped short by saving herself. Io went after them. Asuka wound up on the apron, and it led to Kyrie going after Io and accidentally knocking Asuka off the apron, eliminating her from the Royal Rumble. And she just stood there shocked. And then Io just dumped Kyrie over the top rope because she was just frozen in fear of what Asuka was going to do to her. What did you think of that elimination? And what do you think happens for the Kabuki Warriors next?
I mean, I liked it. It was one of the reasons I like the Women's Rumble more. I mean, there were more story beats to it. A lot of similar angles, but again, the stuff with Charlotte and Alexa, and then you have the stuff here with Asuka and Kyrie. There were things that were not really followed up on last night. So, you know, even Liv and Raquel, I mean, they kind of blew it off last night. But I like that they did the things they did in terms of some of these eliminations, because at least story-wise, it makes you want to tune into the show the following week and see what the follow-up and the fallout is going to be. So I liked it. I liked the fact that Kyrie had one goal. She had one mission here. She had one job, and she fucked it up. Her only job was to make sure that Asuka won, and she actually was the reason that Asuka did not win.
Yes.
So is it going to lead to a split between them? I mean, not right away. Not right away. I mean, I could see that being the destination for this. But in the meantime, I don't know, you know, where they take that in the interim. I don't see there being a split, though, you know, imminently between them.
We'll see what happens there. I am feeling bad for Kyrie because she has been on the tail end of a lot of abuse here. She was blamed for the War Games loss as well, so this is not going to bode well for her with Asuka. After that, number 29, everybody's favorite in Riyadh. You can listen to the reaction. And Jason, I'm sure, threw a party on his stream when he seen number 29. Who came out at number 29, Jason? Do you know?
You're really enjoying this, aren't you?
I mean, you're the first person we all thought of when she came out.
You know what is so cursed about this entire situation is that for all this talk about the lack of reaction that so many things we're getting in this Rumble and how quiet it was for so many different things during this Rumble, we hear Brie mode. And it got the biggest reaction of anything on the entire show.
Bigger than Rhea Ripley, chat.
Bigger than anything on the show. Brie Bella comes out. This entire stadium is doing the yes chant. She gets into the ring. She's delivering the yes kicks. And they're doing the yes chant along with the kicks. It was mind-boggling to me that this is what got the biggest reaction on the entire show. And I mean on the entire show. Like, if it wasn't the number one thing when this show was over, it was top 2 or 3. I did not have that on my bingo card. And so now the Bella twins have reunited. Nikki now has an ally in Brie, and I love that she turned heel on Stephanie Vicaire 2 months ago, and now it's just all forgotten.
They didn't even fucking mention it last night. I said the same thing. I'm like, isn't she the one that turned heel, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to forget?
It's all forgotten now. It never even happened.
Ridiculous. Creative in 2026, man. That's the name of the game here. So Brie came out.
Mode.
Place went nuts. Fucking yes chants everywhere. It kicks or yes kicks. Another guy to steal Bryan's moves in the WWE. Tiffany came in number 30. So we have Tiffany Stratton as the last competitor in the Royal Rumble. I think everybody expected her to be here at number 30. You know, it's not really.
Well, I was holding out hope for someone else.
I know. So she wiped out 5 women in the ring as they all stood there waiting for her to hit a senton bomb off the top rope. Flair and Stratton went at it because that was the WrestleMania match last year. Brie and Nikki Bella simultaneously eliminated Bayley and Lyra. More yes chants. JC eliminated Kalani Jordan, and she wasn't paying attention, so Sol Ruka gave her a soul snatcher and then dumped JC over the top rope. Lash tried eliminating Nikki. Brie flew in for the save. Lash dumped both Bellas out for the elimination. So at this point, she eliminated Jordan Grace, Nikki Bella, and Brie Bella. And she wasn't done. Flair went after Lash. Lash booted her off the apron for an elimination, and Flair was just shy of 1 hour. And she wasn't done after that because Io went after Lash, and they're battling on the apron. Sky got Lash in a leg lock, and Lash smashed Io. Say
that 5 times fast.
With her other leg, and she eliminated Io. So Jason, Lash Legend eliminated Io Sky, Jordan Grace, the Bellas, and Charlotte Flair. What did you make of her Royal Rumble on Saturday? I think that's pretty impressive for somebody that isn't really, I would say, in my opinion anyway, I don't know how you feel, prime for the main roster yet.
Well, what did I say last week here on TNT? Who did I say was going to get the monster spot in the Royal Rumble?
Lash Legend.
Lash Legend. So it was completely expected as far as I'm concerned. I mean, she wasn't going to win, but how do you protect her and make her look like just an absolute monster in this match? You give her the most eliminations, but it's not enough to just give her the most eliminations. They have to be impactful eliminations. That's what made it so special. It wasn't like she was just dumping out Maxine Dupree and Ivy Nile and Candice LeRae. She dumped some of the biggest names in the entire match. So she didn't win, but people are going to be talking about that now coming out of the Rumble. That was her Diesel moment in the Royal Rumble. And I thought that as far as how it all came off, I thought it all came off great. That elimination of Io looked brutal. When she was latched onto Lash's leg and just trying to pull her out, and Lash just takes her other leg and just boots her down to the ground.
Yeah.
I thought she looked good. I mean, I thought that they really just protected her in terms of the different spots and situations that she was in, and it was a good night for her.
She was met with chants of overrated, but that's par for the course in Riyadh. So Lash had a very good Royal Rumble, and hopefully they can continue that momentum on Friday. Ripley was pissed off being that her partner got eliminated, so Liv, Sol, and Stratton, they all tried to get involved. Rhea Ripley and Lash knocked them down. They went at it. Michael Cole was claiming that this is going to be a future main event of WrestleMania at some point in the future, which I wouldn't be surprised they do venture to at some point. Rodriguez is going at it with Rhea Ripley. Rodriguez went at it with Lash. Lash got the better of her. Lash fended off Rodriguez, and Ripley clotheslined Lash out of the ring, so Ripley did end up eliminating Lash Legend. Rodriguez gave Ripley a Tejana bomb over the top rope and onto the apron, which was fucking brutal.
Yeah, that looked like it sucked.
That looked like it was awful. And Ripley was eliminated. And at this point, this was the other elimination that I liked. Raquel was kind of foolish because she had her back turned to the rest of the Rumble. And she's yelling, I did that, because she eliminated Rhea Ripley. That's great. Now you go and win the fucking thing. But at this point, Jason, Liv Morgan comes from behind and dumps Raquel over the top rope, which is fair game because it's every woman for themselves, and her own stablemate eliminated her in the Royal Rumble. What did you think of that elimination?
I think that it was exactly what I would have expected because you have 3 members of the Judgment Day in the same Rumble, and you're always going to have drama within the Judgment Day. So it was just a matter of who's going to dump who out of the ring. Liv eliminating Raquel made the most sense because we knew Raquel wasn't going to win, but there was a pretty good chance Liv Morgan was going to win. So it wasn't really shocking, but it got a great reaction from the crowd, and it plays into, you know, the storyline, because eventually Raquel is going to break away and go babyface.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're going to take their time with it. So it was a good spot, and you know, ultimately it led to a final three that I really liked. You know, it came down to Liv Morgan, Sol Ruca, and Tiffany Stratton. And you had in Tiffany and Liv, two people who could have conceivably won that Royal Rumble. So I didn't expect Sol to win, but having her in there, I mean, she's just a lot of fun to watch. So I really enjoyed the final three. And then they end up on the apron together, right, where they're all dangling. So it looks like they're all about to be eliminated. They end up on the apron. And I said this on my end. I said, you know, Sol Ruca, she's still very new to this. And rookies are going to sometimes make a rookie mistake. Now, let me ask you a question. Had the Soul Snatcher that she attempted on Tiffany Stratton gone the way that she wanted it to, and it did not. She went for a Soul Snatcher on the apron, and Tiffany just pushed her aside, and she landed, and she got eliminated, and she got pushed very strong in the Rumble. Soul went like 50 minutes, I think it was something like that, and she looked great. What was she thinking doing a Soul Snatcher on the apron outside? Like, even if the move would have connected, I mean, like, she was eliminated either way. So what was she thinking in that moment as she attempted this?
Well, maybe she's more nimble than we realize. Maybe she would have held on.
She was not going to land anywhere but the floor.
She was eliminating herself, yes.
Yes, that's exactly what she was doing.
It would have been a Savage Yokozuna spot all over again, just on the outside of the ring instead of inside.
Yeah, not a very bright move on her part.
No.
And then Liv comes flying in for the Oblivion and sends Tiffany down to the floor. And it got a great reaction. And after being the runner-up in two different Royal Rumbles, she finally wins one for herself, and Liv Morgan is going to WrestleMania. She wins the 2026 Women's Royal Rumble.
She does. I have no problem with her winning. I think it serves as the better story, because I do feel the Judgment Day, whether they stay together as a group and we still have the group on the show or not, it's not going to have the same members. But I do think that we are looking at a Raquel here babyface turn. I think Liv is eventually going to be the women's champion. I think they are very high on Liv Morgan, and I don't know how else the chat feels about it, but I know everybody wanted some young, NXT rookie or up and comer to win it. But WWE's got WrestleMania happening in Vegas again, and I don't think they look at Sol Ruca as Vegas worthy for WrestleMania. So I think this serves as the better story. But with Liv Morgan winning it, I don't think anybody should be surprised. And I thought largely it was a thumbs in the middle Royal Rumble for the women. We've said it already. 15 minutes or so towards the end was great. Other than that, the first 40 minutes was completely a snooze fest.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't usually like grade them this way, but like if I had to assign a score to it out of 10, like I would go maybe like 6.5 out of 10.
I'd probably go even lower. I'd probably go 5.5.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm willing to go 6.5, but I wouldn't go higher than that. And I certainly wouldn't go that high for the other Rumble match. So it was really those last 10 to 15 minutes that sold the entire thing. But yeah, I don't think that we have any issue with Liv Morgan winning, because it's really the one that made the most sense of the people who were in there.
And I know a lot of people were disappointed with the lack of surprises, especially in the Women's Rumble. The WWE doesn't need surprises in the Women's Rumble. They are more stockpiled with talent in the women's division than any other aspect of their company. So they can get away with not flying in all these legends and bringing extra people in.
Yes. But AJ Lee would have been that surprise.
Yes.
And so she wasn't in it. That was surprising. Outside of her, I mean, now you're looking at maybe like a Trish Stratus or, someone who doesn't really need to be in there, because as you said, they certainly have, between the main roster and NXT, they have probably a surplus of women right now. So it was more of an issue, I think, in the men's match, maybe. But yeah, I didn't have an issue outside of the AJ Lee thing being a surprise. I didn't have an issue with there being no, big surprises in the Rumble, because honestly, who would it have been? The only thing I could think of is, like, we've had the TNA Knockouts champion in there twice before. We had Mickie James, and then we had Jordynne Grace. And we didn't have any TNA people in either Rumble this year. So that's maybe something that maybe some people would be disappointed by because they've done it twice before. But right now, like Li Ying Li is the TNA Knockouts champion. Did she need to be in the Royal Rumble? No.
No, she didn't need to be there.
M by Elegance. Did she need to be in the Royal Rumble?
No, we don't want anything elegance at
Mr.
all.
Elegance?
We don't want none of them on Saturday's Royal Rumble. No. What was I going to say? Yeah, I know a lot of people. I look at Jordynne Grace. Jordynne Grace actually fared better as a TNA talent than she did as a WWE talent in the Royal Rumble. So, I mean, that kind of just stands out to me. Like, I think, honestly, I don't think WWE is playing to Jordynne's strengths. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. She's been on the main roster for a month now, so obviously there's a lot more time to develop. But I don't think she's gotten anywhere close to where I think everybody knows she should be already. Like, she doesn't need this developmental, and she doesn't need this like, let's wait and see, let's let it play out. Like, she's a monster player right out of the gate. And they straddled her with fucking awful theme music where I swear to God, I have to cover my ears when she comes out. It's so bad. Like, well, they already fucking her up is what I'm saying.
You know why they took the sirens away.
Yeah, I know, because Braun Breaker's got the fucking sirens.
Yeah.
So stupid. What are we, Vince all over again? We can't have somebody with the name Cross, He did that. What did he do that with? Karrion Kross and Nikki Cross? We couldn't have two Crosses on the roster.
Well, no. I mean, they were still called Cross.
Well, there was an instance where somebody couldn't have the same last name as another person. Who was it?
I mean, there have been a lot of instances of that. I mean, there was a period of time many years ago where there were too many Steves on the main roster. We had Steve Austin. We had Steve Williams. We had Steve Blackman. So he made William Regal instead of... at first he was Steve Regal, but when he came back to the company, he was William Regal. Too many Steves.
So fucking stupid. It's this fucking name. What the fuck you want me to do? Anyway, Gunther, AJ Styles. This went 24 minutes. This was a tremendous match. I know a lot of people coming into this were still in denial that AJ was not retiring, but this ended up being the quintessential retirement match. If you were to look back at what this was, and if this is really the end, he should be very happy with what they produced here, because this was great. Now, a lot of people, Jason, are pinpointing the ending. Now, I gave my opinion on it as everybody expected the arm drop 3 times. The way that I look at it is Dan Engler was the referee there. He's right in AJ's face. And he's yelling, AJ! AJ! Are you with us? And the arm is just falling, and you see AJ fading to black, and it hits the mat, and that was it. I thought it was very simple, very tasteful, and we didn't get the 3 arm. Why does he need to pick his arm up 3 times to see if he's alive? You see him physically fading away. People were upset about that they didn't do the traditional means. What did you think about that?
No, it wasn't. Okay, so here's the thing. It wasn't that people. It's about consistency. So it wasn't a matter of like, oh man, I wish they would have dropped it 3 times. No, my hope is that if you're going to do that spot, you have to be consistent with it. We literally a month ago just had another retirement match where John Cena, he's going out in the sleeper hold, and they pick the arm up once, and they pick the arm up twice, and they pick the arm up 3 times. It's only a month later, and you're doing the same match basically over again, and this time it's just 1 arm drop. Be consistent with it. Ditch the dropping of the arm 3 times. Do it the 1 time. That's more realistic. I mean, they have adopted so many facets of like MMA, and over the years, that's where the tap out came from. When Ken Shamrock came into the company, all of a sudden people were tapping out. There were no more verbal submissions anymore. If you want to make the product more realistic, then that's the way to do it. If the referee sees that somebody is unconscious, he shouldn't have to wait and go 1, 2, 3. Like, it is kind of ridiculous, right? That was back from the Hogan days. But just be consistent with it. That's all we ask. It's inconsistent to do it one way in December and a totally different way in January. So I think that's really where the issue came from. If people are upset they didn't drop it 3 times because they wish they would drop the arm 3 times, first of all, it's not a big deal as far as how many times they drop it. But second of all, just be consistent with it. Just do it once, but do it that way in every match. There shouldn't be different rules for different matches or different rules for different referees.
All right, that I could get behind. Consistency is key in everything.
Yes.
In life. In life.
In life, yes.
If you guys want to be content creators too, consistency is key. It's the way you grow. You can't be on one day and then off the next 5. You got to be consistent with it.
That's it.
There's my golden nugget for your content creators out there. AJ, he loses. He wakes up. He realizes the match is over. He's disappointed. The Riyadh crowd is shocked. They couldn't believe what they were watching. He gets to his feet. He's getting this big reaction, and he starts to remove his gloves. So he starts unvelcroing his gloves. He's about to put his gloves on the mat, just like the symbolism of people taking off their boots and leaving him in the ring. He's going to leave his phenomenal gloves in the ring. But he ends up keeping them on, and he does his phenomenal AJ Styles pose in the middle of the ring, Jason. He's about to leave, and he climbs the rope one more time, and he poses with his music playing. He walks up the ramp, he kisses everybody goodbye, and then he leaves. So what did you look at with him keeping the gloves on? Are you sticking with what we talked about last week, where you brought up and may have solved the whole puzzle here, where he leaves WWE and goes on a phenomenal world tour? He works New Japan, TNA, AEW. Or if we are to be believed, Triple H apparently talked to AJ Styles and believes firmly that he's done, and Peter Rosenberg thinks that he's done, and AJ's telling everybody that he's done. In your opinion, after what we got, is he really done, or is he fucking gaslighting everybody?
I'm 50-50 with it right now. Apparently, he is going to be, according to PW Insider, he is going to be present this week at some point at WWE headquarters. They just don't know for what. So I don't know if that's...
He's going to ink that Legends deal, huh?
Well, I don't know if they're going to film a podcast with him or something, but I'm 50-50 out of it right now. I mean, I don't know if it was more a matter of me just trying to will that into existence. I just look back to what he said on TV last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, when he mentioned having people in other locker rooms that he would love to step into the ring with. And then I see what they did at the end of the match on Saturday. And not only did he not put the gloves down, but you mentioned normally in these situations, if he was really done, the symbolism of putting the boots in the ring, or John Cena last month, he left his tennis shoes right in the middle of the ring. We just saw it with the Dudley Boys at Bound for Glory, where they took their boots off and gave them to the Hardys. And we didn't see any of that. So that leaves it open that maybe he's done here, but he's not like done. And I would think at the very least, I don't know about New Japan, but like I would think at the very least, maybe we would see him pop up and do a match in TNA, which he has said is something he would like to do. He just wasn't sure if, while he was still in WWE, if they would allow that and if that was something that was possible. But if his contract was up and he was free and clear to go do what he wants, then who's to say he can't do a match in TNA? I still tend to lean towards that as a possibility, but I'm just not sure one way or the other. And until we hear from AJ or get some sort of hint about what his plans are, I was kind of surprised we didn't hear from him on Raw last night. I mean, I thought we would have some sort of, if this was truly the end for him, you would expect that they would at least allow him to go out there on TV and do a speech, right? And address the audience. But they didn't do that with John Cena either. John Cena lost. And what was the first thing he did after that?
He went on Cody Rhodes' podcast. Yeah.
That Monday morning, they taped Cody's podcast. So, I mean, if he's going to be at WWE headquarters, maybe they're doing the same thing with him. Maybe the podcast is going to be filmed with him and Cody. And he's going to that's going to be his sort of goodbye. And he'll talk about how, no, I'm done. And that's going to be the official farewell. So I hope that it's not the end because, man, January, even Triple H said it when the show was over. They were interviewing him. And he said, we thought we were going to have more time. I mean, the way he was talking about it was like he died or something. Like, I thought we were going to have more time together. But it just worked out where he said in his mind, he thinks AJ just physically, he's done with the physical aspect of it. Maybe he is. I hope he's not, though.
Well, he certainly didn't show it, I tell you that.
He didn't show it, and I just think it would be a lot more fun. I mean, selfishly, as a fan, it would be a lot more fun if he would just have a few more matches in different places and kind of go out that way. But ultimately, it's his decision, obviously, and it may be a decision that's made out of him just feeling like physically, I'm done. That's it. I don't want to do this anymore. I love it. I keep going back to that match on Saturday night's main event where he and Dragon Lee wrestled Leon Slater and Javon Evans, where he slipped on the rope. And I could see that being one of those moments where in his mind, it just kind of reaffirms his decision that, you know what, I think I need to just step away because I don't want to have more moments like that. I would much rather have people remember me for that match that I had with Gunther, which was a great match to go out on if it was his last one. But he takes a lot of pride in his work. I'm sure he does. And I'm sure that really bothered him in that match when that happened. I could see that affecting his, decision to step away now, not overstay his welcome and just sort of be done with it and contribute in some other way. But it would be really sad because you see that match and it's like, man, this guy, he still got it. And there's a lot of other big names that he could step into the ring with. And I hope we get to see it. But I don't know. Him being summoned to the headquarters this week, he may be doing the farewell interview. I don't know.
I could see that. WWE wanted to get their narrative out there about Cena. I could see them doing the same thing about AJ Styles. Now, there is news on AJ, according to Fightful and Sean Ross Sapp. One TNA source believed he would or had extended with WWE before the Royal Rumble, but we've not confirmed that. One possibility of working TNA, it was communicated by WWE sources that if he wanted to do it that badly enough, he could while under WWE contract, which I find to be bullshit because if he wanted to, I'm sure he wanted to, they would have let him. And we've seen him twice on their programming, once at Slammiversary and again on the TNA AMC debut, and neither one of those resulted in a match. So if they wanted him to wrestle or allowed him to wrestle, they would have certainly had him wrestle. So one WWE source familiar with the situation says that regardless of what happens with his future, AJ Styles has very much had it his way as he relates to his WWE retirement. Another source in management said that they would happily extend AJ Styles, but that he made it very clear for years that he was eyeing retirement. The topic was a major point of conversation backstage within AEW at Dynamite on January 28th, with people on the team speculating what he was doing. As of February 3, we have not been told that an offer was made, but it was universally expected among AEW sources that AEW, if they're able to, would bring in Styles. Styles is still close with a number of people in AEW. It is expected then that New Japan Pro Wrestling would also want to utilize his services in the middle of them losing a ton of talent.
I'm sure they would.
Shocking.
Yeah.
One source close to AJ Styles says they knew Styles' in-ring career was ending at the Royal Rumble, but aren't sure what he's doing next. It was communicated by that source that AJ will do what he wants to do regardless of money, and he's in a position to do so. Now, I kind of threw it out there, Jason. I don't know how anybody else feels about it. I love a good kind of hot topic or conspiracy, but AJ retiring at the Rumble, I think now we know it's concrete. But I think Triple H knows, like, he doesn't want AJ going to AEW. Do you think they offer him some sort of deal where he stays as a producer or a coach or some sort of backstage role or a Legends deal of sorts to keep him away from going elsewhere with a large sum of money? I mean, if you're AJ and you want to really go out there and test the waters with like a Will Ospreay when he comes back, an MJF, a Kenny Omega, go to Japan, go to TNA and wrestle Mike Santana, Frankie Kazarian, whatever else, like, why would they keep him from doing that? Like, how do you feel about what Sapp said here and where we sit now? Do you think WWE is trying to keep him away from doing anything else because they don't want him to go anywhere else?
I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, would you expect anything less from WWE?
No.
They don't want to lose AJ Styles.
No,
I would assume look, I am assuming, I think it's safe to assume that, of course, they would offer him some sort of role within the company with the hope that he would stay. Whatever role that might be. I have no idea if AJ wants to be a producer. I have no idea if he wants to train or open his own school. I don't know. I don't recall him really talking about like what that next evolution of AJ Styles looks like. But of course they're going to want him to stick around, and they'll make him an offer for whatever role he's comfortable in. And the last thing they want is for him to leave and go work for Tony Khan. I mean, it would be like stabbing them in the back. That's the last thing they want. So they'll make whatever offer to him that they feel might entice him to stay. But if AJ wants to wrestle, that door has shut with WWE. So if he's intent on wrestling somewhere else, then he's not going to stay because they've now closed that off as an option. Closest thing that he could do would be wrestle for TNA, and they have the partnership with WWE. But he lost his last WWE match. There will be no more WWE matches for AJ Styles. It legitimately just comes down to, does he still want to wrestle somewhere else, or is he done in the ring? And he has communicated that he is done in the ring. But just because that's been said doesn't mean that, that's necessarily the way it's going to work out. I mean, you could say things. That's what it comes down to. If he wants to wrestle, he's going. He's going somewhere else. You can't do that anymore here. You've taken that away. You can't go back on your word now.
No. I am very much open to him wrestling here and there in AEW. I'd love to see him against MJF, Ospreay, Omega. I think that would be a treat for everybody, especially if this is his final year. It's going to be an interesting topic to follow. We'll keep you guys updated.
Imagine him in Takeshita.
I mean, that's fucking crazy. I mean, that's what we can expect if that does happen. Little side note here. I know you guys are just coming over from watching NXT, so thank you. We got over 3,000 people in here. Joe Hendry is the new NXT champion.
Do you believe?
Apparently. A lot of people
I believe. Good for him, man. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for him and all of his success. And maybe, I don't know if that's an indication of the future for Ricky Saints.
Well, it was him and Ricky Saints tug of war on top of the ladder for the title. So he had outlasted Mr. Saints for the title.
Maybe that bodes well for his future as far as a call-up in the near future.
We will see. I think he's ready. You know who's not ready for a championship yet? Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn battled Drew McIntyre for the WWE Championship. And like we talked about, and Jason very well put in the beginning to start our Royal Rumble discussion, this match was in a come-down spot, and it was lacking the heat that we expected with Sami being in Saudi Arabia. Now, I don't know the primary reason for it. Maybe everybody was just really coming down from AJ's retirement, and they wanted to conserve their energy for the men's Rumble, but Sami Zayn in Saudi is a big deal. WWE Championship match is a big deal for him, especially here. The way that I look at it, Jason, you know, I said it on my end on Saturday. I'm a huge Sami Zayn mark. I've been a Sami Zayn fan since his Black and Gold days. I've been pushing to see Sami Zayn win the World Championship, but you look at this match with Drew McIntyre and the way that it came about. He won a match against Ilya Dragunov, which placed him in a fatal four-way with three other guys. He won that fatal four-way legitimately a week before the Royal Rumble on Saturday night's main event. There wasn't really a lot of heat coming into this match. Coming into this match, I do think a lot of people looked at the outcome already as predictable, which hurt the match. Secondly, you know, the longer we put off Sami Zayn, and this is just coming from me, this is my opinion on it, the longer we put off Sami Zayn's world title victory or his chase for the world championship to finally win the big one, is it even going to matter and mean anything anymore? Because the way that I look at it is 3 years ago, when we got Roman Reigns and Sami Zayn in Montreal at the Elimination Chamber, that was the absolute pinnacle of Sami Zayn possibly winning the world championship, and it would have never meant more than it would have on that night. And I think anything that they try to do from this point on is never going to live up to that and always going to pale in comparison. So are they done with this, or are we still going to continue on into next year's WrestleMania going into Saudi Arabia? How do you feel about Sami Zayn still chasing the world title?
I mean, you know, coming out of what we saw at the Rumble, I kind of don't even care to see it now, honestly. No. I mean, if it's especially, it was so heatless. It was just not, I wasn't invested in it in the way that I was, for example, when we had the story going with Sami and Kevin Owens going after the tag team titles, heading into WrestleMania, and they had the story there to support it. And now here we are, and we've been hearing about Sami on television, talking for so long now about, I'm going to be the world champion. I'm going to do it. I'm going to finally win a world title. And if the plan is for that to be one of the championship matches of WrestleMania next year, like as I sit here right now and we're talking about it, like I'm not buying it. It's not working for me, and that's a year away. So they're going to have a lot of work to do to really heat that thing up, because I'm watching this match on Saturday, and I'm like, I'm watching the match knowing he's not going to win, but looking ahead to like Saudi next year, and I'm not feeling it.
No, I'm not feeling it either. I certainly don't want it to happen against Drew McIntyre anymore. I don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, they've had 12 matches. He's 0 for 12. So it's like, you would think at some point he will get that win over Drew McIntyre. But the idea of building that up as a WrestleMania match, or Sami winning the Royal Rumble next year to go to Saudi and get the championship match, like if they do that championship match next year, that ain't the main event. I don't know that you could put anybody on the other side. Sami against
Cody.
Against who? Yeah, but that's not a WrestleMania main event to me.
That's borderline for me. I could see it at the same time. I could see where you're coming from. Yeah.
It's just it's not. It's not. I don't know if there would be a way. Well, I mean, we're talking about putting the belt on somebody who really doesn't need the belt, but coming back around to the whole Roman and Sami thing. But I guess that story, it's kind of been told already. If he was going to beat anybody to win his first world championship, that would probably be the biggest name he could do it against. But yeah, as I sit here right now, I'm not saying that it can't be, the story can't be told. It can't get me back into it, but I've kind of jumped off the train now, and it's like, you know what? There's probably a more exciting idea out there. You see all these newer guys that they're starting to finally, push, who could potentially be a WrestleMania main eventer a year, 2 years from now. I'm more interested and excited to see someone like that in the main event picture. The Sami stuff right now just isn't working for me.
No, that Roman Reigns Montreal match was the right place, but I mean, there was just, I mean, they were going all in on Roman Cody for 39, so that wasn't going to happen there. And then the next time that it actually made sense was before Rollins got hurt, and Sami and Rollins was at least the direction on Monday Night Raw, and he was claiming to Rollins that he's going to be a world champion, and there was a nice dialogue between Rollins and Sami, and then Rollins got hurt, and then that didn't happen, and they moved Sami over to SmackDown.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He had that Daniel Bryan, it wasn't exactly the same thing, but he had that Daniel Bryan underdog quality to him and crowd support to some extent during the Bloodline stuff, right? And I could see maybe the crowd, if they really went for it, getting behind him in a similar kind of way at that time. And now I just feel like there's a lot of apathy there. And I don't know if it's just because he's had opportunities and continuously loses, or just there's some shiny new toys and newer, younger faces, and it's kind of more exciting to think about the prospects of them being in that position. And Sami is just, he's been there for a while, and we like the guy, but we really just don't see him in that spot, or he's not the most exciting option for that spot. That's kind of where I am right now with it. They can win me over again, but it's gonna take some work, because right now I kind of feel just apathy towards the idea of a big push towards the world title for Sami Zayn next year.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same thing. We'll definitely talk about where we see WrestleMania after we talk about the Men's Rumble, but I'm going to throw this at you now. Do you see Drew McIntyre possibly losing the WWE title to Cody Rhodes at the Elimination Chamber, and we get Sami and Drew McIntyre, with Sami getting his win over Drew McIntyre for the first time at WrestleMania this year? Or is that just so beneath Drew right now that you won't even put him in that spot?
I feel like there's not going to be a whole lot of excitement or a real big appetite to see that as a WrestleMania match this year. And I don't know what that means for Sami as far as where he falls, because as I map out a potential WrestleMania card in my brain, he's kind of the odd man out. I don't know where he fits in there, but I think that there's a much better chance that Drew will be walking in as the champion than not. So I don't see them doing, Drew and Sami. Either way, I don't see them doing Drew and Sami again at WrestleMania.
Yeah, the only reason why I ask is because if Drew is the champion walking into Mania, it's either going to be against Cody or a mixture of Cody and Fatu in a triple threat match. Well, where does that leave Sami Zayn, and what is his WrestleMania opponent?
Well, I'm not really concerned about that right now. To be perfectly honest.
All right, that's an honest answer. I'm just asking.
That's the honest answer I can give you right now. There's another name that you could bring up that actually you could ask that question about, and it would be a bigger deal, which is if you are going to do, let's say, a three-way with McIntyre, Cody, and Fatu, do you throw Randy Orton in there and make it a four-way? Because what do you do with Randy Orton if he's not involved?
I got an idea for you. We'll talk about it a little bit.
Okay.
Men's Rumble. This was, on the grand scheme of things, Jason, where would you rank this in the last couple of years as far as Men's Rumbles? Probably towards the bottom of the list?
Towards the bottom, yeah. And I actually liked the Rumble last year. So it's not like all of the recent Rumbles have been this way. This one would be near the bottom.
Now,
this was not a great Rumble.
No, this was not good. Some of it was okay, but largely this was a fumble for sure. And now on Friday, during the VPNers, it got leaked during SmackDown that aired earlier in the day that Braun Breaker, they threw a graphic up on the SmackDown stream, that Braun Breaker has drawn number 1 in the Royal Rumble. So this went viral everywhere. Everybody picked up on this, and WWE scrambled to fix this, because I watched it here on the Eastern side of things, and they didn't have that. It was gone.
It was magically gone when it aired on USA Network, but I saw it because Fraxium was coming out for their match with Johnny Gargano, and all of a sudden there's a graphic on the bottom of the screen that says Braun Breaker #1 in the Royal Rumble. It's like, and literally it was up for like a second, and then they quickly faded out. But like in today's day and age, I mean, that's all you need, and then it's like clipped, and that's it. It's over. So they didn't really have much of a choice but to switch things up. And what a change! What a change for Braun Breaker. Instead of entering at #1, he entered at #2,
which is basically #1. So,
I mean, there's such a big difference between entering at #1 and 2.
But the guy that they replaced him in the first position is Oba Femi. I did not expect him to draw #1. He got #1. Braun Breaker came out at #2. But during Breaker's entrance, there was a masked man.
Oh my God! With the masked men,
it's like Tony. It's like Tony Khan with the lights going out gimmick. It's like it's like the same thing with WWE. He loves his masked men.
Remember, Tony Khan every other week at one point was having a major announcement that became this is Triple H's major announcement. He just loves these guys in hoods, and so you have this guy who just as he's making his entrance, he jumps him out of nowhere, he kicks him, he stomps him. And, of course, everybody gets all excited because who does the stomp? And they throw Braun Breaker in the ring. They ring the bell. And how long was he in there for? How many seconds? 4 seconds, maybe?
Had to be. He's in elite fucking company. He's with Bushwhacker Luke. He's with Santino Marella. He's with Jerry Lawler. I mean, he's in some company there, you know?
Oh, boy. Yeah. So he gets clotheslined out of the ring, and just like that, Braun Breaker, who was one of the favorites to win the Royal Rumble, is the first man eliminated from the match. And of course, the masked man, we don't get the reveal. He just runs off into the crowd. And for the people who were thinking it was Seth Rollins, whoever it ultimately ends up being revealed, he wasn't in Saudi Arabia on Saturday. So it wasn't Seth Rollins. Did you see the shot of someone zoomed in?
Yes.
On the guy's face with the goatee that you can see?
Yes. Apparently, the sleuths on social media have figured out that it might be Logan Paul because the goatee looked the same.
There were people saying it was Jake Paul.
Jake Paul's joining the Vision now, apparently.
That because Jake Paul has kind of hinted that maybe he's going to be coming into the WWE soon. And if you look at it, if you stare at it long enough, I guess you could see the possibility there. But look, whoever was under the mask there doesn't mean it's going to be that person when we get the reveal.
They did that with Austin Theory. We said the same thing. The guy that was revealed was Austin Theory, but a couple weeks before that, it was not Austin Theory.
Yes. Although I did laugh at some of the people who were like, well, maybe it was Adam Pearce. I'm like, it's pretty safe to say it wasn't Adam Pearce who was under the hoodie. I've never seen Adam Pearce move that way in my entire life.
Bro, WWE's not booking Adam Pearce for fucking Vegas, okay? Give me a break.
Well, they'll book him for Vegas, but he'll be in the back.
Yes.
They're not booking him for a match. So, yeah, ultimately, who gets revealed, I half joked, actually, while I was reviewing the show immediately after, before I even saw what people were saying on social media about it. I said, watch it be Logan Paul. Because you can actually make it make sense. If you go back to TV the week before the Rumble, it was kind of curious how Logan Paul was the one who stood up in the locker room and told the other members of the Vision, Braun Breaker should win the Royal Rumble. Because it doesn't really fit like his personality, right? That he would be like, you know what? None of us should win. It should be him who wins. So you could make a story out of it being revealed as him because he wanted to eliminate the competition so that he could win the Royal Rumble.
Boy, you put me to sleep with that match. Holy shit.
Well, I'm just saying, if they didn't want Logan Paul to be a long-term member of the Vision and we're looking for an off-ramp to get him out of there, there is a story that could be told. I don't know where it would go. I don't even know who the babyface would be in that story. But you could at least make it make sense if you wanted to. I look at it, my just first inclination is they expect Seth Rollins is going to be back in time for WrestleMania.
Yes.
Right? He's not ready yet, but they're expecting and hoping he'll be back. So they're going to slow walk this until ultimately he is able to get medically cleared. And then we'll get the big reveal, and the WrestleMania match will be Seth Rollins against Braun Breaker.
You know when they'll reveal him? We have what? 4 weeks till the Elimination Chamber? They're going to reveal him inside the chamber. I'm assuming Braun Breaker is going to get another opportunity at WrestleMania's main event. He'll be in the chamber. And just like they did last year with Punk and Cena and Rollins was the culprit there that cost Punk the Elimination Chamber. He's going to go into the chamber with the door open because that's what that they love doing that gimmick too. When someone's getting eliminated in the chamber, the door remains open and in comes somebody else. That's exactly what's going to happen. Rollins is going to unveil himself as the masked man, stomp Braun Breaker, and cause him to lose that match, and then your WrestleMania match is set up. Guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to whether or not he's medically cleared, because he has said that he won't actually physically begin training or rehabbing or whatever until February. Well, it's February.
Yeah.
So if you assume he's on track and everything's going well, I could absolutely see them doing that.
So Braun Breaker was eliminated. I'm going with Rollins. I think that is the match. I've been predicting it for the last couple of weeks. I think he is going to surprise us, and that is Braun Breaker's WrestleMania match.
Well, I mean, it has to be the match now. They better hope that Rollins is back in time, because if he's not, what the fuck do you do with Braun Breaker at WrestleMania? We already know he's not going to be in the championship match.
Listen, that is quite the fucking risk to take with Braun Breaker, to put him in the Royal Rumble where everybody thinks he's the odds-on favorite, have him come out at number 2, and then eliminate him in 3 seconds. Motherfucker, Rollins better be back if that's the way you went about it.
Yes, that's what I mean. I mean, they better have a damn good plan for him, because if he's not against Rollins, then I don't know what the hell you're going to do with him.
I don't know. That was quite the risky business there with Braun Breaker. So, Masked Man took him out. Femi eliminated him. Goodbye. So Femi was in there. He eliminated the field of 3 or 4 guys that came out next. Solo was out. Solo Sikoa, that is. Not this Solo, but Solo Sikoa. He came at number 3.
I would have lasted longer.
Yes, you would have. Rey Mysterio came out at number 4. This was his 16th Royal Rumble. Solo is in there, and they both, their fates were met, so they were basically gone.
Do you realize the significance, though, of Rey Mysterio being in the Royal Rumble this year?
No, I don't. Outside of 16 Royal Rumbles, what's the significance?
Well, he won the Royal Rumble 20 years ago.
Oh.
2006.
All right, well.
And he's still in there.
That is amazing. I gotta admit. So he's still moving around great. So for his age, that's amazing. We got Solo, Rey, and then Rusev comes out at number 5.
Oh my God.
Rusev got a 619, and legitimately, Jason, I don't even think he lasted fucking 20 seconds. I mean, he was in and out. Like they flew him to Saudi Arabia, I'm assuming with his wife, to get back on the plane, and an elimination in 20 seconds. I mean, now this really, listen, not even funny. It now is opening up the discussion, because
it's pretty funny.
In a sad way, it is, yes. But it now opens up the discussion for guys like Rusev who came over from AEW, Aleister Black who came over from AEW, and I'm going to lump fucking Ray Phoenix into this thing, because what they did to Phoenix and what they have been doing to Phoenix is fucking deplorable. But we got all these guys that came over, and I think Ray Phoenix is the worst out of all of them. Bro, these guys have not made a dent of an impact since coming on over, and I have to ask, what the fuck is creative doing? Especially with a guy like Rusev and Oba Femi, bro. They don't got a spot in the Royal Rumble to go out like 2 beasts. 20 seconds?
Look, I made the argument on my end. I don't believe they are any better off now than they were in AEW when they left. They really aren't, because if you think about it, Rusev even, like, he hasn't even been making that many appearances on TV. Now, he's making more than he was in AEW at the end, but it's not like he's on television every single week. And then when he shows up, they use him in that way in the Royal Rumble. And you could tell what they think about you. Now, Braun Breaker is a different case, because they're doing a story with him. That's why he got dumped so quickly. But you look at a Ray Phoenix, you look at a Rusev, and how quickly they were in there and they were gone, and how insignificant they were. You can really tell kind of where they fall, right, in the pecking order when it comes to how creative views them. And I refuse to have anybody try to convince me that they are any better off now, realistically, than they were the last time we saw them in AEW. And that goes for Aleister Black too, because he had this long, drawn-out feud with Damian Priest. And I don't believe either one of them were better off for it by the time it was over.
No.
And Black didn't even win that feud. But I don't see how, just because he was at least in a feud, I don't see how he's any better off now than he was before he started beefing with Damian Priest.
No.
So I want somebody to tell me if I'm wrong, convince me why they are better off creatively now than they were before, outside of the fact that in some cases they just weren't being utilized on TV. It would almost be better if they really don't have a good idea for someone like a Ray Phoenix. They should come up with one. But if they don't, instead of throwing him out there to just do jobs all the time and just to be booked like someone who is just less than, because the more you do that, the more you convince people that, okay, well, this is where they see this person, right? This is their role on the show. Okay, fine. That's how I'll view them. And it's ridiculous.
It's awful.
It's awful.
StreamYard thing came up, so make sure you check that.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, it's pathetic. And, we had a lot of high hopes for guys coming over like this, especially Aleister Black. He was a black and gold, Triple H soldier. And, I don't know. I think Triple H needs his head examined, to be quite honest with you, because we trusted him with these guys, and I don't know what the fuck he's doing over there, dropping the ball big time. Ray.
Well, look, one more thing on Rusev real quick, because you didn't watch Unreal. I watched the new season of Unreal. And so I always am very curious to see the whiteboards and what matches were planned for some of these events that ended up not happening.
Yep.
The original plan for the King of the Ring final last year was not Cody Rhodes against Randy Orton. It was Cody Rhodes against Rusev. And so at some point in the middle of all of that, I think they soured on him. It goes all the way back to the summer last year.
How the fuck can they sour on him? He just got there.
I don't know what it was. I can't pinpoint exactly what the moment or the match was that soured them on him, but you could tell, because from that point on, they did fuck all with that guy.
How about maybe it's the fucking music they gave him, and every time he came out, he got fucking zero reaction.
You can't blame this. It's more than just music. It has nothing to do with music. They lost faith in him for some reason. I don't know why. But from that moment on, they have done nothing. Now, he had the program with Sheamus, and they had a bunch of matches together, but really ever since then, and he lost that feud, I believe. But ever since then, what have they done with him? Nothing. He disappeared. You saw him in the Rumble. If you blinked, you missed him. But that was going to be the King of the Ring final last year. So they at least had plans to have him run through the qualifying matches, go to the finals, wrestle Cody in Saudi. And something happened because they ended up aborting that plan. And it's just been downhill for him ever since.
And so what is the difference between the presentation here and the presentation he had in AEW? He's not doing the same thing he did in AEW with the Redeemer, but it's almost kind of similar. Like, what's the difference?
And the Redeemer stuff was much better.
Well, they let him speak.
Right, but I'm saying, like, when the Redeemer stuff was in full effect in AEW, when he was being utilized, that was actually pretty good stuff. I know not everybody was a fan of it, but, I liked it. It just wasn't consistent enough, and then he would disappear and we wouldn't see him for months on end. Remember, they brought him back. He had a match at World's End with Andrade. That was Andrade's last match. It was a great fucking match. And then there was some personal stuff, I guess, going on, and he got hurt. So there were injury issues. There were a lot of different things that were going on. And his booking and creative in AEW will forever be a mystery to me as far as what happened there. And I think there's a lot of blame to go around. But I'm looking at this just in totality. Now that he's been back now for a while, you will never convince me that he is better off right now at this moment than he was sitting on his ass at home while he was under contract to Tony Khan. You would think Triple H would scoop him up and be like, I'll show you how to use this guy, right? Tony didn't know how to use this guy. We'll show him how it's done. Really, I'm still waiting to see. I'm still waiting to find out how it's done.
Well, that's what Tony's. I hope this is what happens. I hope Tony uses Ciampa the way Triple H didn't use Ciampa. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. It's a mystery.
Remains to be seen. But yes, it's more than just Rusev. You just named 3 different people, and it was just glaring watching him come out, get 619 and dumped out, and it's like, okay, they made it very clear like where he falls there in the in the pecking order.
You can tell a lot about who was eliminated and how. That's what they think of you. Ray hit Femi with a 619. He got eliminated. He was alone until Matt Cardona came out at number 6. Which is another guy that I don't really have high hopes in, not because we don't love Matt Cardona, but, I mean, the guy is just basically going to be a jobber to the fucking stars, honestly. But he's where he wants to be, so you can't blame him.
I mean, I said that when they brought him back. I mean, that's not... Nobody should be surprised by that. Like, he was brought back because there's a role that they want him and need him to play. That's it. I mean, look, again, you don't watch Unreal, but there was something that really got under my skin as far as, Chelsea Green is concerned, and they apparently view her, or at least Michael Hayes views her the same way, where she has a role on the show, but she has a ceiling, and she's not someone who will ever be looked at as someone at the top of a card wrestling for the World Championship. She's not Tiffany Stratton. She can't be a Charlotte Flair. That's basically what he was saying on the show.
Well, Michael Hayes needs to fucking go. Seriously.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people there that probably should have gone a long time ago. But I'm watching that and I'm going, you know, her role on the show right now, sure, that is her role on the show right now. But it was it just such a slap in the face, you know, to hear him make those comments and very cavalierly, very nonchalantly, like, you know, Chelsea is not made. I think that was the expression he used. She's not made to be in a Charlotte Flair or a Tiffany
How the
Stratton
fuck does he
position.
know unless he gives her the opportunity to be a Charlotte Flair? Which we all know I've said this for months. She's operating so far below what she usually does. She's actually a ton better than what we're getting right now. How do you know?
And you know what was funny is that in that episode, they aired the highlights of the match that she had with Penta in Lucha Underground. They showed the footage because they had a match in Lucha Underground. It's actually really good. And they were showing, and it reminded me, like, you know what? She is a very versatile performer. I'm not expecting her to do intergender matches in WWE, but like to say that this is her ceiling and she can't go any higher when she actually is one of the more over performers that they have. I mean, people like Chelsea. And you know what? One day with the right push and the right story, could I see her as like a women's champion, world champion on SmackDown? Sure. Look at what they're doing now. You don't think Chelsea Green couldn't be in that spot one day? The division is so advanced right now on the SmackDown side that Chelsea Green can't one day be in a spot like that. And there you have one of the senior producers in the company who's been there for about 50 fucking years saying, oh, well, she's not made. She's not built for a spot like that.
Yes, because the end all be all ends with fucking Michael Hayes.
Sure. Yeah. Pimp Daddy over there. Yeah.
You know, I was in the building with Jesse for the first All In and in Schaumburg, and it was a fatal four-way. It was Madison Rayne, it was Britt Baker, it was Chelsea Green, and Tessa Blanchard. And Chelsea was fucking like on fire at that point. I'm like, Chelsea's fucking great. Me and Jesse were talking about it. Remember, we were talking about it then. Like, she would be fucking great on a bigger stage. And she had that like split personality game. She was like crazy. And now we see her, and it's like 2 minutes, 3 minutes here. Who is this person? Yeah. I don't know.
But that's the problem. Like when you are in a certain box that they put you in, especially if you're very good at what you do. She's very entertaining. And that's great, but it could also be a curse. It's the Dolph Ziggler thing, where Dolph Ziggler was very good at making other people look good. And so what happens is if you're too good at that becomes your skill. That becomes what you become known for, and the company relies on you for that. And it's like, well, that's great, and I'm happy to do it, but at some point it would be nice if I could get some shine instead of me just making everybody else look good. And
it's sad because she comes out and she's going to be, you know, the person that she is, and she's a company woman, which is understandable. And she comes out and she says, you know, I would rather be the type of person that goes out there and loses, and you know, at least I get television time. I'm on TV every week. But at some point, like Jason said, you got to fucking win a couple. You got to be treated like, you know what? I'm not a fucking pushover. I don't lose everything that they give me.
Yeah, you've got to have some credibility. You've got to have something there, you know, to hang your hat on. So anyway, the Cardona thing, I'm not surprised. When they have a role for you on the show, it's very hard to break out of that.
Yeah, well, I hope that they look at him at least a little differently. He's worked too hard to get here and just be right back where he was. That's insane to me. So he was eliminated easy by Femi, and Femi was all by himself. So he's got 5 eliminations at this point. Damian Priest came out. Priest knocked him down with a clothesline. Femi blocked it. Javon Evans came out at number 8, and he went for an OG cutter on Femi, and they have some history in NXT. He almost got eliminated, did Evans, and Evans knocked Femi down with an enziguri, so they're going at it. Mr. Iguana came out at number 9 to absolutely zero reaction.
Yeah, let me tell you something. He came out, and then La Parka came out to his Thriller knockoff theme. And again, you could hear a pin drop in that stadium. I don't know if it was just they didn't care or they didn't know, but whatever it was, they could not give a single solitary shit. And all I could think of is, this is what poor Finn Balor was left out of the Royal Rumble for. This is what Kit Wilson was left out of the Royal Rumble for. Whatever you think of Kit Wilson, he's got something going right now, right, with that stupid song. I couldn't believe that they didn't have a spot with him coming out in the middle of the Rumble and getting everybody into the song and everything, because I thought for sure that was like a gimme. We were joking, like, Breaker will be number 1 and Kit Wilson will be number 2. And he wasn't. He was there. He was in Saudi because he was filming himself on video, and you could see the building in the background. So he was there, and they didn't even use him. They kept him out.
Well, I mean, poor Finn Balor. Not only did Mr. Iguana take his spot, they had Damian Priest spin the tumbler on Friday to choose a number when he was told on Monday that there were no spots left. And then come Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, Brock Lesnar calls into Pat McAfee's show via FaceTime and says, "I'm declaring for the Royal Rumble." But on Monday, I was just told Balor had no spots left. There's no spots left in the Royal Rumble. What is this? Some conspiracy against Finn Balor now?
I think it was sort of assumed that Lesnar was already supposed to be in the Rumble. Even though this was like him kind of making it official, like, I'll be there. But yes, of course it's stupid. It's very stupid. And I think maybe part of it is that he already attacked Punk, so we knew he was going to be wrestling Punk soon for the World Heavyweight Championship. Maybe they just didn't want him in there. But just story-wise, it was just so silly. That's why everybody was making fun of it, because it's just so ridiculous. But you see these AAA guys come in, and it just got no reaction. I'm watching Damian Priest choke slam an iguana and an iguana puppet in the middle of the ring, which... Again, it was supposed to be like a fun spot for them to do, but just nobody cared.
Man, I thought Santino was coming out with the fucking snake, bro. I really did. We didn't need it, but
I wonder if Undertaker just sort of lobbied to, get his AAA, because he's the AAA guy now.
I know.
So I wonder if he was lobbying to get some of his guys on the show.
Well, I mean, out of anybody, you should have given us Omos. At least he would have been in there with Oba Femi. But that did not happen. Trick Williams came out at number 10. He quickly eliminated Mr. Iguana. So Mr. Iguana didn't even last 2 minutes. So Williams and Priest go at it. Williams got a great reaction. And he tried to toss Evans out, but he did not. Cody Rhodes came out at number 11, which is early for Cody Rhodes. So he was in there for a little bit. And we get El Grande Americano. Kaiser version coming out at number 12, and he put the metal plate in his mask. And then out at number 13, Jason, is El Grande Americano Original, which is Chad Gable.
OG.
And the OG. Yes, the OG Americano. He comes out. I don't know if I don't remember the reaction. I don't think he got a huge reaction, but he came out. He's fucking ripped as fuck. This guy looks like he's about to shred fucking skulls, so split skulls over there on Monday night. So he comes out, and we got, legitimately, this is the brainchild of WWE Creative. 2 Americanos in the ring, and they played out the Spider-Man meme that you see on social media all the time with them pointing at each other. Like, who are you? Are you a Mr. Americano? I'm Mr. Americano. So they got Gable out there, bro, and he lasted, 90 seconds? 6 months off of television, 7 months off television. They bring him back, and he's eliminated in 90 seconds. Did you find that to be an issue? I mean, I hated this. I didn't like this at all.
I saw it for what it was. He was out there for comedy, and he wasn't going to be out there for anything more than that. So why overstay his welcome? I'd rather see Chad Gable in the Royal Rumble and not El Grande Americano.
Are we looking at a original Americano versus Kaiser Americano at WrestleMania?
Of course, in a mask match. And look, if you do mask versus mask, I would hope that Kaiser would win that match because for 2 reasons. Number one, the gimmick, you got to say this. In AAA, he's super over.
Yes.
He actually is very popular. So I don't think they're in a rush.
And he's fluent in the language. I don't know if Gable's fluent in the language.
So I don't think they were in a rush to kill that gimmick. But also, like, I want Chad Gable to beat Chad Gable. So the best possible outcome here would be to get the match over with. You could do mask against mask. We all know it's been Gable under the mask going back until last year. Have them reveal that it was Gable and let Gable go off and do his own thing, and Kaiser could keep doing the Americano stuff in AAA. To me, that would be the best outcome here.
Yeah.
I mean, the best outcome would be to just kill the gimmick dead altogether because it's been going on for a long time at this point. But I can understand them wanting to, at least in AAA, keep him doing it because he is super over as a babyface down there.
Yeah, I agree with that. So Gable tried to rip at the mask, or Kaiser went for Gable's mask, rather, and Gable used the head scissor to eliminate him, and then Trick Williams comes over and eliminates Chad Gable. So goodbye. He lasted about 90 seconds. Out at number 14 we saw on the screen Powerhouse Hobbs, and then it gives way to Royce Keys. So Royce Keys, Powerhouse Hobbs in AEW, has officially made his WWE debut, and he's out at number 14. I was hoping, Jason, I know Jim Ross had indicated that he would not be surprised to see Powerhouse Hobbs in the Royal Rumble. At the end of the day, looking back at it, when I was live, I probably wouldn't have debuted him here. I don't know how you felt. He didn't get much of a reaction. He didn't really have a big stay in the Royal Rumble. He had an elimination here or there. But I would have absolutely saved him for the States. I would have given him a spot on TV on SmackDown as a big surprise or something. When we talked about him coming out with Trick Williams, and that was a fantasy booking thing. But I wouldn't have debuted him here. What do you think?
No, I think it was fine. I mean, he was one of the few surprises that we had. I mean, to the extent that people were surprised to see him. Again, some people might have expected him. I think as like a first appearance, he got to eliminate a former world heavyweight champion in Damian Priest, whatever that's worth, at this point.
He's going to be stuck in the Priest vortex. Is that what that means?
Well, let's hope not. Let's hope not. Well, it all depends on whether he's going to be a babyface or a heel. I think SmackDown needs heels, so I think that's where he should go, and I think he should be a heel. But still, he got to eliminate a world heavyweight champion. He got to mix it up, I think, briefly with Cody, if I'm not mistaken. I think they went at it a little bit.
Yep.
So, he got a little bit of shine. He had some spotlight on him in the Royal Rumble. I think it's fine. I mean, I'm kind of indifferent towards it. It didn't bother me that they debuted him there. He was in there for not a long time. What was he in there, 10 minutes maybe?
Yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, he lasted longer than a lot of other people did. And so it was fine. It was fine. And the music he's got a very, I guess when the music begins, at least it has a certain uniqueness to it that a lot of songs don't. So I like that aspect of it, at least. When the name Powerhouse Hobbs popped up on the screens, I was kind of hopeful that maybe they had changed their mind, or they swerved everybody. And then, of course, the name changed, and it was like, all right. It reminded me of the Hideo Itami thing. Like when he first came to NXT, I think they acknowledged him as Kenta. I don't remember if they put the name on the screen, but then it's like, then he told us, my name is Hideo Itami, and it was all downhill from there. But hopefully not the same for Powerhouse Hobbs. I think he'll do well. It really all depends on who they sort of plug him in with. I know I mentioned the possibility of maybe having him as more of sort of the muscle for someone else, like a Trick Williams on SmackDown, where he can wrestle, but he's kind of paired off with Trick, because Trick has gotten over very quickly in a short period of time on that show. It wouldn't be a bad spot for him to be in, but they need heels. I like him being one of the heels on that show, because I think because of the need, it would put him in a prime position right out of the gate.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to use him too. Chad is saying he's gonna get stuck in the Wepa vortex.
Oh God, it's Wepa time.
Yeah. Well,
oh my God, let's hope not. Hope not.
We'll see what happens on Friday. He did get eliminated by Bronson Reed, so at least they had the right guy eliminate him. So he did have 2 eliminations in the match. Austin Theory came out at number 15. Ilya Dragunov was, Bronson Reed came at 16. Dragunov came at number 17. La Parka 18. And Dragon Lee 19. So then Logan Paul came out at number 20. And the Vision took care of Mr. Keys. So he was gone. And Bronson Reed eliminated him by clotheslining him out of the ring. Nobody cared. And I hope that they treat him better on SmackDown, if that's where he lands up. Bronson Reed is going at it with La Parka. He was gone, so he barely even lasted 2 spots. A waste of a spot. Not really a surprise, as Triple H said that we were in for an epic night with surprises. Not really. Out at
is it a new era? Are we in the new era yet, JD?
It may be the 5th new era that I think we're
when we started TNT tonight, it was a little after 8:30 in the evening, and I believe we are now in a different era than we were when we started this show.
Yep.
I think we are now in the 2nd era of the night. So we'll see how long this goes.
So fucking stupid. LA Knight comes out at number 21. He got a great reaction. He eliminated.
No shit. He always gets a great reaction. Doesn't seem to make a difference, but he always gets a great reaction. Despite the booking, despite all the losses that this man has taken, he is still over.
No.
That's a credit to him. I mean, hey, there's a lot of guys in that situation who would have been dead in the water by now, but they still go nuts for him when he comes out.
I'm giving it till Money in the Bank. If he doesn't win Money in the Bank this year, I think everybody's hopes of LA Knight winning anything championship related should go out the window.
It's not winning Money in the Bank.
Well, there you go. Jason said no. So, LA Knight number 21. He eliminates Bronson Reed, so he got some level of revenge here on the Vision, who took him out 2 months ago. Brock Lesnar came out at number 22, and he was accompanied by Paul Heyman. This is where things get a little fucking ridiculous. Lesnar got a great reaction. People pop big. He hands out a bunch of suplexes to Rhodes and LA Knight and Javon Evans. He clotheslined Dragunov. He gave Evans an F5. Lesnar then faced off with Oba Femi, and this is what we signed up for. We talked about it. We hyped everybody up. This is what we were waiting for. Nothing happened, and then they cut away to number 23, Jason, and all we hear is, awesome! I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. You break away from Oba Femi and Lesnar for the fucking Miz. Miz comes on out. He saw Lesnar. He saw Femi. He didn't even get in the ring. He shouldn't even never showed up out there. Nobody wanted to see him. So at this point, Dragunov is with Lesnar in the corner. He's chopping Lesnar. And Dragunov is a fucking savage. This guy is one of the most legit guys in the company. He is, I thought he was going to be one of the Iron Men. You look at him, he's just as legit as they come. He's chopping Lesnar, and Lesnar is laughing. Like, if you remember the Undertaker Hell in a Cell that they had, and they both sit up, they both start laughing at each other. He's just fucking laughing at Dragunov. And all of a sudden, Lesnar screamed, and he dumped him out. Like, what the fuck? Bro, I was floored. I'm like, of all the guys, you couldn't do that to The Miz? Like, The Miz should be chopping Lesnar, and Lesnar should be laughing at The Miz, not fucking Dragunov.
Well, everyone laughs at The Miz, so where's the fun in that? No, I mean, Dragunov, on SmackDown any given week, you watch the show, The Mad Dragon, right? And he's always bleeding, and he's chopping the shit out of people, and he's having these ultra-competitive matches. And then, like, Brock, it's almost like he's like a little annoying, like, gnat that's sort of swatting him in the chest. And then he's like, be gone. And then he's just gone. That's it. Like, you blink, he's gone. He's out over the top rope, and that's the end of it. And there were two people who asked me, do you think that this is going to potentially, or this could potentially lead to a WrestleMania match between Ilya Dragunov and Brock Lesnar? And I said, look, bless your heart. I mean, I know I know you honestly believe that would be a great idea. First of all, that would not end well for Ilya Dragunov. That's number one. But no, I did not get the sense from watching this, and I don't think you did either, that this was building to anything other than get out of my ring. No. Yes. I almost thought Lesnar went into business for himself. No, I'm sure that somebody came up with that spot and said, this is a great idea. We have to have him just no-sell the chops. And look, to his credit, I think on his social media, Dragunov posted a photo of it and said this was like a great Royal Rumble moment. I'm sure he was very happy and very excited to be working with a big name like Brock Lesnar and everything. But the way it came off here, considering how he's been one of the pushed guys on Friday, Brock obviously is never around. He's not on TV anymore. I just look at something like that, and they may think it's funny, and they may think, oh, this is great. This is great stuff. I think it's incredibly counterproductive when you are trying to build stars at a time when you have stars like Brock who will come back every now and then for a match or two, disappear, right? They're not a significant part of the roster anymore. They don't contribute anything to the week-to-week product anymore. You're trying to build new stars that people will invest in, and I don't see how doing something like that does any favors to an Ilya Dragunov, even though he got to mix it up a little bit with Brock Lesnar. Especially on a weekend where Reigns was on Pat McAfee's show saying, since I lost the championship, the company hasn't created any new stars. Like, what are you doing? Well, what you're doing in that situation is you're reinforcing the idea to people like, this guy is a star, this guy is not. This guy is here, which is true. Brock is here, and Ilya is not at that level, right? Although you would hope maybe one day he'll get a little bit closer to that level. Doing shit like that will not help. I don't know. I found that to be infuriating. Stupid. It's stupid. It's very stupid. One of the many stupid things that they did here in this Royal Rumble. Yes, and that's not even the tip of the iceberg here. Lesnar handed out some more suplexes, and then he goes back and faces off with Oba Femi again because everybody's down except for the two big guys. So then all of a sudden we get the face off again. Buzzer goes off, and out comes Rey Fenix. Now we all love Rey Fenix. We don't want to see Rey Fenix there. Like, I don't give a shit. So he comes out at number 24. Bro, Phoenix came in. He got tossed like a sack of fucking garbage. Lesnar gave him a German suplex,
hit him with an F5, and then dumped him like fucking Barry Horowitz. We get dumped from a Royal Rumble, bro. Gone in less than 90 seconds.
Well, that's what he is. He is a modern day Barry Horowitz. The only thing he doesn't do, he doesn't pat himself on the shoulder, but or on the back. But that's exactly what his role is on the show. They made you understand that Rey Fenix is here and these guys are here, and that's the way it is. And look, I understand there have to be some guys in the Royal Rumble like that, but there are just certain people, and it was more counterproductive with Dragunov, honestly, than it was with Phoenix. But again, when guys are thrown around like that and they're gone within seconds. I mean, I don't know how long Phoenix was in the ring for. Was it even a minute? I don't even think he was out there for that long.
The buzzer didn't even go off for the next guy to come out.
Yeah. So
it had to be 60 seconds.
If that, what do you do? What do? You just throw your hands in the air. You just throw your hands in the air and shake your head. And the reason they kept doing this, there's a reason why they did it, because they wanted to tease you about the Lesnar and the Oba thing without having them actually come to blows. We had a Royal Rumble, God, when was it? We had Gunther and Brock. Didn't we have them in the Rumble? And I don't even know if they touched, but I think they came face to face. They kind of teased it, because I think that was the year they were going to do the WrestleMania match, which ended up not happening. Again, maybe my timeline is off here, but that's what they do. They want to tease it. So the indication would be like, that's probably going to be the WrestleMania match. I'm sure it's not confirmed. It's not set in stone, but they don't want to give too much away. So I get it. I understand it, but you're also, you're teasing people with it, and you got to give them something, right? We give them some kind of spot. Make it so that, the new guy, at least, right, gets him down on his ass. And it's like, oh, because they kind of did that with him and Keith Lee in that Rumble I mentioned a few years ago. At least give us something like that. I don't even think we got that much in this Rumble.
No, I don't think Oba Femi did anything. That's it. He clotheslined them. That's it. And a suplex.
Yeah. I think he suplexed Oba, and then they did the exact opposite of what I was hoping they would do, which is that they would have Oba eliminate Brock, which Oba wasn't going to win, but it would have been a huge statement for him to be the one to eliminate Brock Lesnar. And they did the exact opposite of that.
Nothing.
They had Brock Lesnar eliminate Oba Femi from the Royal Rumble, who was in there for a while.
Yeah, he was in there for at least 35 minutes.
And then he was gone, and it was like, oh, okay. So they had him dump the new guy out. Now, if we look back on this in a few months and they end up doing a WrestleMania match and Oba beats him, then it's like, okay, fine, right? It ends the way that it should end. I don't have the full faith necessarily that that's exactly how it's going to play out. It should. But yeah, it was like, okay, so you had him dump Oba out. Let's see what happens with Brock now. Is Brock going to go on a run here in this Rumble? Is there somebody else who's going to get some big moment in eliminating Brock Lesnar here from this Royal Rumble? Perhaps this will all make sense in a few minutes, JD.
Yes.
Maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. Perhaps they have some great idea in mind.
Before we get to that, can I just throw out this one thing that's just really fucking bothering me? We had joke around that WWE seems to be allergic with getting the Penta and Rey Fenix duo back together, Lucha Brothers back together. Bro, Phoenix came out at number 24 and Penta came out at number 28, and they couldn't even be in the Rumble for a little bit together in the same match.
Contractually, it's not allowed. You see. Can't be in the ring at the same time, so can't have that.
Oh, God. So Oba Femi's gone, just unceremonious. The announcers didn't even make a big deal about it. It was like, it's just another elimination. Now on to the next.
No. And that's the biggest sin. Like, when you have spots like this, it's on the announcers to go ahead and really make it feel like we just saw an important thing or something big just happened. And that was one of those moments where I felt like they dropped the ball and they really should have done that. And it was just completely undersold.
So he's gone. And then Lesnar's giving Logan Paul an F5. Buzzer goes off. We get Jey Uso coming out at number 25. Now, he didn't come out through the aisleway. He came out through the crowd. And obviously, I'm sure everybody here saw my clip. It had like 700,000 views. I don't know why it went so fucking crazy on social media. Bro, everybody is legitimately looking over and everybody's yeeting with Jey Uso. And as everyone is yeeting with Jey Uso, They quickly go back to the ring, and all I see is Cody Rhodes and LA Knight double clothesline Brock Lesnar over the top rope. He hits the barricade. He gets eliminated, and they almost missed it. And everybody's just they're still fucking eating. And I'm like, I legitimately jumped off my couch. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? This is literally one of the most comical, one of the worst spots in a Rumble that I could possibly ever imagine.
This whole stretch. Really, from the moment that Brock dumped Oba until all of this shit played out, I called it the worst stretch that I've ever seen in a Royal Rumble match. Like,
and for you to say that, that's pretty fucking damning, bro.
I cannot believe that they laid this out and that there was even one person back there who said, yep, this sounds like a really good idea. Let's go with that. I almost want to believe it was Brock's idea. Like, Brock is like,
no.
How about you have Cody? I want two guys to eliminate me, but at a moment where people won't really be paying attention. They'll be focused elsewhere. And that's the perfect moment for me to be eliminated from this match. Because I almost cannot wrap my head around the idea that they sat there in like a room and said, you know what, let's map this whole sequence out. This is the way we do it. This is gold. This is cinema. This is fantastic. This is shit. That's what this was. Brock Lesnar just eliminated Oba Femi. Brock Lesnar is now one of the biggest names left in the Royal Rumble. His elimination meant nothing. It meant absolutely nothing. You had Cody Rhodes and LA Knight team up to eliminate him. Did they mention on Raw last night even one time when LA Knight did all those run-ins to attack the Vision that he had a hand in eliminating Brock Lesnar from the Royal Rumble?
No.
It was never mentioned. Not once.
That's...
Why? Why?
Well, you see, they're jet lag coming over from Riyadh, you see.
Oh. I see. Were they jet lagged when they booked the Royal Rumble?
Yeah, yes, they were. Yes, they
either that
were.
or they were drunk, one or the other. What did it mean? We talk about things that they have to mean something.
Jason,
right?
I had so many people in my thread saying, he was named 44 times in the Janelle Grant lawsuit. I don't give a fuck if he's named 444 times. He's Brock Lesnar. He's on TV. You treat him, bro, he could eat the entire fucking Rumble field if he wants to. And the fact that he's one of the, still probably the most legit guy they got there, no matter what he's accused of, to eliminate him in that fashion and then not make a big deal about it and just fucking everybody's acting like it's some fucking rave and a big party. Like, it makes me feel stupid for even being a fan of this shit. And then people are like, why are you going to take it seriously? It's fake. It's pro wrestling. Bro, this guy claimed he wants to be world champion. He came out at number 25, and he's acting as if this is his fucking son's birthday party. I can't stand for that shit, bro. There's got to be a time and a place to do this shit. The yeeting is fine, and I know they're not going to get rid of it. But in the fucking Rumble... And then I see people, well, you didn't make a big deal when Too Cool and Rikishi were fucking dancing and doing the worm in the Royal Rumble. They weren't in there at number 25, you fucking idiot. Like, what are you talking about? They're not eliminating Brock Lesnar. What are you talking about? I hated this, man. I can't stand this shit. This is awful.
Yeah, I mean, again, whoever was responsible for this, I mean, should not be put in a position to be coming up with Royal Rumble spots again in the future. I mean, this was just awful.
It was Michael Hayes, Michael Hayes, Bobby Roode, and I believe it was Jamie Noble. Yeah.
Okay, great. No, I mean, I'm not even talking about the Rumble itself. I mean, I would love to know who conceived of this entire sequence from start to finish. And that the elimination should happen the way that it did and where it did. Now, we know why they did it. They did it to set up Roman coming out and then pretending like we're going to run it back for a second time because he ran it back. So we're going to run it back a second time. And then he popped his cousin in the face. So it was all to set that up and have Roman be like, all right, it's time to get back to business here. But like Jay, he's taking his time coming through the crowd. I thought at one point I saw one of the referees like trying to tell him to like, let's go here. Like,
bro, I thought he was legitimately going to attack Jey Uso. That's what I thought he was going to do.
I would have loved it if just the next person came out, because the way it worked in past Rumbles is if you didn't make it into the ring before the buzzer went off for the next person to come out, you were eliminated. So I thought maybe Jey Uso was going to be eliminated because the next person will have already come out before he got into the ring, which would have been great. But no, apparently that's... I guess that's not a thing anymore.
But if you wanted Brock Lesnar to eliminate Oba Femi, Look at the way Lesnar got eliminated. He didn't make us think about it. Like, if I'm Lesnar, I would have booked this shit with Lesnar getting eliminated in this fashion to absolutely go ballistic in there, get back in there as now a man eliminated, and throw some guys out because we've seen that before. How come one of those guys couldn't be Oba Femi? And then, boom, you got a WrestleMania tease right there.
Well,
he comes in eliminated to eliminate Oba Femi.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, it just felt like a waste of an important spot in a match that could have been used to set up a future match at WrestleMania. And maybe we end up getting Brock and Oba anyway, and he eliminated Oba. We saw Oba on TV last night. Again, none of this was mentioned. None of that was brought up. Instead, he eliminates Oba, and then Brock just gets eliminated in the most underwhelming, just pointless way possible that will not lead to a single thing because he's not doing anything with LA Knight or Cody Rhodes. So, like, at least if you're going to dump him out, my biggest thing was, like, make it meaningful. It should have meant something. That's why I think Oba being the one to eliminate him would have made more sense. But just the way this all came across and played out, it was like I'm watching a clown show here. I'm like, what is this nonsense? This is just dumb.
This was awful, fucking awful. So there's rumors and news now on Oba Femi and Brock Lesnar. Meltzer's reporting in the Observer that it's not 100% for WrestleMania 42. While the match is still a possibility.
Oh, that's great. He eliminated him, and the match is not even 100% for WrestleMania.
It's Dave, and I don't know if he is in the know here on this particular thing with Lesnar, but he says that's not 100%. By the way, it could happen. I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm just saying that I was told that this one's not 100%.
It could happen.
It could happen.
Or it could not happen.
It could not happen. I was told this one's not 100%, and that was the Lesnar and Oba Femi match. Gee, Dave, thank you for the riveting reporting there. Listen, that's the rumor. I think that should be the match. We'll go over where we see WrestleMania in a little bit, but out comes Reigns. He puts a stop to the eating because Jay wanted to run it back, so he gave him a fucking swift uppercut. So he hands out Superman punches and eliminates The Miz. Jacob Fatu came out at number 27. Rhodes tried a suicide dive on Fatu before he could even enter the ring. Fatu blocked it, tossed him into the barricade. Reigns and Fatu faced off, but Rhodes went after Fatu. Jay and Reigns then gave Logan Paul a 1D. Penta comes out. He gave Fatu a backstabber. LA Knight hit Penta with the power slam. Reigns with a BFT. And Rhodes hit a reverse DDT. He hit Rhodes with a reverse DDT. Rhodes then eliminated Knight. So that was another unceremonious exit for LA Knight.
Can we mention, though, the greatest pop-up Samoan drop that I have ever seen?
That was a good one.
Where he popped Javon Evans, I believe, way up into the air, caught him, held him there for a second, and then dumped him down. That was beautiful.
Well, it's not just a gimmick where he says, let's get bouncy. He is legitimately super athletic, so... that was great. Randy Orton comes out at number 29. Crowd sang his song. He came in, hit power slams, hit Penta and Logan Paul with RKOs. And then, unfortunately, which I don't know who made this decision, this guy should be fucking fired too. Gunther comes out at number 30 after retiring AJ Styles. I don't know why they sent him out there. He comes out number 30, and we have Evans still in there. He goes for a super OG cutter on Orton, but Orton dropped him with an RKO. This was probably the same spot they were doing or wanted to do back in St. Louis when they ran that NXT show where Orton wrestled Javon Evans in the main event.
Yeah. These guys have to stop jumping at Randy Orton. Like, it just, I don't know why they keep doing this. Do not jump at Randy Orton.
No.
It will not end well.
No, he then eliminated Evans, did Orton. Gunther eliminated Penta. So Rhodes and Orton faced off, but they turned their attention to Gunther. Orton held up Gunther for a Cody cutter. Gunther bailed. Rhodes hit Orton with the move by mistake. Fatu then tried to dump Rhodes. Rhodes held on to the top rope. And Drew McIntyre flies in out of nowhere, hits a Claymore kick, and Cody goes over the top rope and was eliminated. So his elimination was at the hands of someone who wasn't even in the match. Fatu was watching all this, so Reigns dumped him out from behind. I mean, just fucking ridiculous. Like, you're Jacob Fatu in the Royal Rumble, and you're just like, oh, man, look at Cody getting eliminated, and then he gets dumped out from behind. Goodbye. So he's gone. And then we're down to the final four, Jason. Reigns, Orton, Logan Paul, and Gunther. So those are the final four. At this point...
which left us with 2 realistic options out of the 4.
Yes. We had Orton was definitely one of them in Reigns. Logan Paul was not winning it. And Gunther, I mean, if he won it, I mean, it would have been what a night for him, but he wasn't winning the Rumble. So Jay tried to do the same thing to eliminate Roman Reigns. Reigns went for a spear. Jay speared Reigns instead, and then he was eliminated by his cousin. And then we were at the final 4. We eventually got down to Reigns and Gunther. So Logan tried a buckshot lariat on Reigns, but Reigns dropped him with the Superman punch. I know I heard you talk about it too. I mentioned it immediately. Like, his buckshot lariat's got to go. Like, it is the flip. The flip, bro, is more devastating than the actual move itself. Like, he's going to tear his knees out to a point where he may not even be able to wrestle again. It is awful looking.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a move like that somebody else already does that you ripped off of them, if you can't do it better than them, then you just shouldn't be doing it.
No. So he tried that, and it looked awful. He was eliminated with a Superman punch. Orton gave Reigns an RKO. Gunther ran up from behind and eliminated Orton. And then very unceremoniously, I mean, it was soon thereafter that Reigns eliminated Gunther after a brief exchange, and that was it. He tried for the sleeper. Reigns ran towards the corner, drove Gunther face first into the top turnbuckle, spear, and then eliminated like a fucking geek. And that was it. Roman Reigns wins his second Royal Rumble, and the match ended just under an hour. And Reigns is going to WrestleMania. Comedy show it was, man. Comedy.
Yeah. Yeah, not meant to be, but that's kind of how it turned out there. My feeling when it's funny that I heard Roman in the interview on ESPN, he used the word, he didn't pronounce it this way, but he was using the word mediocrity. I forgot how he butchered it, but because that's how I felt about this Royal Rumble when it was over. I kept coming back to the word mediocrity. That was my takeaway from this. And there was a lot of great story potential, and they had some really big names in there, and they had the potential to do some kind of cool, fun things. It had its moments here and there, but they were fleeting. And a few moments in an hour is not enough to save what I thought was overall a very mediocre Royal Rumble match.
Yeah, this was, I could tell you right now, this is not something I'd go back and rewatch. Definitely not one of those. Reigns, he talked about how he has taken time off because of family obligations and his children, and he wanted to share the spotlight with the rest of the roster after he held the WWE Championship for 1,300 days. And he mentioned Nick Khan being amazing and such a great businessman. He mentioned, TKO. He mentioned everybody but Triple H. And I don't know what's going on there with Triple H and the Anoa'i family. I don't know what's going on there. But apparently Roman Reigns said that we need to try harder to create stars. We haven't created any new stars in my absence since I lost at WrestleMania 40. And basically, he I don't even know if he was in character at all, but it doesn't even matter. What he said is factual information. But when he wins the Royal Rumble, it's hard for us to really look at what's going on here unless we're looking at a situation, Jason, where I think a lot more people who have a lot of pull realize that there's a problem creatively in this company, and the only way to fix it is to go back to what was working, and what was working was Roman Reigns. Now, you're going to run into people who are going to think it's the same old shit, but it is very hard to disagree. When Roman Reigns was on top, the product was at the hottest it's ever been. Now, it's not going to be that way now, and I certainly don't want to put a fucking championship on him because we don't need any part-time champions who work 6 matches a year, but what do we got to do to fix what's wrong here? Because a lot of what he said is 100% factual information.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interview that was done in character, I think mostly, but there was, because they've incorporated it into the promo last night on Raw. So I think it was done by design, but there was a lot of truth in what he was saying there as far as they really haven't, it's not as if they've done a great job of creating some new stars to sort of take over the position that he was in at the top of the card here, right? We're seeing some of it now with some of the new faces that are coming up from NXT, and with any hope, a year from now, we're looking at some guys that are more over than they are now, and you can kind of see them ascending to those spots. That's the hope anyway. I don't know why they waited so long to call up seemingly all these people all at once. I think they should have staggered that over a period of time, but look, the reality is I heard the comments that he made, where it's like, it's been 2 years, I've been waiting, and I set the table, and I'm waiting for someone to step up. And then, he wins the Royal Rumble. Now, he hasn't won the Royal Rumble in 11 years, but he also is coming off a reign where he was champion for 1,300 days, and he's about to go into his 11th WrestleMania main event. So we're in the Roman era, right? He got a lot of screen time, and he's been a part of everything. And so the idea that these comments would be made, and then we turn around and he wins the Royal Rumble, which guarantees him a championship match at WrestleMania, you look at that and you just like, you almost laugh. You know what I mean? Like you hear the words that he is saying, and then you see what played out on Saturday, and it just feels like deja vu, right? We're right back into, the Roman era. The problem I had with it is that Roman Reigns is not the same Roman Reigns that he was 4 or 5 years ago, where he was on television, maybe not every week, but he was a part of the weekly show. He's not now, right? He's not a full-time performer anymore. And we're talking about a championship match at WrestleMania. Now, he's always going to have a big match at WrestleMania because he's a big star. The idea of him going for a championship at WrestleMania after we just came off of a year where John Cena in his final year won the Elimination Chamber and was going to WrestleMania to wrestle Cody Rhodes. And he made a few appearances on the road to Mania, but he was very limited, right, in his schedule, and he wasn't there every week. And when you have somebody who is not ever present in the build-up to your biggest show of the year, it affects the show. Now, there was a lot of hope coming out of the show last night, and we'll talk about what happened, but like this great segment last night that has a lot of people very excited for this Roman Reigns and CM Punk match. And I don't expect to see him now for a few weeks because now they're sort of moving on to Punk and Balor as we head into the Elimination Chamber. But we're still going to be faced with a situation where coming out of the chamber, we've got 6 or 7 weeks before we get to WrestleMania. And you have a guy I very much question, how often are we going to see this person on TV? Do we need to be putting a spotlight in this way on guys that are not going to be there on television enough to drive interest in the weekly shows? You and I sit through the weekly shows every week. We watch them, we review them. One of the problems I think that has really, it's become noticeable in recent years is the emphasis on guys who are not always going to be there. And the show kind of stalls right when they're not around. We kind of felt that when Cody went away to film Street Fighter a little bit last year. Mm-hmm. Roman, again, he's hardly ever around. He'll make maybe half a dozen appearances in a year. If these are the guys that you're going to continue to feature in these types of main events, it makes the weekly television, it suffers. It makes it harder to follow the weekly shows because you want the people to be there to play these stories out week to week to week. So he's not wrong in some of the stuff that he said, but he's also part of the problem. It goes both ways. And that was my big takeaway from what he said. And then watching him win the Royal Rumble on Saturday, it's like, okay, we're back to this again, back to Roman. And the prospect of him winning a championship at WrestleMania, I can't see it. Because if he did, what purpose would that serve if he's not going to be around? The one thing you can't say about CM Punk, he's been the World Heavyweight Champion. He's going out there and he's having matches. If not every week, he's having some big matches on TV. And it does help, to have somebody on the show wrestling and defending the title. Because we're actually getting to see him.
Well, if we can base Roman Reigns' appearances over the last couple of years going into Mania and then coming out to Mania, the last time we will see him is at Mania, and again, we won't see him till SummerSlam.
Right.
So do we want to see a WWE World Heavyweight Champion that wins the championship at WrestleMania? A championship, by the way, which he called the B Championship 2 years ago. Now he's going in. Yeah, little bro. So he's going away till SummerSlam. Do we want to see that? No. But all of that, which is factual, Jason, was wiped away yesterday with the promo that they had, which was tremendous. And it billed for this WrestleMania match, which is now official between Punk and Roman Reigns. And I think we both anticipated this is the direction that they were going. But after what they said last night, my question to you is, and what they did was great, and there's very few in this company that have the history as Punk and Reigns do together. There's a lot of meat to that bone. Did they give away too much? Or do they anticipate Roman Reigns is not going to be there often on the road to WrestleMania, and they needed to give you a lot yet last night because they know that he's not going to be there?
Well, I think they had a match to sell. They had a match to sell. I appreciate the fact that they didn't make us wait, 3 or 4 weeks to get a decision.
Well, even though Triple H said the night before at the Royal Rumble, like, he's going to take his time deciding.
Oh, you mean he lied about something?
Go figure.
Wow. So yeah, I appreciate the fact that we didn't have to wait very long, to get our answer. We know what the match is going to be. It was a fantastic segment, and I don't think we're going to see him again until after the Elimination Chamber, because as I said, clearly they're building to a match between Punk and Balor. I have to imagine that's going to be on the Elimination Chamber card, because now we know there's no reason for CM Punk to be a part of any sort of chamber match, realistically. And it's in Chicago. Of course, I'm sure he's going to have a title defense on that show. So there's no need really to have Roman on the show now for the remainder of this month. I'm more worried about, okay, when we get past Chicago and we're looking at the calendar and it's March 1st and WrestleMania is like April 18th, 19th, how often are we going to see Roman? And what does that look like? Because as you said, they gave a lot away in this promo as far as their history and their feelings about each other. I don't expect to see Roman wrestling on television before Mania.
No.
It's not like we're going to do the whole, like, can they coexist? They're going to be in a tag match. So, yeah, you do wonder, like, what is left for them to do beyond a contract signing? Like, what is left for them to do? That's on creative to come up with stuff, for whether they do stuff together or Roman is just present on the show in some other way. We want to see him, because he's one half of this big main event. And this, as great as this promo was, not that people are going to forget about it, but a month from now, it's going to die down and you're going to have to do something else to really get people excited. And that's on creative. Hopefully they have a plan mapped out, but how many dates they have Roman for, I don't know. I'm not convinced that they don't have a number of dates on him that they can't go beyond. Like, I don't know that, but just based on the number of appearances he's made in recent years, I do wonder if it's one of those deals where he's sort of contracted to a certain number of dates and they have to stay within that number. So I don't know how often we're going to see him. But for last night, the feeling was one of excitement and great interest. And it felt like we have a real personal issue here. That's the biggest thing that's missing from these shows.
Yes.
Nothing really feels personal. You never really get the feeling like, and it's a work and everything, but you never really get the feeling like, man, these two people really don't like each other. And you watched that promo last night, and I can believe that Roman he doesn't care for this guy. He doesn't like him. That there's some truth in the words that he was saying in this promo. I can buy into it. I can believe in it. We don't get enough of that on this show. That's what made that promo so great, is that you can believe it. And there's the history there. I loved it when, I guess it was Punk who brought up bringing you into this company.
Yeah.
Because that was the whole thing with him and Paul Heyman. They brought the Shield, right, into WWE. So they were just dropping all kinds of like bombs on each other like that. And it was great. But now you've got to sustain that momentum. You've got to sustain that excitement. And it's early February. So I hope they can do it. I don't think they gave too much away because they wanted to hit you between the eyes with it. And they did. They succeeded. But now the challenge is going to be, okay, what next? How do you keep this going?
Yeah, the part that I liked the most was that Punk was basically big leagued. It didn't make him look bad, but it just showed you how far superior Roman Reigns is to the company, because he said when they re-signed Punk, who do you think they came to first to get the okay? They came to me. And he made a promise to Triple H that he would do his best. And he would never forget 10 years ago when Punk went on Colt Cabana's podcast and made his life way harder than it should have been. And he went on to say that I'm not picking you because I'm picking you because I hate you. I've always hated you. And I'm not picking you because you're the biggest match for me or you got the belt and this and that. I'm picking you because I hate you. I've always hated you. And WrestleMania is going to be the best day of my life because in the main event, you will acknowledge me. I think, in the end of it, I think Reigns got the better of CM Punk just with those last couple of lines he threw at him. But I agree with you. This was a hype that we didn't get last year with Rollins and Reigns. And they do have a personal vendetta, but it was more so Seth Rollins' story than anything. And the whole wise man thing, that was basically what overtook the entire story of the match last year.
Yeah, it wasn't even Seth Rollins so much as it was all about Paul Heyman.
Yeah.
And who's going to win over, the allegiance of Paul Heyman in that match. But this feels fresh, even though we technically got it last year in the night one main event, because now it's more one-on-one. We didn't have that last year. It was, like you said, Rollins and Heyman. Now it's just Punk and Roman. It's the two of them. It's what we did not get last year. If you would have polled people last year, which match would you rather see at WrestleMania 41? I guarantee you Roman versus Punk one-on-one would have gotten more votes. Like, that's the match that people wanted to see.
Yep.
And so now we get it now. Of course, you left out the best part of the promo, which was Zebros or some shit, I believe is what he mentioned there. You and me are zebra. What movie were they in? Zootopia.
Zootopia, yeah.
Part 2?
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. So, yeah, that was great. But, yeah, it's just, again, I love it when we have something, because to me, that's very old school. And we just don't get enough of everything. So manufactured now and clean. But this felt like two guys who really just don't like each other. And they were throwing all kinds of history at each other. And to me, that's what makes a great WrestleMania main event. And you don't need to add any sort of element. You don't need to add Paul Heyman to it. You don't need to add another person to it. It's just, you put these two guys in the ring and let them go out there and let them do their thing. And for CM Punk, it'll be the second year in a row now, that he gets a WrestleMania main event. People will quibble over, now he gets a real He's in the fucking main event. Night 1, night 2, doesn't matter. I'm sure this will be the night 2 main event because in their eyes, that they're going to want to end the weekend with the biggest match. And I don't see, honestly, any match they could do right now for the WWE Championship, any sort of combination that will be bigger than this match between Punk and Roman. After that promo last night, I don't see it. That promo last night was the best promo of Roman's career.
Yes, I agree.
I've heard some people have danced around that, it was no, it wasn't one of the best. It was the best.
Yes.
And I will always think back to that promo in 2017 with him and John Cena and how fucking awful that was. I felt bad for the guy. It was so like that was the low point of his career outside of the suffer and succotash thing. Like, that was the low point for him because John Cena absolutely he fucking eviscerated. He embarrassed him so badly on the mic and outclassed him. And it's almost unfathomable for me to look back on that almost a decade ago and think that's the same guy that we saw last night. Like, I liked how when Roman started talking, he was almost like kind of laughing and he was kind of calm. And then it slowly built until the very end where he was like, enraged, like, I hate you, and it just built, and it was a masterclass between the two of them in terms of promos.
I don't even think the people who said that it wasn't, I don't even think they can go back and reference another Roman Reigns promo in this Tribal Chief era that even exists that he had an impact on. Like, let people going to remember last night. That's the biggest takeaway. They're going to remember last night's promo. The only other match that WWE can do that is on level to be this big, the only other match right now is Cody and Punk, and that's it. So this was going to happen eventually, one-on-one, whether it was this year or next year. This is one of the biggest matches that they can do. I have no problem with them doing it. There is a problem with the fact that WWE hasn't created any new stars. Hopefully that will change this year, and we get WrestleMania looking vastly different at the top of the card going into WrestleMania 43, 44, and beyond. Now, as far as WrestleMania, Jason, we got this match announced. I would assume after last night's street fight with Stephanie retaining over Raquel and Liv Morgan holding the championship, that we're looking at that being the likely match for the Women's World Championship, Liv versus Stephanie.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one that would make the most sense. I suppose they could work Raquel into it if they wanted to, because we know that things are eventually going to go south between her and Liv. I guess it's just a matter of when does that happen. If it happens before WrestleMania, then maybe Raquel could be worked in there. But to me, it's Liv and Stephanie. I mean, Liv and Jade. I mean, they're not doing Liv and Jade.
No, they're not doing Liv and Jade.
No, there's zero chance of that happening.
The other women's match, we'll wait and see if Bianca's ready to come back. If she's not in the chamber, I think that says a lot. We'll see what happens there. They could go Charlotte. They could go Jordan Grace. I think Charlotte fits the whole vibe of what they're looking for at WrestleMania, so we'll see what happens there. As far as the other matches, I told you the Oba Femi and Brock Lesnar rumor. I think that will eventually end up being the match. I mean, it would be fucking stupid of them not to do it. I think that will end up being the match. Now, AJ Styles retired. Instead of getting that match at Mania, that leaves Gunther open. Now, it could be Gunther, Oba Femi. I don't think they go that way because Gunther should not be losing right now. Oba should absolutely beat Brock. I know Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes is still a dream match for a lot of people in this current generation because of the story that they have, and Cody's back, and they've only done it once in the King of the Ring final. They trademarked career killer. Are we looking at a career killer versus a legend killer at WrestleMania? Because I think that if Gunther doesn't have a solid opponent lined up for him and he's not going to be in the championship program, or if he's not wrestling Brock or Oba, and Oba's got to be on the card, do you think they go Gunther and Randy Orton in a legend killer versus career killer match?
No, because, I mean, Randy's career, in theory, would be on the line in that match. And he's not going anywhere.
So what do you do with Randy Orton going into WrestleMania?
I think there's a very good chance Randy Orton will end up in that WWE title picture. I'm not sure how they get to it. But if we're talking a multi-man match with Jacob involved, then I think there's a way to get Randy involved too. And I'm not a huge fan of doing multi-man matches for, the main event of WrestleMania. We've had some that have been good, like last year. Even the triple threat on night one was an excellent match.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it can be done. Then you start adding more people to it, a four-way. I'm not a huge fan of it, but we saw Randy eat a Cody cutter by accident in the Royal Rumble. So we'll see if that comes up on TV this week between the two of them. They've been dancing around this tension between them, this underlying tension for so long. It has to come to the forefront at some point soon. And I think that there is no other obvious spot for Randy on that show. As I look at the card right now, the potential card right now, I could see him ending up in that four-way, or making it a four-way. And you put the championship on the line and you get Cody, Drew, Fatu, and Orton.
What do you do with Gunther?
Well, that's the better question. Me personally, I would love a match between him and Dragunov. I know that they're on separate brands, and that's probably not going to happen at WrestleMania. I actually had that earmarked as my SummerSlam match when I did my predictions at the beginning of the year. If we're just looking at the Raw roster right now, I don't see a lot of good options. I don't see anybody that he can retire. And first of all, let me just say this. I think you got to put this gimmick on the back burner for a while. Like, you can call him the career killer. I get they're going to call him that. That's going to be his new nickname. It's not like every match he has, every big like PLE match he has, he's going to retire somebody. Like, to me, I'm already kind of sick of it. If this is going to be like a recurring gimmick here, which I don't really like that idea of this being just a recurring gimmick where, oh, okay, I'm going to retire you. I'm going to retire this guy. So let's assume he's not going to like wrestle someone with their career on the line. That at least opens it up to a few more options. If we're looking at the Raw roster, you've got LA Knight. We don't know what he's going to be doing. He's probably the biggest babyface on Raw that doesn't have an obvious match right now at WrestleMania.
Didn't Rey Mysterio and Gunther have a little stare down a couple weeks ago? Walking across each other in the aisleway?
No, I think it was backstage, or was it in the aisle?
Maybe I think it was.
The aisle.
I think it
was right after. I think it was right after he had the match with Cena, because everybody was giving him the side eye, like as he was walking around.
It might have been one of them spots. Maybe it's Rey.
Yeah, but I don't think that Rey is hanging it up against Gunther. I always envisioned when he had that final match, it would be against Dom.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big question mark. Jericho wasn't in the Rumble. I still have him earmarked for an LA Knight match at WrestleMania. I think that just makes too much of a good match there for him, for both of them, actually. I'm going Finn and Dominic for the IC title.
I'm going Demon and Dom.
There you go. I like that. Now, I don't know what we do with the women's tag team titles. Last night on Raw, the Bellas made their... Well,
I have a sense.
Where are they going?
Well, first of all, we know, if you saw Raw last night, if ever there was a segment that was defined by, it could have been an email, it was this segment where the Bellas came out to announce to the world that they're back, and they're the OG tag team. Did you hear that? They're the original women's tag team, which I'm sure is news to all of the other women's tag teams that came before them. And they are back to go after the women's tag team titles.
Yep.
And that was it. They played their music and they left. They're going to win the titles at WrestleMania.
Yeah, but not from Rhea and Io, though.
They better fucking not. No. So what I'm hoping is Rhea and Io will lose those titles to Bayley and Lyra, maybe at the Elimination Chamber. We get Bayley and Lyra then defending against the Bellas of WrestleMania. That then frees up Rhea and Io to have a singles match. No titles on the line.
Boom.
But they go one-on-one at WrestleMania.
Love it. It's exactly what I was hoping for. That's what I had penciled in as well. Rhea versus Io. How we get there, I don't know. Two friends going at it. One's a heel, one's a babyface. I don't give a shit. Just make it happen.
Easy enough. If they drop those tag belts for there to be some sort of miscommunication, it leads to some problems. And then you come back to the story that they've told before, which is that Rhea Ripley has never beaten Io Sky.
Yes. Perfect. You don't need anything else.
There it is. That's all you need.
And I think Seth Rollins is coming back. He's going one-on-one with Braun Breaker. I think they'll pencil that in there. Tag team championships, Usos, that's another thing that's up in the air. Do they do something fucking crazy and out of the box like the Hardys? Do they get the Lucha Brothers back together? Gotta be the Lucha Brothers. So WrestleMania right now, still in the works, but that's what's going on there. And before we get to the super chats, we'll end with this. I hated it. Not that I think hate's a strong word. I disliked it. I wouldn't have gone this way. What'd you think of Oba Femi's debut? I know he's kind of still going back and forth and he hasn't signed a contract, quote unquote, with a major brand yet, but I did not like the way that they debuted him taking out the War Raiders. I think that's just ridiculous, and the tag team division is so depleted. I don't think we should be making it more depleted. What'd you think of his debut last night?
I mean, for him, it wasn't a bad thing for him because he just decimated these two guys. My takeaway from that segment, and I wasn't even really joking when I said this, my takeaway was if I were the War Raiders, I would be very worried right now.
Yeah.
Because it just came off to me as the kind of segment that you do right before you're getting ready to just kind of cut bait on somebody. Yep. Like we've seen that before. Because now, like I know Oba is just he's a special guy, right? He's big and intimidating. He's not your average wrestler or a guy on the roster, but still, they got beat by one guy. Not that this tag team division had a whole lot going on for it to begin with, but the last thing that they need to be doing right now on either show is killing off one of their tag teams. That's basically what they did last night. I don't know why you would do that. The tag team division right now is absolutely atrocious on Monday nights. We have the Usos defending their belts against Otis and Tozawa next week. That's the big match. And I sit here struggling to come up with any other legitimate tag team threats on this show. That's why I think we're looking to other teams like maybe the Lucha Brothers Union, for a potential WrestleMania match. I just think at a time when the tag team division needs all the help that it can get, it's incredibly counterproductive, but it also just may be a bad omen for the War Raiders.
Those WrestleMania cuts, we'll keep an eye on that. But
I will say this. I will say this about Raw, though. Obviously, clearly, the closing segment that was the best thing on the entire show. I thought a good much of the rest of the show was pretty boring. I thought the opening had promise. I love that cold open with Breaker out there and overturning the announce desk and everything, and they didn't really follow up on it in a super strong way.
No.
But I like that LA Knight, at least he got some measure of revenge on the Vision for what they did to him. Gunther looked like a killer, after Dragon Lee came out and he got serious, and so he started kicking his ass and put him in the sleeper. His body went limp, and Dragon Lee just splats on the ground outside. So there were some things I liked.
We got 12 minutes of wrestling in the first hour.
Yeah, that I didn't like.
No,
that was not great. I mean, look, if they were doing other really exciting shit on the show, I could excuse it, but that's exciting is not a word I would use to describe, what we got in most of that first hour.
It was a jet-lagged episode for sure.
And then the women's championship match was your typical WWE, plunder match. Raquel didn't wrestle, or I'm sorry, Stephanie didn't wrestle at the Rumble. Raquel did. She was in there for like 35 minutes, flew all the way from Saudi back to the States, probably went right to Raw.
Yeah.
Right. I can't imagine she went home and then I don't know where she lives, but so I'm sure she was, jet lagged and tired and all that. But there were a few different moments in that match where things did not go the way that they were hoping it would go. Remember the chair that was wedged in the corner came loose and fell on the floor outside. The table spot later, which didn't really break on when Raquel landed on the table, but it was your typical, plunder match. I can't say it was anything great. People were shitting on the Philadelphia crowd. They were very they were very quiet and very uninterested in large parts of the show. I can't sit here and shit on the Philly crowd because what did you expect them to react to exactly? You know what I mean? Like, it's Philadelphia. It's a hardcore wrestling crowd, and you did not give them a whole lot to really cheer for last night. I think people are very quick to just blame all the crowds. Sometimes it's warranted, and sometimes you have to look at what they're being given. And then you realize, like, you know what? No, I'm not going to blame the crowd, because if I were sitting in the crowd, I probably wouldn't be reacting either to half
the last time they were in New York City, they made New York City sound like Biloxi, Mississippi.
Okay, well, whose fault is that?
That's Triple H's fault.
But you know what? I pointed this out the other night. When they started raising ticket prices, I made this comment. I said it's going to be very interesting a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now to look back and see how the crowds are. Because I guarantee you they've priced out a lot of fans who can't go to the shows anymore, who normally would go, or like families that would go, because it's so fucking expensive to go to these shows. Yeah. And it's going to change the crowds in some way. Like, these crowds are going to change. Probably not for the better. And I think maybe that's part of what we're seeing now. Like, these crowds, these may not be the same crowds that you would have seen in these buildings 2, 3, 4 years ago.
Quality of the shows are getting worse, and the prices are going up.
Yeah. Now, that's a bad combination.
That's a very bad combination. But thank you guys very much. You know what went up? Our audience throughout this 3 hours. We had 3,500 plus in here, and we just hit 1,000 likes. You guys are great. Thank you very much. We're going to get into your super chats now. After a very fun Rumble discussion, hopefully you guys enjoyed tonight's episode. Please hit that thumbs up. Continue to do that. Get those super chats in. It's the best way to support us here on Tuesday night. And please go follow Jason on social media and on YouTube. You guys know where to find me. And that's it. Let's get through
Drew,
these.
by the way. Drew McIntyre was catching strays in that promo last night.
He was. You could take the easy way out and go wrestle Drew McIntyre.
I mean, didn't you beat that guy a whole bunch of times? And like, man, they fucking buried that guy 6 feet under. He better have a good comeback for that on Friday.
Well, if we know him and his social media behavior, he will.
Yeah.
Michael Krause with a $2 super chat. JD Jason OTS TNT. Let's go. Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Tone C with a $3 super chat. Thank you for the super emoji con, Tone C. Give me back shots, Solomonster with a $1.99. Are you guys ready for Tiff Jade Part 28 at WrestleMania? Listen, it's a possibility. What is Tiffany doing at WrestleMania? It's a good question.
It is possible. Maybe instead of Charlotte, if Bianca can't go, we may be looking at a rematch with Tiffany and Jade.
Real Danimal with a $10 super chat. Thoughts on Seth returning at the end of night 2 with a chair and having to choose who to hit? Hits Punk in the back with the chair. Roman hits a spear for the win. I don't see the match ending clean. No, Rollins is wrestling Breaker, and he should focus on at something like that after he beats Braun Breaker or loses. I would have him lose to Breaker. Boss Mo Jackson with a $10 super chat here. This year marks 10 years. I've been following the channel. I love engaging with you guys. It's better and better. 2 thumbs up for the channel. JD Solo, Jesse. Oba Femi debut was incomplete, a little puzzling. A do-over is needed, off to the wrong start. On another note, Balor I want to see move to SmackDown. No. I think Balor's going to be the new IC champion after WrestleMania. Michelle with a 2. Per Fightful, Roman's contract is up after WrestleMania 42. Oh, is that right? Where's he going?
Oh, Tony he's licking his chops.
Joanna White is all elite. No.
He already the problem is he already has a Samoan named Joe, so
yeah,
you would have to come up with some other name for him. What would you call him?
Call Roman in AEW?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question.
We know who this guy. Just don't mention his name. He shows up like we know who that is, right? And just. He'd be like the man with no name.
Francis Lou with a 10 and a 5. I will try my hand at jokes. Number 1. What is the TV show Stranger Things about? Things that are stranger. What does an AEW wrestler have when his equipment bag is filled to capacity? He has full gear. Yeah, we're going to keep the jokes to Sidro, bro.
Wow.
And a new AEW Women's Tag Team, Jamie Hayter and Alex Windsor, the British Brawling Babes, known as Triple B. MJF was talking about the Triple B. They're the Brawling Birds, which I guess is kind of the same thing as the Brawling Babes. Not a fan of them in a tag team. I think Jamie Hayter deserves better. Michelle with a 2. Who will be in the men's chamber and who wins? This is what I wanted to ask you. Do you think it's a possibility that Balor is in the chamber along with Punk and the chambers for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship? Or no?
For the World Heavyweight title?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think anybody is going to honestly,
I take that back. That don't make sense because Cody and Fatu, I'm sure they'll be in a chamber match to see who wrestles Drew McIntyre, right?
Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, I don't think anybody is honestly going to buy into the idea anyway that Punk's not going into Mania as the champion. So why waste a chamber match on that? Just do a singles match and have the chamber match, kind of tie into the WWE title picture.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Punk Balor match is going to be more of a backdrop to the overall story of Balor in the Judgment Day. That's what it's going to be used for. Michelle, thank you. Isaac with the 13 months. JD and Solo, thank you for all that you do. Out of curiosity, what do you do to prep for your shows? It's not, I don't know how Jason preps, but it's a week-long prep. I gather everything and I just sit down and we talk about what we talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a week. There's always news breaking throughout the week.
Yeah.
And so that coupled with, I go through just dozens and dozens of emails and email questions because I do a Q&A segment sometimes on my show. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. It's not like a 1 or 2 day thing. It's a whole thing. Plus all the live streams.
Yeah.
During the week. So it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of it's easy when you get into the swing of it, but when something happens, you kind of remember what you watched and you talk about it, and I take notes all week long. I write bullet points down on what I want to talk about. So yeah, it's a week-long process, Isaac. Zeno with a 5. If it ever happens, how would you guys book a CM Punk versus Kevin Owens feud? Talk about a dream storyline.
I don't really care how it happens. I just hope we have a chance to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those matches that we have not had the chance to see anything but just like a brief interaction, I think in a backstage segment with them. They bumped into each other, I think, on a SmackDown.
I think they actually had an in-ring segment too. I remember Kevin Owens sitting on the top rope and CM Punk was out there during it. It was Mania season.
Yes, they did. And it does. I don't even think it has to be over a championship.
No. Schnamtra with a 16 months. Can you guys do the yeet? Well, I was yeeting during the Jey Uso discussion, so no more yeeting for me. I'm yeeted out. Sidro, thank you, brother, for the $100 super chats. A lot of casino winnings. Thank you, man. Zeno with a 5. And Solo, regarding your Royal Rumble start of holding the rope, what's to stop Oba or Braun from running the ropes and baseball sliding the fuck out of you?
I'm holding on to that thing for dear life. I'm not letting go. Now, what would actually be kind of cool is as I'm holding onto the rope, if they were to like loosen the bottom rope and then to just pick me up and just throw me out over the top. Like that would actually be kind of innovative. I can't say that that would be something that people would see coming. Because we've seen that sometimes where they loosen the like the beam.
Yep.
And the rope comes loose. So then I would be fucked, I guess, in that case, because then he could just pick me up and chuck me out of the ring. But no, I'm holding on to that rope. I'll handcuff myself to the bottom rope so they can baseball slide me and do whatever they want. I have to go out over the top.
Yes, you do.
So it doesn't matter.
Ash with a $5 super chat. Saudi equals one of the best crowds this year, in my opinion. I highly disagree there. LOL at JD yelling Brock fucking Lesnar while yeeting. Saudi shows equal UK fans finally get Royal Rumble WrestleMania at St. Hours. Yeah, I wasn't too pleased with the crowd. Scott Woodford with a 35 months. I got 2K bonus with my job, and Bin Hamin said the Brock and Oba match should have went outside together in the Rumble. Your thoughts? Whatever they did, it was awful. We came up with a much better solution there, which they did not even do anywhere close to it.
Yeah, just do the opposite of what they did, and it would automatically be better than what they did.
Yeah. Baby Shaq with 45 months. What's up, JD and Solomon? So the best TNT group in history. Jason, did you cover your ears on Brie mode?
I tried to, but it doesn't help. It kind of bleeds through. So, you ever see that movie with the Martians? Mars Attacks.
Yes.
The scene where, God, it was like a song maybe that was playing, and the alien's like holding his helmet, and then his head explodes like in the helmet. Like that's me every time I hear that song come on. I feel like my head's about to explode. And then I have to look at all the people in Saudi on Saturday, and they're going out of their minds, and they're doing the yes chant.
So we very much rather beer mode. Is that correct?
Well, beer mode always over Brie mode. If she came back with beer mode, and she came out just stumbling with like a beer or a wine bottle in her hand, see, I could get behind that. Now, letting her in the ring to wrestle like that I would not allow that, but that at least would be entertaining.
Marshall D with a $4.99. Hi, JD. I was listening to your Raw review. What was the name of the first intro song you had in the video? The song goes hard. It is Lonely Nights by Fire Ablaze. Lloyd Witt with a new membership. Thank you, brother. No message. Black Wolf Inc. with a 10. How you gentlemen doing? I want to suggest a song called If I Show You Me by No Soul Society. It's kind of metal and similar to a metal instrumental. JD played that I absolutely love. I will keep it in mind. I will look it up after the stream is over. Captain Solo with 55 months. Tony Khan couldn't wait to open his Tommaso Ciampa action figure and play with it. OTS for life. Listen, man, we love Ciampa. We wish him nothing but the best. And he's got some banger matches coming over there. Sidro with a 5. Why is leather armor perfect for sneaking? Because it's literally made out of hide. And I'd like to tell you a chemistry joke, but all the good ones are gone. You got it, Sidro.
I don't know how many people are going to get that. You have to know your periodic table to get that one.
Bro Mobile with a 5. I've been away for 2 weeks. Any matches to catch up on with good wrestling? I wanted Gunther to win the final 2 versus Punk at Mania, title versus career. You want Punk to put his career on the line? No.
We just had that in the main event of SummerSlam last year.
Any good matches? Yeah, AJ Gunther, Ciampa versus Briscoe. And what happened on Dynamite?
We had Andrade and Swerve.
Andrade and Swerve, yeah. Black Wolf Inc. with 33 months. Hard to believe it's been 33 months since I joined the channel. I took a hiatus from pro wrestling last year. This year, I'm just going to be a fan again. I like the sound of that, brother. I need to heed that advice as well. Baltimore Jackson with the 199. What does a houseware address Tony Brown with a 499. I just waiting your take. Young men also enjoying NXT female assets. Thank you, Tony Brown. Never afraid to let us know what he likes, Tony Brown. Baltimore Jackson with a 199. Why can't a toe be 12 inches long? Then it would be a foot. Lord Maestro with a 999. Hey, fellas, just wanted to send some love. We are definitely screwed if that crowd shows up for WrestleMania next year. Solo, I have a question. Why was Taz allowed to leave ECW, but Mike Awesome couldn't without scrutiny?
Well, I think with Taz, I think his contract was up. He had an offer. I'm pretty sure he had, he told Heyman about it and it was done. It was done in their mind the right way. Whereas I think Mike Awesome, the way he tells the story, he wasn't being paid. And so he took an offer that was made to him by WCW and they all looked at him as the enemy, which is really bullshit if you think about it. Like, if he's not being paid or he had promises that were made to him that were broken, then all bets are off. You got to look out for yourself. That's what he did. And there were a lot of guys in ECW that they worked for nothing, right? Heyman didn't pay them, their checks bounced, but for the spirit of ECW, we're gonna gut it out and we're gonna be loyal to the company. And yeah, I mean, how'd that work out? a lot of them tuned into Raw one night and they saw Paul Heyman sitting next to Jim Ross, and that's how they found out ECW was truly dead. So you tell me. Yeah, loyalty.
Cody Snyder with a 5. Cena, Roman, Cody, Drew, Becky, MJF. Punk brings out the best in everyone except Seth. Seth isn't interesting. CM Punk is truly special. Listen, man, give Seth his flowers. He was the MVP of WrestleMania last year, or in 40 rather. And I thought he had before he got injured. I thought he was having a very good year.
Yeah, match-wise anyway.
Michael Miranda with a 20. Nothing for y'all. Appreciate the content. Be safe out there, people. Well, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
We got Molly Baldwin with a $4.99. Do you think Tommaso Ciampa would have factored better in going to Japan than going to AEW? No. He would not have the audience over in Japan as he does with AEW.
I mean, he made the choice of going where he felt he was going to be, the best fit.
Yeah.
So according to him, that was AEW. So he made the right choice.
Angel, thank you again, brother, for the $150 super chat. Jason and I appreciate it. Sidro with a 10. What's the difference between a smart American and a unicorn? Nothing. They're both fictional characters. And what do you get when you cross a motorcycle with a joke? A Yamaha ha ha. P.S. It runs on...
You ruined it.
Did I?
Not you. I mean...
Oh. P.S. It runs on laughing gas. Thank you, Sidro. Lost but found with a 199 times 2. Should Drew respond to Punk and Roman on SmackDown? Yes, we just mentioned that 10 minutes ago.
Yes, he should.
And is Oba getting the early Brock push? However you want to look at it. I mentioned Ryback and Braun Strowman, but yeah, sure. Didn't Brock debut against the Hardys?
No, Brock debuted. He interfered in, I think, another match that was going on. And he attacked Al Snow, and then he powerbombed Spike Dudley. He gave Maven an F5. Just wrecked shop. I think the first official match might have been against the Hardys, but that wasn't his actual debut.
Captain Solo at a 5. Tony Khan signing talent like it's Black Friday. All eventually will end up on the Shadow Realm and forgotten. Where's Camille? Bro, Camille is never coming back. Please move on from Camille. Neither is Britt Baker. She's done. Mr. Eric G with a 5. Are there any wrestlers you can acknowledge that are very talented, but you can't bring yourself to get invested? For me, that is Rollins and McIntyre. Yeah, it's plenty. I can't think of anybody right now, but McIntyre is one of them to you? I don't agree with that at all.
I hear some people say that, like, oh, they're bored by Drew. I disagree, but there are people, I'm hearing that more and more, like, oh, he's boring. I don't know what people see in him. To me, I mean, he's done some of the best work of his career in the last 2 years. So I would disagree on that. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, on the WWE roster or the AEW roster, is there anybody right now that really stands out to me that would fit that criteria? Yeah, I'm sure there are, but I mean, no one is a great wrestler, but I just...
Here's a good one for you. Recently, FTR. Love them. Think they're one of the best tag teams of all time. FTR.
Well, because there's nothing to really... I mean, what is there to invest in right now, story-wise, with them? They're the champs, but they're not really doing a whole hell of a lot. They're having some good matches. Okay, who cares? You know what they're doing? They're just waiting until Cope and Christian come back. That's part of the problem.
Maybe.
You don't think they're going to come back?
I don't know. If they do, what are they going to do? Win the tag team titles and then what? Retire?
I mean, after they win the titles, I have no idea. But you don't think Tony Khan doesn't want them holding his tag belts at least once?
I'm sure he does.
He would have put the belts on the Hardys. Of course he was going to put the belts on them had Jeff not, gone away.
History King with a 499. Would you guys be okay with Roman winning the world title if it resulted in Breaker winning it from him at SummerSlam? No.
No, because he won't be around very often between Mania and SummerSlam.
Boss Mojo.
They have Backlash in Tampa, which I think is, I don't know if he's from Tampa or...
Reigns is from Tampa, yeah.
Yeah.
He might even live in Tampa. I don't know.
Okay, so maybe he appears, whether he's the champion or not, maybe he appears at Backlash. But, like, I have no expectations that we're going to see him very often after Mania until we get to SummerSlam.
No.
And you can't do that anymore. You cannot have these part-time champions like we did with Brock Like they've done this a few times now. It actively drags the show down when they are not there. Like we need to get away from that. We can't normalize that. Like there's too many people on the roster right now who are there week to week, who help that engine run, and you need to focus on those people. You can't just keep relying on guys like that unless they are going to be around. So no.
Oh, he's from Pensacola? Whatever, he's in Florida.
How far from
I don't know.
Let's see. Yeah, you go
You
ahead.
look that up.
Look this up.
Boss Mo Jackson with a 999. What's the difference between ignorance and apathy? I don't know, and I don't care. Sidro with a 5. Do you know what the French groundhog sees?
Oh, wow.
His chateau.
Who is that from?
Sidro. That's a good one.
That was a good one, yeah. I just looked it up. Pensacola is almost 7 hours away from Tampa.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's like 470 miles, so wow.
He ain't making that drive, I'll tell you that.
No, definitely not.
What do you call a fat psychic? Oh, my God. What do you call a fat psychic, Sidro? A fortune teller.
So what? Say that again?
A fortune teller.
Oh. The other one better.
Yes, I had a 4 of a kind at a casino for $300. Oh boy, that's crazy,
good.
man. That's a rarity right there, man. Good.
That's
good
where
on
my
you.
night would end.
Yes.
As soon as I did that, I'm cashing out.
Captain Solo with a 5. I don't understand the hate Gunther gets. Dude is easily top 10 pro wrestlers in the world. Who does he face at WrestleMania? We talked about that earlier, man. I don't know. It's a crapshoot on Monday night, but I don't really get the Gunther hate either. I just think it's this generation of people that don't understand the type of wrestler he is. Boss Mo Jackson with a 499. I wish there was a knob on the TV to turn up the intelligence. There's a knob called brightness, but it doesn't work. Scumdog with the 12 months. Hello, Solo and JD. I have a year as a member now, and also on your channel too, Solo. I just wanted to say thank you for an awesome year of content from you both.
Thank you, Scumdog. Yeah, Scumdog gifted some memberships the other night. That was very kind.
Look at that. And he also drops a $10 super chat with no message. Thank you, Scumdog. Boss Mo Jackson with the 199. JD rant on Stephanie Vicare's ass last night was epic. Yes, I mentioned because she's a one-move merchant, and she did how many Devil's Kisses last night? Like, we get the point. She's got a great ass, and I'm not afraid to admit it, okay? Goodbye.
Yeah,
Stop doing it.
Not only did she do 2 Devil's Kisses, but it was the first time where it got like a very tepid reaction.
I don't understand it. Like, she's worth more than one move, and her new theme music is fucking awful. I don't know why they changed it.
I hate to say it. I hate to say this, but outside of what she did initially when they brought her into NXT, because she has some really good NXT matches.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her do anything in WWE yet that matches the one match that she had in AEW with Mercedes.
Oh, she also felt bigger in NXT.
So we know what she's capable of.
Yep.
But since she got called up to the main roster, I mean, I guess she had the one match with EO at WrestlePalooza. That was a good match. But it is just few and far between. I cannot think of a whole hell of a lot that matches either her NXT resume or the one match she had at Forbidden Door in AEW.
Maybe it's Michael Hayes too.
Maybe it is, but I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Boss Mo Jackson, thank you. Horatio with a 10. Oba came out, interrupted a match, and destroyed the Raiders. Is he a heel? How come he didn't get kicked out of the building? What happened to the other scheduled team? Did he beat them up? Bro, you're asking way too many questions. I don't even think Triple H knows the answers to these questions.
You're asking questions for which there is no answer.
No, he's not a heel. The War Raiders usually don't get much of a reaction anyway, so I don't even know if they're heel or babyface at this point.
Scheduled team. To have a scheduled team, you need to have actual tag teams in the division.
Yes, that they do not. Arnold with the 16. If you guys were wrestlers, what would your in-ring gears be, and what's your favorite night out attire? Would you be rocking some lemon pepper steppers? Are you a lemon pepper stepper guy?
I'm not.
No. What's my in-ring gear? Fucking hoodie and a baseball cap. That's my in-ring gear.
That's your in-ring gear, really?
What's my favorite night out attire? I don't like ties. I'm not a big tie guy, so probably a suit jacket with some slacks and no tie. Dress shirt.
My in-ring attire, interesting. Probably a pair of like blue sweatpants, and I would say a sleeveless shirt with some AJ Styles-esque gloves.
There you go.
See, I'm trying to do the creator wrestler in my head.
There you go.
I think that'd be a good look.
Cosmo Jackson with the 199. What do you call a magic dog? A Labracadabrador. He leaves a laughing emoji. Did you laugh at your own joke, Bossmo Jackson? Because we didn't laugh.
Yeah, you shouldn't be laughing at your own jokes unless they're funny.
Captain Solo to 5. If you absolutely had to choose one to go on a date and use a blue chew, who would it be? Charlotte Flair, Ash by Elegance, or one of the Iconics? They're all lovely ladies. Do we really need, what type of question's that? B, I think Dana Brooke is actually a very attractive woman. Why would we need Blue Chew for that?
I don't need Blue Chew for any of this. you do your own thing.
Oh my God, you guys are crazy. Captain Solo, I don't understand, man. Anakin Women Children 2 Skywalker with 5 months. Need Triple H and Tony Khan in the main event of WrestleMania. Worst Booker, a live match with Vince as the special guest referee. How does that sound, pal? Sounds awful. Sounds fucking
JD coming out dressed as Mr. 9 to 5.
Can you imagine? I did get a haircut, so my hair would be shorter than Mr. 9 to 5. Chicago 4 MBK with a $10 super chat. Hey, JD Jason, great stream. I don't think it would have been better for Balor to enter the Royal Rumble and likely get eliminated very quickly. The snub makes for a good story to motivate him to feud with Punk. You know, that's a very logical way to look at it.
Mid-range says I should wear the Kit Wilson outfit.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine?
No, I can't.
Havili with a 10. There are still tickets available for Grand Slam Australia in Brisbane. I'm guessing that both Chamber, Face, Drew, and Jade, buy, sell, or rent. Crowd sing along. Jericho Judas, Cody Kingdom, Orton Voices.
Judas.
Yeah, I'm buying on Judas. I am renting on Cody and selling at Orton. Bossmo Jackson with the 499. Imagine Solo doing the goon voice, yelling and ranting like JD. I want to see it. Come on, Solo. Do your version of the goon voice. Curse people out. Jason has a goon voice. He doesn't bring it out all that often, but he uses it when he needs to.
Yeah. When needed.
Yes. Bossmo Jackson also with the 199. What do you call a pony with a cough? A little horse. Oh, you're like 0 for 12, Bossmo Jackson. Alex with a 10. Brother JD and Solo, do you guys prefer Brock's first WWE run?
He's like Sami Zayn against Drew McIntyre.
Do you guys prefer Brock's first WWE run or current run? Also, buy, sell, rent on your favorite Brock vs. Cena match. SummerSlam 14, Extreme Rules 2012, or Rumble 15 with Seth? That's a good question.
For me, it's Rumble 15. I'm sorry, it's Extreme Rules. And then I would put the Rumble match after that. And I prefer Brock's first run, where he actually wrestled. Yeah,
first run, I'm going to go with the Rumble 15, number 1, Extreme Rules, number 2, and SummerSlam, number 3. Havili, $10 super chat. Solo, you forgot my question, or you forgot to answer my question about who you thought on Seth saying that the only way that we ever see a Shield reunion is when they get inducted into the Hall of Fame. Your opinion on Hiromu leaving New Japan as well?
I mean, Hiromu leaving New Japan is bad for New Japan because they're losing a lot of talents. I don't really see where he fits in WWE. I don't think that it's a guarantee he's going there. He could end up in AEW. He can end up in Japan doing something else. So I don't really know where he's going to land, but I think it's just bad news for New Japan to be losing a whole bunch of people right now all at once. It feels like, between the War Dogs, Evil, Hiromu, they can't afford to be losing anybody else right now. And then what was the first? The Shield reunion?
Yeah, is that the next time we see them all together?
Yes.
Thank you, Javi Ali. Happy to have you, brother. Nate TV in the chat says JD versus the squid from Mario Kart at WrestleMania. Book it. Yes, I hate that fucking squid. Fucking worst. Dorian with a 2. Have you seen your AI AEW videos, JD? Unfortunately, I have. I don't know how people are making them, but they have a lot of time on their hands. Baltimore Jackson with the $4.99. Why doesn't the circus lions eat the clowns? Because they taste funny. Why did the golfer wear 2 pairs of pants? Just in case he got a hole in one. All right, Baltimore Jackson, we get it, man. You're 0 for 13 now. Havili with a 10. JD, you're my guy, and I have nothing but respect for you, but you owe me a long overdue apology for saying that the possibility of AJ Lee returning to team up with CM Punk to face Seth and Becky. When did I say that? I think we all saw it really coming from a mile away, Havili. Either way, I apologize. If I did anything wrong, I apologize. Base Beerus with a $2 super chat. SpongeBob, big guy pants. Okay. Big E to win with a $4.99. After the Royal Rumble, we shouldn't ask what era we're in. We're all asking what mode got turned back on. Any thoughts, Solo?
I believe it's called Bree mode. And the less said about that, the better. Bree mode being activated. It's funny. I knew exactly which super chats would be popping up on my channel after I saw her come out at the Royal Rumble. So now I get to hear Bree mode every few minutes. I thought maybe it would kind of numb me to it, but every time it pops up, my reaction is basically like, oh, like,
just when you were free of the learning tree, now you have Bree mode back.
Yeah, God, the learning tree. Can you imagine Jericho shows up on TV in a few weeks? All he does is just walk out and go, I am the learning tree. Hi, guys. And then he just walks to the back and doesn't say anything else.
Oh, my God, man. I shut the TV right off, man. I'm not even watching.
Like, no, it can't be. It can't be.
Michael with a 2. Michael Crouch. JD Jason, I think tonight we need a dual yeet. Listen, we yeeted enough. I yeeted. I think Jason yeeted. That's all you got.
Yes. We're all yeeted out.
Bay Spears with a 2. Jey Uso's entrance is far worse than Bree mode. No.
No, you know what? I have to agree.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I've come around. Yeah. I think it's gotten worse.
Nathan Cox with a $1.99. Saudis booing Triple H, we want Vince. Yeah, I heard that. I think they're crazy. No, we don't want Vince. Nobody should want Vince back. Base Beers with a 2. I had no choice but to enjoy the show. Paid $30. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I know a lot of people had trouble accessing the app, and I still don't think it's part of like some cable packages. It's fucking crazy.
I still don't have it on YouTube TV, and there's no indication of when they will.
I am Batman with a $9.99. JD, I use your code script for Turtle Beach. Thank you, sir. You and Jason are the best. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you for supporting Turtle Beach. Enjoy your new headset or whatever you purchase, man. They're great products. Mike, 44 with 45 months. Didn't Foley retire and come back to wrestle? Same happened to Edge. Okay. Marcus with a 5. JD, if you are going to rant like that, I hope Jay never stops eating. That was comedy gold. When the wrestling is bad, you, JD, and Solo are even better. Well, we never hide our feelings on what we like and don't like. $2 Super Chat. Quite frankly, WWE underused AJ Styles, says Base Beers.
Yes.
You think
in
so?
The last few years,
yes.
I still say, like, the best year he had in WWE was the first year.
Yeah.
He has not had a year that has come close to that first year since he came in.
We got a lot of super chats here. You guys fucking killed it tonight. Black Wolf Inc. with a $5 super chat. Honestly, Joe Hendry winning the NXT title feels like a no-ish Sherlock kind of move. Congratulations to him, as he's clearly going to be a bigger deal. Yeah, I thought he was heading to the main roster, but apparently not. So, good for him.
Well, he had that one match with Miz, and then he went right back to NXT.
Not even a Royal Rumble appearance. I thought he was certainly going to be in the Royal Rumble, but no. Alex with a 5. I'm just glad Triple H was never any of our geology professors, or else he would have made up a ton of shit of errors after the Cenozoic era. Is that his new gimmick? He just makes up errors for the sake of making up errors?
Yeah, apparently. That's what he does. Every 2 or 3 months, we get a new era.
Caden with a 999. Name the last good women's title reign. 2023, Bianca, Asuka, Io, Charlotte. Rhea, 2024, Bayley, Nia, Rhea, Becky, Liv. 2025, Tiffany, Rhea, Io, Stephanie. In my opinion, including NXT, Roxy had the last good run. You know, honestly, Caden, I don't remember any of them. Nothing stands out as memorable to me.
Mm-hmm. They're all kind of a blur.
Yeah. Base Beers with the 2. Sweet Chin Music, and I Won't Pass the Aux. Is that something I should know, or is it something from your end? No?
I have no idea.
Basic. Before Logan joined the Vision, Braun threw him onto the side of the ring. Paul has a motive to turn on Braun. I hope not. I mean,
he's turned on people before numerous times. I'm not sure why anybody would even trust him and want to be with him at this point.
Smelly Wrestling Geek with a $2 super chat. If no Rollins, you could do LA Knight. LA Knight versus Braun Breaker at WrestleMania? No. Absolutely not. Face Beers with a 5. Want to do Masked Men in Arabia. Muhammad Hassan returns. Piano wire and all. Mr. Iguana is the martyr. Rojo Bear with the $2 super chat. Rojo Bear. I miss Malachi Black. You're making me miss Malachi Black, yes. The House of Black was a lot cooler than what we're getting now. Furious Nation with a $4.99. What's up, JD and Solo? 2 the best in the IWC. Congrats to Joe Hendry, new NXT champion. Maybe a call-up for Ricky Saints to SmackDown. I think he's ready. He's more than ready. Krana with a 2. JD and Solo tag team. What would your name be? Much love, guys. Tuesday Night Titans.
Yeah, I think we answered that last week.
Yes.
TNT.
Furious with a $4.99. If Cody Rhodes goes heel, thoughts on Cody leading a legacy-type faction on SmackDown with Royce Keys and Ricky Saints? Maybe Randy Orton, yes or no? Let's get him a heel. Let's get him into a heel first. Turn him into a heel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea. I don't know about Randy being in there, though. I mean, I guess he's going for the Evolution vibe where Randy is like in the Triple H role, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't think he needs to be in there.
Face Bears with the 2. The buzzers were disproportionately loud at the Rumble.
They were very loud.
Furious with the 999. I just listened to Michael Hayes' comments on Chelsea Green. It was nauseating. How Hayes, Bruce, and Road Dogg are still there blows my mind. Those 3 buffoons should be gone, and honestly, it would be the best thing.
It was just funny. Like, they have this one scene in the writer's room where Road Dogg wants them to put the U.S. title back on Chelsea. And Triple H says, well, if we do that, she's already beaten, or wrestled Michin and BFAB, but we don't have anybody. He's basically admitting they have nobody else in this division. And Road Dogg's response to this is basically, in so many words, basically like, you know what, you're right, forget it. Everything's the shits. Forget about it.
Yeah, I don't belong here. I shouldn't be here. Yes, that's exactly what.
Forget it. Just forget I said anything. I'm like, oh, this is a great creative meeting that we have here. I don't know why would you even want to show this? It just made them look so bad. I'm almost shocked that it even made the show.
But it's cinema. You don't understand it's cinema.
Is that what it is?
Francis Loop, did you ever watch the FX show The Shield?
Oh, it's one of my favorite shows of all time.
I have not watched The Shield.
That show debuted in 2002.
Oh my God.
And I started watching it because I was a fan of Michael, and I still am a fan of Michael Chiklis. He used to be on a show many years ago on ABC called The Commish. That's what I knew him from. And I said, I got to watch this because that was a cop show. And I saw the trailer for this show, and he kind of slimmed down. He was bald now. I go, wow, he's like, this is different. I got to watch this. And it was actually very groundbreaking for its time in terms of just the gritty way that it was shot. And there were a bunch of crooked cops. It's kind of inspired by true events. And it's a great fucking show. It's really, really good.
Thomas with the 29 months. Ilya Dragunov's aggressive moves are done so much that it drains me, especially when his opponent kicks out continuously. Your 2 cents, please. I don't really think that. I'm not thinking that when he wrestles, no. Furious Nation with a $4.99 and a $1.99. The people who chanted "We want Vince" from Saturday following the Rumble must have forgotten how awful WWE was when he was in charge. And ATP, do you think Jericho still returns to WWE? Yes, I do. He's on tour with Fozzy until the middle of February, so I don't know. I'm glad he actually didn't show up in the Rumble. The Rumble was fucking awful. Thomas Beloy with a $4.99. Both your reviews on your respective channels and TNT get me through my route working for FedEx. Keep up the great work, gentlemen. Never change. Thomas. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Thomas.
Francis Lou with a 5. With all the signings, I would move the conglomeration and the Don Callis family and Marina Shafir as babyfaces to Ring of Honor. Also, bring back Matt Taven. You're moving the Don Callis family to Ring of Honor.
And bringing back Matt Taven. Don't forget that.
Furious.
Buried the lead there.
Yeah, I know. Furious Nation with a $9.99. Super Bowl this Sunday. It looks like I'm going with the Pats. Usually like rooting for the underdogs, in my opinion. Also, JD and Solo. Furious, thank you. Yes, we are the top in the community. We're not going to mention anybody else because then people will get their feelings hurt. Francis with a 5. What do you guys think of Hangman and Omega being a tag team again? I think Stokely Hathaway is bringing down FTR by making them comical. Yeah, it worked. It started out good with Stokely. I'm not a fan anymore. I don't really care. Base Beers with a 2. Which belt main event night 2? WWE title is superior. We're going with Reigns and Punk.
Yeah, World Heavyweight title.
And also he says, Gunther retires Ray, Truth, Ryder, and Miz. Now, Zach.
Holy overkill. Yeah,
No.
that would be a bit much.
Alex with a 10. What are your thoughts on Jericho being the special guest referee of the Roman and Punk match and installs the learning tree where the prime bottle is usually at? Seriously, why hasn't he shown up yet? Music. He's touring. Logan the Inspired with a 20. If you all are up for it, pretend like every wrestler alive is a free agent and each of you are starting a brand new company. Go back and forth drafting your first 5 wrestlers each. Rock, paper, scissors. Who gets the first pick? Who am I taking as my first pick? MJF.
You're asking this at 12:30 in the morning?
MJF is my first pick.
Are we picking from current wrestlers?
Let's keep, for the sake of the question, yes, current wrestlers.
Well, that narrows the field down quite a bit. Current wrestlers. I really wanted to pick someone from a previous era, but oh, fuck it. I am going to pick somebody from a previous era. I'm picking the Macho Man, Randy Savage.
All right.
He could lead my promotion.
All right. Ali with a $4.99. Ricochet said his time at WWE tarnished his legacy. Well, he didn't have a good main roster run. I agree with him on that. Did it tarnish his legacy? He's not really doing much of anything now. So let's work on the now instead of worrying about what happened in WWE. Lord Gasvick with a 20. Oba should have eliminated Brock. Brock gets mad and runs in and eliminates Oba with his guard down. They brawl and no one can separate them until Jake comes out and they jump him and put him through the announce table. Yes, both tables. Well, you just booked something that was infinitely better than what we got. Yes, something like that should have happened. Mike, 44 with a 2. I think Vision turn on Braun. Thoughts? It's certainly a possibility. I'm not ruling it out. Lord Gasberg with a 5. Side note, JD, looking forward to when you finish Stranger Things Season 5. That will need its own TNT episode. I'm enjoying myself. Dark One with 4.99. Speaking about beer mode, has any wrestler ever had a drunk gimmick? TNT forever. Yes, the Sandman. The most famous, the most famous gimmick of all time, drunk.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they did that with Scott Hall in WCW. Where they played off his real life issues, and they did a whole angle with him and Kevin Nash where he would come to the ring and he was just like blackout drunk.
Awful. They did that with Jeff Hardy too during the fucking PC era. Vince had to take a fucking
Hawk
piss
also.
test. Yeah.
Hawk of LOD. He fell off the Titantron.
Stupid. Base Beers with a 2. Buy or sell. Tatanka or Baron Corbin?
Tatanka.
I'm going Tatanka. Classic 1993 Tatanka. $2 super chat. Also, Base Bears. Maxine is absolutely gorgeous. I agree. Bader. This is a thank you message to AJ Styles for the phenomenal career. I didn't watch his career prior to WWE, but that was a great 10-year career. The stadium was in complete silence when he passed out. Yeah, it came through the TV, brother. Great match. I hope you guys had a great time there. It was definitely, to me, the best thing on the show. Duff's Vids with a 199. What shoes do chickens wear? Bach. Face Beerus. MJ or Prince? Brian or Punk? Liv or Alexa?
MJ. Punk. What was the last one?
Liv or Alexa? Liv. Yeah. Punk for me and MJ too. DJ 55 with a 999. JD Rumble rant had me on the floor. Kalani Jordan came out to crickets. Actually, Saudi stomped on the crickets. Dead silence. The Invisible Man could have come out to her theme for the same reaction. Yes. Everybody got a lot of crickets in that match. Alex with a 5. What are you guys' realistic expectations for the Sandman's final match in April? Well, hopefully they don't give him Kratom. How about that?
I was going to say my expectations are not very high. That's all I'm going to say.
Will he be drunk? More than likely. No Kratom, please. We don't need mixture of drugs. Puerto Rico or Puerto Rock Prime with a 199. I'm not a fan, but where are the Street Profits? They're running the NXT house show circuit. They may have gotten the better end of the deal, seeing how bad the Rumble was. King Alex with a 199. Just turned 21. Never drank. What should I try? You know what? Some people don't like it. This is my recommendation. Guinness. Trust me.
No, it's not a bad choice.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. I mean, do you want to do beer? Do you want to do I'm talking like bottled beer? Do you want draft? Do you have specific, specific taste? I mean, it really all depends. I would tell you that if you're going to do liquor or something, just keep it simple. Do like a mix of like Jack and Coke, where you're like mixing it, maybe watering it down a little bit, and then just kind of learn what you like and what you can tolerate, and just go from there.
Yes, that's a good one. If it's beer, Guinness. If it's you want to try something a little harder, mix it with some Coke, and you should be good. Yep. Yes, Kratom, aka gas station opioids. Yes, we don't need him doing any of those. Does visit the 499. How do you know Google is a female? It doesn't let you finish a sentence before making a suggestion. Yeah. Well, all right. Thank you, Dubs.
You know what the new thing is that really annoys me now? If I go to compose, reply to somebody in Gmail, now it pre-writes what it thinks your response should be. So normally, I guess where I would normally click, I can't do that anymore, I guess, because it will copy that response into it, and then I have to delete it and write my own. And I'm sure there's a way to turn this shit off, and it just drives me nuts.
I don't have that problem with Yahoo.
So you're still on Yahoo?
I'm still on Yahoo. Yeah.
I'm surprised you're not using Hotmail.
I have Yahoo and AOL.
Oh,
I'm one of those guys.
So you use dial-up internet too?
I could, yes. Havili with a $5 super chat. JD, when I asked you about AJ Lee's return to team up with CM Punk to face Seth Rollins and Becky, you said no. I don't remember that, Havili. Again, if I said no, I apologize. I look like a dummy. Godfather, Goodfellas, or Bronx Tales? Thank you, Goats. Goodfellas. Mm-hmm. Base Beers with a 2. The era of eras. Thanks, King of Kings. That was Viz with a 199. What does a cat say when it gets hurt? Meow. Cody Snyder with the $2 super chat. You think Randy surpassed the others in evolution? Yes. I do. I don't know what Jason thinks.
I mean, his career compared to Flair's career, I wouldn't do that. I mean, if you're talking about the entirety of Ric Flair's career, then no, Randy Orton has not surpassed Ric Flair.
Are we taking Flair's post career into consideration? His life after wrestling into consideration? No. I don't think Randy's gonna be that bad. Base Beers for the 2. Turkey or ham? Turkey.
Ooh, that's funny. I actually had a sandwich the other day. I had turkey and ham.
I'm not a ham guy.
I love ham. But I'll go turkey, but I like them both.
Kavili with a 5. If and when JC Jane gets called up to the main roster as solo, besides the lesbian storyline, why Tori Wilson never got the women's championship? Thanks.
She wasn't a good wrestler.
No, she was not. No.
She was beautiful.
Yes.
I thought she was one of the most beautiful women they had, but she was a god-awful wrestler.
And if and when JC gets called up to the main roster, I would say after Stand and Deliver. It's a good way to look at it. And then
I think she loses that title to Kendall Gray.
Yep.
And then she'll make her way up to the main roster.
And we'll end with this. Emp reacts with a $5 super chat. Those who were chanting for Vince to come back better be on their feet when we get a singles match 20 years in the making between Vince and God. Yes,
we already lived through that.
Yeah, we don't need to live through that again. I would never wish that upon any generation after what we went through.
No.
All right, man. That's all we got, man. This support tonight was fucking unbelievable. You guys fucking killed it. We got 30, I think 3,600 was the last number I saw, and we got all these super chats coming on in, 1,200 likes. You guys, unbelievable. Blew me away, blew Jason away, and we will be back with you next week. Thank you for a great show. Thank you for sticking with us. We still have almost 3,000 people in here. It's crazy. But we'll be back next week, and I'm going to leave it with this guy to sound us off for another great week here on TNT.
Well, B-Punk says Brie mode or role model.
Role model?
Yeah. I'll go role model. Not with a lot of enthusiasm in my voice.
No.
But I am very enthusiastic because on Thursday, I am going to see this new movie, Send Help. Which is what I said, ironically, when Brie Bella walked out at the Royal Rumble on Saturday. But it's this new Sam Raimi movie. I'm seeing it in 4DX. I've never seen a movie in 4DX before. Apparently, like the seats move and there's all kinds of effects.
saw the last Mission Impossible 4DX. You're gonna have a great fucking time.
Okay. Although I was told, like, don't have any food or drink in your hand.
Yes.
If you're gonna be sitting in 4DX seats.
You're gonna have a very good time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Anyway, guys, thank you very much. We will be back next week with you here on TNT. I don't know what's coming up next. We got anything? We got not Rumble. Rumble's over. Elimination Chamber qualifying matches next week. We got a pay-per-view level Dynamite tomorrow, which hopefully is very good. And we will get you guys caught up on everything as we are now on the official road to WrestleMania. Hit that thumbs up. Go follow Jason on social media, on YouTube. Everything you need is linked down below. And we will see you guys next week here on Tuesday Night Tide. We'll see you guys later.